Yeah, what's up, guys? Today is a big topic. Today we're handling abortion. How's your Sunday, by the way? Hope you guys had a very great Sunday today, especially those of us wenye tuko Afrika Mashariki. Walio Afrika Mashariki, hope mulienda kanisani. Or to the rest of the whatever time it is. Good morning, good evening, good night. Not good night, good evening, and we have good afternoon. So yeah, let me just wait for you guys to join the stream as we prepare ourselves. Today I'm having actually two people coming to talk about this topic of abortion. Today we'll be having Chanzan and Marie Antoinette to come and comment on and give their views and their contribution to this very interesting topic, because it began with it's been trending for weeks now, since the United States actually reversed the decision by Roe versus Wade. So yeah, this is it. But as we wait for the people come through, and so that we can start the topic today, don't forget that we're having a GoFundMe, we're having a contribution as Swahili Nation to to raise funds for an office. To raise funds, basically, all what we're doing here, has to add up to something. We're trying to upgrade it to some offices, and so that the quality of our content increases, and so that it becomes easier, so that we're not hidden, so that everybody knows that this is the location of Swahili Nation, so that when you're looking for headquarters of Swahili, or when you're looking to visit the offices, you can come. Welcome, the Gray. Shalom. So yeah, let me put the link over here so that you guys can show you the link. Where is it? Here, here's a fundraiser.
Usually, I never get used to read a speech, but for today, I'm gonna read uh, a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a nations of union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, Eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across the Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being. Giving is cherished. Sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity and peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs, and Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. Let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, let me drink some water. Yeah, welcome, guys. Yeah, that was the warm-up speech, because of course the goal here is to reach 25,000 euros, but we are here in 3,222, so we are moving okay. So you guys don't forget to contribute. It's just 5 euros, even if you have €1 or any amount, just contribute it, so that we'll, we build our headquarters. We get we have our core, so that everybody knows that this is where, if you're looking for Swahili Nation, this is where we are. This is where we are located. In front of everybody. We are not hiding. And yeah, also it'll also go a lot to the yeah, not now. Yeah, I'm choking here because I'm waiting for my co-host here and Tanzan South. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, we are not hiding, and also a lot of that money will go to the equipment of the studios, because we're going to be interviewing a lot of big people, a lot of even normal people, and people doing a lot of great things in Africa and in the continent. So yeah, we need a good place to host them. It's not host them in. So we need also to respect our guests sometimes. So yeah, that's why we also need the office. So guys, don't hesitate to contribute. Let's push this 3,222. Let's push it to what? So let's add some euros in that thing. I know not Nile here, my brother. Let's add some euros here. Let's for those who the gray guys, the likes of Sam, people here have been blessed. Today is Sunday. Maybe that spirit can come with you, and you can say, what? Today let's bless One Africa Studios, One Africa, offices. So yeah, I think I've done my part, and I think you guys are knowledgeable now of what's happening with the Swahili Nation One Africa funding. So yeah, today let's go to the topic of today. I hope you guys had a very nice Sunday. Hope you guys tingiza miti. Wajakoya the 5th. Yeah, Wajakoya the 5th. So hope you guys had a very great Sunday. I actually had a great week. Yesterday, actually, you're wondering why we're talking about the same thing we talked about yesterday. But yesterday, there was like the trailer. We had the diaspora talks, but the naming was a bit. There was a little bit of misunderstanding with the naming over there. But yeah, yesterday was a trailer of what was happening here. Today we're going to talk about reproductive health and abortion. We're going deep, by the way, guys. We're not going to shy away from anything. We're going deep. So Yeah, let me load up what we're going to talk about. Let me see if I can load the app, because today I came today. Ah, Nathaniel has put a target of $25, maybe even €25. I don't know how you convert it into euros, but yeah, Nathaniel has put a target of 25 euros. I'll put it as euros because the GoFundMe is in euros. So yeah, guys, let's see if we can hit that today. Let's see if we can push that record, push it to 3,250. Right? That's like a quarter of a thousand. Right? So that yeah, maybe this week we start the week with some momentum. As we wait for my sister here, Tanzan, see if I can get her, because I didn't want to start. This is a topic that we can't start without our sisters, because it's a very sensitive topic, and I would like also I also like their input. But as we wait for our guests to come, also there will be Maria Antoinette coming. As we wait for them, because maybe they're also preparing, because it's a big topic. What have you guys been up to this Sunday? Did you guys today the sermon today was about the economy today in my church today. Sermon about the economy and how God will make us persevere. So yeah. So you know what? I'll start with the Roe versus Wade today, as we wait for my sister Tanzan. So Roe versus Wade was a ruling that happened just a few was overturned. It was a ruling that actually legalized abortion in America, and right after that, actually, there was a wave of legalization of abortion within the Western world. Then the push also went as far as the East and even Africa with the Maputo Declaration and stuff like that. So when we talk about this reversal of of this verdict, or the reversal of the previous verdict, what what we're going to go into is like, what is the impact of Africa? Because United States of America is the biggest funder of abortion clinics and abortion movements, reproductive health in Africa. Just reproductive health in Africa, the United States is the biggest funder. Nobody even comes close. So we are going to actually look at what does it mean for the reproductive health in Africa, which coincidentally there is an East African reproductive health bill that is on the works. I think it's done, almost done. I think it's going to be tabled anytime soon, and it's actually tabled by South Sudanese. Uh, It's actually tabled by a South Sudanese man called Kennedy. Let me see if I can get his. Let's see if I can get his name. I think I can put him here. His name is Kennedy Mukulia. You can share. So this is the guy who sponsored the East African Republic. the East African Reproductive Health Bill. Guys were assuming that he was he was he was they were assuming maybe it was sponsored by the West, but no. So this is an as East African as it can. This is an East African bill, and it's actually. Let me see if I can pull it up. Actually, I'm gonna pull that up. I think I've got it. So yeah, members of the regional parliament on Wednesday, Jude, embarked on a journey on the final leg of the country's consultation of a draft law, which was meant to protect and facilitate the attainment of sexual and reproductive health and the rights of people in the East African community. About 50 Rwandan stakeholders met at 50 Rwandan stakeholders met a team of East African for the OYA from the final. So this bill has been doing laps in East Africa. It's gone through Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda. I think Rwanda is the final part of the stakeholders, and local youth, women led, and told the New York Times that as a leader of a youth and a women-led organization, the bill is particularly important for a section of the population which is considered most at risk in issues related to sexual and reproductive health. She said that the bill comes, so women, generally East African women are supportive of this bill. This bill comes to reinforce an already existing policy and also helps in the revision of some policies and guidelines in different partner states. Every person, including women, youth, and people with disabilities or the population, is lagging behind in terms of accessing related services. Basically, it's long overdue because the people who need to use the bill wanted to use it even earlier than it was initiated. So yeah, this is just basically people supporting the bill. It is generally very well from the Rwandans. Okay, basically the Rwandans love this bill. I think Kenyans have also supported it. I don't know about Uganda. I know Tanzania have a female president, have a lady president. So I'm sure she's happy with the reproductive. But you might be surprised with it. So the number of teen pregnancies have increased. We're going to talk about this and this clause is an opportunity for these young girls. Also critical for me is that there is an element of access and affordability for sexual reproductive health services. One big takeaway is that the East African member states are encouraged to allow access using universal health coverage such as here in Rwanda, anybody who has the Mutele de Sante easily will access. So the bill was introduced 5 years ago by this is one of the former Rwandan representative, Dr. Odete Nyeramire. So actually, what is interesting is a lot of men, this bill are the ones who are interested in the sexual reproductive health bill. Lawmakers and regional stakeholders such as the Health Development Initiative and independent profit organizations based in Kigali are pushing this for it to be passed and enacted soon. Like others, Jihana noted that discussions on the bill have taken long, but she said since it is a regional bill, Eric Mundia, a regional policy advisor and lawyer supporting the work on drafting laws on the sexual, reproductive, and health bill, noted that among other legislations, will play a big role in reducing deaths of mothers and babies in the region. It puts emphasis on the quality of services provided for young people as well as adults who are seeking reproductive health services. Bishop, even the church is also in support of the bill. Being in a changing world, we must prepare society so that it can ably wrestle with the challenges of the future. This bill is therefore, even though they remain a few things to rectify, it does not hamper anything in terms of culture, humaneness. So if the church is supporting this bill, you can tell you it gives. I've seen the bill. It doesn't clamp down and it doesn't legalize abortion the way people think it is. Because I think we talked about this on Tuesday, and people are feeling like maybe it was a legalization of the abortion. But you see, even the church is supporting the bill. And when the bill, I've actually read the bill. I don't know if it is. I saved it here, but when it comes to abortion, it doesn't. It just says abortion is allowed only for when the health of the mother is at risk. Like and it doesn't go beyond that. It just goes health of the mother. Oh yeah, it talks about also the mental health of the mother. It's a very interesting perspective. We're going to explore that. Like when in terms of incest and rape, it actually goes and specifies that. So yeah. So it's not really a radical bill as it is, because in countries like Kenya and Rwanda already abortion is legalized. Yeah. If if the mother is in the health of the mother is in danger, then abortion is already legalized in Kenya because of that specific. But it's not legalized for incest and rape. I think I think that would be the added addition to what. To the laws of East Africa, basically. So this bill actually has been facing resistance, and there's this European group from Spain actually. They sponsored a whole campaign against this bill. I don't know if you guys can see this. Yeah, you can see this. Welcome, Mariette. Welcome, Marie Antoinette. Welcome, Tanzania. I think I already welcomed you. Yeah. So Spanish advocacy group is accused of paying Kenyans to spread health and disinformation. Similar to many parts of the world, women and reproductive rights are a highly polarizing issue in Kenya. according to a new report, Kenyans now have another factor complicating debates, and that is targeting Twitter disinformation campaigns. Findings from the report say that Citizen Go, a conservative advocacy group based in Spain, paid people to spread disinformation about the reproductive health in Kenya 2020-2021. Findings highlight how actors trying to manipulate Twitter trends to shape public discourse. Campaigns attacked reproductive rights, particularly politicians and activists. So this is a campaign that was sponsored by the Spanish activists. That they sponsored a campaign in Kenya, in East Africa, but basically Kenyan. They paid bloggers to spread disinformation about this bill. The campaigns attacked the reproductive rights, particularly politicians and activists who supported a bill on reproductive health care and another on surrogacy. The draft legislations will ban forced sterilizations and develop standards, regulations, and guidelines on the assisted reproduction. A Kenyan researcher, Odanga Madung, reviewed content posted between 2020 and 2021. He analyzed that 20,811 tweets found 11 campaigns that may have fueled Citizen Go by Citizen Go. 10 of them appeared on the trend section. Research found that Citizen Go pushed 10 hashtags, many of which contained health and disinformation, at times when Kenyans were debating legislative bills about surrogacy and reproductive health care. Madung also spoke with people who said they had been paid by Citizen Go to post tweets. They claimed they received money and content and instructions from the advocacy group over WhatsApp. Abortion has been under the radar. Young girls has been going on under the radar. Yeah, young girls have been aborting without even parents knowing. What do you think will happen if we now put it that you can abort legally? That even your parents have no say in it. This is what these guys of France, the Spanish guys were tweeting. These are the tweets they were pushing. That abortion will go and will now be uncontrollable, and people will be about. Girls will just be aborting left, right, and center. Hillia Diambo is a member of parliament in Kenya. He's turning the miracle of birth into just another commercial transaction and business. So she supports the bill, but she's been targeted by Spanish. A Spanish NGO is targeting Kenyan members of parliament. So yeah, this is how, as an indication of there being inauthentic and coordinated campaign, the campaign tweets, repeated hashtags, phrases, memes, came from accounts that only tweeted hashtags and were posted at certain times of the day in sync. Citizen Go did not respond for a request. The company name, the NGO is called Citizen Go, and they actually have activities throughout Africa. This is what they do. They spread. They fund a lot of disinformation activities or campaigns throughout Africa. They're a Spanish company, Spanish NGO. The organization was founded in Madrid in 2013. It promotes petition in 50 countries, including Kenya. It defends the causes opposing issues with same-sex. Basically, it's a right-wing institution. It defends issues such as same-sex marriage, abortion, and euthanasia. In 2019, it took credit for campaigns against clinics offering abortion services in Kenya, Malawi, Niger. Okay. So these guys don't like abortion. The unique thing about this campaign is, in my view, is that the group that appears behind it. It never really occurred to me that the kind of forces Twitter vulnerabilities can leave Kenyans and Africans. So it's about Twitter, how Twitter can be used to, how social media can be used to influence Africans, basically. And in Kenya, there's an election this year, and the report says that trends feature may be further abused. Yeah. Well, all any Kenyan has to do is open a trending section in Twitter and any moment of the day and see the kind of manufactured political content being propped up by the platform. Our analysis of the ecosystem tells us that it's going to be a lot worse. In fact, there is this thing called Cambridge Analytica. They they do this now for elections. They also, I think, they're a British company. They influence elections in Africa, and there's even a French company. We'll talk about this in another stream about how these guys the Western. I think there is a French one, there's a French company, and there's a British company. How they influence Kenyan, not even just Kenya, African elections, because they spreading misinformation, and they are hired by Africans. They're hired by African politicians. So, yeah. Oh, Tanzania is here.
Hey, Tazi.
Welcome, Tanzan. I was a little worried, but
Well, you usually set it up for a while, so I thought I had maybe, an hour or so before I had to get back in. But yeah, good setup. So
today was a different structure. That's why I said I needed
okay.
somebody here from the team to help me out. But welcome. Let me greet Amina. Welcome, Nathaniel, Maria Antoinette. What people say, including parents, is not an issue at all, but the trauma and health risk of our young girls should be an alarm. Young women are victims of reproductive. Yeah. That's actually what we're going to talk about today, Tanzan. Tanzan, what do you think about, since you're in the United States? What do you think about the reversal of Roe versus Wade?
Well, I think that what the government gives, they can always take back. And that's the problem with rights, because rights are nice when you have them, but they're not when you don't. So they had their freedom for a while, the supposed freedom for years and years, and they got used to it. But that just shows you that power was never there. The choice was never theirs. It was something that they were just given. They didn't really have the right to it. So there is no fundamental right to any, to abortion. There's only a right to life. And that life, I guess the Supreme Court now includes the life of the fetus. So, that's an interesting one. And it surprised me that there were some protests, but not a whole lot. There were not a lot of, you'd think that if that mattered so much to women, they would be out in the streets, just, marching everywhere. But I guess life just goes on.
Yeah. That's actually. Oh yeah, Maria Antoinette was backstage, and wait, you got disconnected.
Oh, she did?
Maybe try again. We'll see. Maybe I was not looking, but I didn't see. So yeah, today, actually, that's a very interesting fact that you've talked about, that the government can take away what they give. So the government, so in your opinion, it's the government that gives the rights.
Yeah, in the state that we live in, or in the system that we live in. So the government gives us, there are some more fundamental ones, like the right to speech, and so on. But even those are not, they still have their limits. But that whole right to your body, that one is still up in the air a little bit, because even if it's your body, you're still talking about an independent life. So the government can say either way, and they can, even when it was legal or before this, they could stay in some states with, the right to life starts at 6 weeks or 6 months. I mean, not 6 months, maybe not that, maybe 9 weeks. So even then, they defined, the state defined what was life and what was not. So we have actually not separated the state from the church. We have actually given a lot of the powers of the church off to the state. So before it was the church that determined, life and death and things like that. But now we put it to, a godless institution to determine things like that. So when that happens, they will, use whatever advantage at the time, social advantage, to say either yes when it's convenient, like in the 60s, and no for whatever reasons right now. Welcome, my internet.
Welcome, my internet. Finally, the team is here. It took a lot of small talk, but
Yeah, we are still small talking over here. We haven't gotten to any meat yet.
I can't believe I accidentally used the wrong link. I was using Thursday's link. Oh dear. Yeah. That's why I was backstage on another program.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that happens. That happens. Actually, I know. Even yesterday, as you seen. So, my internet. What do you think about the reversal of Roe versus Wade?
I don't think it's even though everyone thinks this is the end of it, really I think what would happen is gradually different states will create their own legislature on the matter. It's just that it wouldn't be well, as they have said, it's not a right guaranteed by the Constitution, and they would like each state to make the decision. So I think gradually each state will decide whether to afford those rights or not. And certain states will choose not to, and others will just remain with the prohibition. That's what I think will happen.
They're saying black people will be the most affected.
People tend to stigmatize African American women, saying that they are the ones who have the most abortions. I am not convinced that that is in fact so.
You're not convinced?
I have seen the statistics, but I am not convinced.
Why? Because here the statistics are saying that black women are more likely to seek abortions than white women. Like, per 1,000 women, 23.8 black women seek abortions. That's more than that's almost that's more. That's like 4 times the white women.
Yes, this something is not quite right. The USA, with its current ideology, will never do anything to save the lives of more African American babies. That just would never happen. There is something that has not yet unfolded. That's what I think.
Yeah, because if my next question is if black women if look at the black community in the United States and in Eastern Americas, if this is the amount of abortions they're taking, like, do you think it takes a toll on the black community? This statistic, because they're the highest, like the second. In fact, the gap between them and the next ones, it's double. It's almost double. So do you think this affects, like, maybe black relationships or stuff like that?
I think usually an abortion is a sign that a woman does not feel supported by her partner. usually.
And what of you, Tanzan?
Well, I think that yeah, there's an argument to be made for freedom of choice, and it's not really a freedom of choice. It's more of what is it? Undoing a mistake. That's usually what it is. It's undoing a mistake. So yeah, things do happen, and some women do find themselves in a position where they do not want to, have a child that they're carrying. And so I don't know. For me, I can't. When it comes to a lot of things, even if I disagree with something, I do not see. I cannot really tell somebody. I cannot make a law or stop somebody from doing what they want to do. But in this case, I don't know if that's equal to murder. There are arguments about when life begins and so on and so forth. But when it comes to saving the community as a people, because that's an individual choice, but for the community, it's definitely not something that any community, white, black, yellow, green, whatever, would want to encourage or promote. Because firstly, the first duty of the any community is to build strong bonds, and that's the family bond. That's the taking care of each other sort of thing, the communal welfare. And so either you have a rush of illegitimate children, so that's one thing, the orphans, or you have a lot of termination of the said lives, and that also comes with a great cost for both psychological, emotional, and in other ways as well. So there are methods, and maybe the best ways to teach sexual literacy, to be able to firstly define, because it's not just about abortion. Firstly, unprotected sex is going to lead to other things. In this case, sometimes it's disease, it's other, so always the first thing is to prevent, to try to not to get to this situation before it gets there. So in the case of teenage pregnancies and all that, you can either treat the abstinence or the safe sex approach and so on. But abortion is such an extreme, option to go with, and it's not something that any society can really use as a form of either birth control or as a form of choice. At least a society should promote marriage and responsibility in cohabitation and in bringing about the life of a child. So no, in terms of what's good for the community, it's definitely not.
All right.
Yeah,
I wanted to add one of the most common forms of abortion is really the incomplete abortion, and so the lady starts with, she performs her own. Just a second, please.
yeah.
Right.
Okay.
She
Oh,
performs her own pharmacological abortion in that she takes misoprostol tablets orally at home, starts bleeding, so she creates her own miscarriage, and then goes to the hospital, perhaps claiming that she fell. And it is now our duty to save her life by removing the remaining material. At that point, there is, I mean, an ultrasound is taken just to confirm that there's no life, but it is
yeah.
given that there's no life.
If I may small interject that you've spoken about that abortion, that incomplete, where when she goes to the hospital, she's already had the abortion, right? It's now just it's just now clearing whatever that needs to be cleared, right? I
Yeah.
think yeah. I think we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that in just in a few. But I wanted us before we get there. I wanted us to talk about just get this some of these things out of the way before we now get into like now the details of it. Like like yesterday you talked about maybe the conspiracy theory. I want to get that out of the way before we go now the details. And on Tuesday we talked with Tanzan in her Tanzan show. By the Tanzan has a show on Tuesday called Reproductive. No, the show is not called. The show is called Traditional.
African traditions.
My mind is just in reproduction, right? but we talked, and when I was saying that this is what I was going to talk about on Sunday, she says that there is a she actually even alluded to that maybe we should be careful what people are promoting, what the Western world is promoting in Africa because of the bills and all that. And I wanted actually to show you a video, just a small video of of a company called Maristop. I think Tanzania might know this because you've been in Kenya, you've been in Africa. I don't know if it's popular even outside. It's popular all over the world, but I know it's very popular in Kenya. It's called Maristops. You guys ever heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Marie Antoinette, is it popular in Trinidad?
Probably is. I'm one of these nerds who spends half a day studying, so I don't
So you've
know
never heard of
what's on TikTok really.
Okay. It's actually okay. Maristopol is a organization that it's a reproductive health organization, but they really
It's like
do promote
Planned Parenthood of Africa.
Yeah. But now they do it all over Africa. They do it all over the world. It's not just Africa, Western. So they have, but it's sponsored by the West, right? So it's a Western company, and they always have. They even in social media promoting, this agenda. I don't know if they're an American company or a British company, but yeah.
What are they? They're promoting control, as in prevention, right?
No, they're promoting abortion.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, just watch this video. Oh. So this is Nigeria, and they did it also in this is South Africa. They have ads all over. They target just my space, my choice in South Africa. I think it's already legal in South Africa. Then in Nigeria, they look at this to prevent pregnancy. So they talk about. I thought you guys pulled out. I haven't seen my. They talk about I haven't seen my period. You guys pulled out. You can just come to us and we can watch. We can give you a safe abortion, right? So so when you talk about the Western influence on the abortion in Africa, it began with these guys. They get funding from maybe a huge amount of their funding comes from the Western world, comes from maybe the USA and where in this Europe. That's basically the Western world, and they're actually very controversial, guys. I just wanted to show you this other video, then I'd like you guys to maybe give your opinion. This is it's history actually.
You've probably heard of them as they are one of the largest abortion. Barry Stokes International, or MSI Reproductive Choices, as they're now called. You've probably heard of them as they are one of the largest abortion providers in the world. But how much
I can't hear.
Alex,
oh.
those of
It's okay now, I can.
backgrounds. You've probably heard of them as they are one of the largest abortion providers in the world. But how much do you know about their namesake? Barry Stokes is known for advocating for the involuntary sterilization of certain groups she deemed unfit for parenthood. This included people with disabilities, addicts, and those of mixed ethnic backgrounds. Stokes even wrote her own son out of her will because he married a woman with bad eyesight. In her writings, Stokes pushed for laws that would see the forced sterilization of those she deemed hopelessly rotten and racially diseased. She also wrote fiercely against interracial marriages. As if that wasn't enough, she was also in correspondence with Adolf Hitler, and in August 1939 enclosed a book of her love poems to him. Is this really surprising though? I mean, the abortion laws in the UK are still promoting discrimination and eugenics. We see babies with disabilities being aborted at any time during the pregnancy, but if no disability is detected, the baby is protected from 24 weeks. Doesn't look like we've evolved out of her line of thinking, after all.
So what do you guys think about Mary's thoughts? Hello, you guys can hear me?
This was so that was a sort of rebuttal to what we saw before. The right,
like
the right,
like
that's the other view.
Yeah, that's the view of that's the origin. That is the founder of the company of Mary Stopes. That's her name. That was the principles of the found that company was founded. That was the principles of that. So when you see them active in Africa, sometimes you have. Yesterday you talked about you warned us that maybe the conspiracies of between this topic are there, but sometimes you just have to speak a little bit of truth. When you see them active in Africa, and these are the founding principles of that organization, that they didn't even like interracial. They could, if you are back when they were starting, if you were an interracial baby, chances of them aborting you, there was a higher chance. They were like promoting the abortion of interracial babies and eugenics, basically all that. So when you see them having this aggressive campaign in Africa, like in Kenya, I think they're the ones who are, I think, one of the few that they promote abortion like nothing, nobody's business. And I think in Nigeria, we've just seen the ad in Nigeria. We've seen the ad in South Africa. So I just wanted to put it out there that there are people who may have the interesting intentions, that they may put themselves as, oh my God, we're just looking at family health. We just want people, but they are promoting abortion. They are promoting low fertility rates. They are promoting, when Bill Gates says it, the likes of Bill Gates, I think they get a lot of funding from Bill Gates. When the likes of these billionaires, when they say it, it sounds very suspicious, right? But these guys are on the ground promoting all this stuff. So what do you guys think? Tanzania, I know Tanzania, you like them, but
I'm not impressed with their efforts at all.
It is Tanzania. Oh, what, Maria Antoinette, what did you say?
I'm not impressed with their efforts on the continent at all.
Yeah, because of all that controversy. But they do. That's how they package themselves, and they do package themselves in a way of helping women, and all that. They do aggressive campaigns. So that's what I really just wanted to point that out. That just clear out the way that there are people like Citizen Go and Aristotle that they all are pushing agendas from somebody in the end of the day, So that's really what, and I wanted to show also our fertility rates, just to what, to push that point home. There are those, I've been in several arguments that Tanzania is coming back. I've been in several arguments that African fertility rates. No, she's not. What she's coming back. She's a little bit indisposed. But I've been several arguments about African fertility rates, that we should be reducing our fertility rates. We should be, it's not sustainable as Africans and all that. I was actually of that opinion too, until I just checked out. I'm just going to be dropping some statistics until we finish this part of the con. But look at here. So African fertility rates have actually been going low, and this is just, I think we are projected, like Kenya. Kenya right now we are on the cusp of 3 births. I think South Africa has the lowest fertility rate. They've legalized abortion and contraceptives, but we are on the cusp of what is it? Like countries like Kenya, we're in 3. Soon we'll be in, if we are predicted to be in 2 and have an aging population in a while. So what do you think? Do you think that Africans should continue? You know, guys project Africa to be one of the most, the youngest continent right now, but people project Africa to be one of the most populous continent in, like, I don't know, in 30 years we will be like double, maybe 3 billion people. And you know, guys like Tunija, my brother Tunija, he always celebrates these facts. And sometimes I was against it, but now I'm starting to see that when you see people from outside, or people from outside wanting us to reduce our population, sometimes you have to raise his eyebrows like, wait, is there advantage to having a huge population? Because you know, you have countries like India who have even higher population density than Africa, you know. And now you can, and we, yes, you were there in our last talk talking about
Bangladesh. I'm back.
Oh, you're back. And Bangladesh, and you know, these are countries, and you saw BRICS. You know, you saw last week we're talking about BRICS, and we were talking about how India is India is the 3rd largest country in terms of GDP. If you're looking at GDP in per parity, meaning the things that India can buy in India, the economy is the 3rd largest in the world. So this it's become, and their population is in 1 billion or something, more than 1 billion right now, and they have a high population density. So population, in the end of the day, population is influence. You know, even they talk about how they can just raise an army, and you know, you can even see the way they are treated by the West. Like, they are given that respect. I think they in the G20, like Russia wants to put India in another organization. They want to drop South Africa, because in the end of the day, population matters. So do you think that maybe there is like a conspiracy to put African population to not achieve the high population values that we are projected to achieve?
Well, it would definitely be in the interest to have us, underpopulated. Firstly, things are not just always conspiratorial just because they sound sinister. You know, there is things in the world that people get. A conspiracy is just people who got together and planned. The scramble for Africa was a conspiracy, you know, and it was a fact. So just because something is a conspiracy does not negate it. There are many conspiracies in the past that we know of only after they turned out, you know, to be true. But the scramble for Africa was definitely a conspiracy. It took a concerted effort of a group of, you know, men who came together, you know, and said, we're going to go into Africa, into this black land, and divide them and conquer them and take over their parts. And this is how we're going to do it, regardless of what they think about it. None of us was consulted. So is that a conspiracy? Of course. Yeah. It sounds so, you know, improbable, but that is really what happened. So if that could be done in 1885, you think that people have not gotten more sophisticated about, you know, continuing the maintenance of the control of Africa? You know, we are too simplified when we are afraid of, oh, the big C word, like things don't exist. There are conspiracy theories, and there's some really wild ones out there. You shouldn't just believe every crazy thing that, you know, somebody is ranting about. But there are real people whose lot it is in life is to, you know, keep the African down, both the numbers, the psychology, the mentality, the intelligence, all of that is to keep us down in whatever way, whether it's dumbing us down with the media, dumbing us down, you know, in education, making us stupid, making us powerless, all of that. So if that's being done on a wholesale level, and this whole conspiracy, I didn't know about the history of Marie Stopes, but anybody knows about the history of Planned Parenthood and Mary Sanger, I don't know if it's Sanger or Sanger, whatever, but that evil woman, that was her plan. Her plan was not just to, and this win for Roe v. Wade, this was not done for Black people in mind. They weren't sitting there, oh no, let's do something for Black people. If they're going to do something for Black, they're going to do something to us, not for us. So this was not for them. There was even some woman lady who was telling Trump that this was a win for white lives. So for them, the reason why they put it in place is to stop their own declining populations, not to help Black people in whatever way. In fact, it would help them if more Black women rushed to abortion clinics. But for them, it was because their birth rates have been declining all around the world. They're talking about controlling population, but they don't want to control theirs. They talk about, cleaning the earth and recycling, but they're polluting the earth. They talk about, they say one thing and they do completely the opposite thing. So if somebody is coming to tell you, oh, do this, know that they really want you to do the opposite, or they have certain reasons why they want you to do certain things. So yeah, that's my take on that. Oh, and Nadnal, I was actually on a call, so I wasn't watching something. I was actually on a call. That happens live. My internet.
Yeah, I was wondering, the former Tanzanian president, John Magufuli, who had banned the return of pregnant schoolgirls to their educational endeavors, was that, how did that affect people really?
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, I didn't get you. You're saying?
Yeah, I didn't understand either.
John Magufuli, the former Tanzanian president, how did his ban on the return of pregnant teenagers to school affect the girls? Did the society see this as a necessary measure, or what was the feeling on the ground during that period?
Well, I can't say about how the girls felt, but I know that is probably not the right way to go about combating teenage pregnancy, because for me that is punishing the victim more than the people who should be punished, if that is so. Firstly, you're punishing a young girl who's probably made a mistake or was manipulated or duped, or usually, yeah, I can't, but at that young age, we should probably have a little more empathy for the teenage mothers. So I don't think that punishing them is the right way to do it. Also, it also punishes the children, because when the mother does not receive an education, now her her economic standards tend to go down, and that also affects the child. So I don't think that, I think maybe that there should be an alternate program or a way that they can work with the pregnant girls, so they can still finish the education while not interfering with the child's development. So that's how I see it. The intention might have been good, because he was trying to prevent the instances, but I don't think the way he went about it was very very supportive of the ladies. So yeah.
Because this is one of the main reasons for abortion in the first place.
Yeah, actually, you made a very interesting point, and so also, Maria Antoinette, that's a good question. And we're going, in fact, after let's talk about the laws of abortion. Then we're going to actually go there. Actually, I have actually some interesting facts about Tanzania. You guys are going to blow. That's just going to blow your guys' minds up, because including that part of Magufuli's law about teenage pregnancies. So okay, before we go there, the Maputo Protocol it developed before, I think, after Roe versus Wade. This was influenced in it was which country? The Protocol of African Charter on Human and People's Rights and Rights of Women in Africa, commonly known as the Maputo Protocol, was adopted in July 2003, Maputo, Mozambique. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry, I didn't know where Maputo was. Maputo is in Mozambique. For guys who don't know Africa, Maputo is in Mozambique. It's the capital city of Mozambique. After 15 countries ratified it, it went into effect. So in the protocol, I'm just giving the journey and the current laws of abortion in Africa, just so that we can, when we go to now the details and countries and specific, at least we know that this is what the state of abortion in Africa legally. So the state parties shall take up all appropriate measures to protect the reproductive rights of women by authorizing medical abortion in cases of sexual assault, rape. This is actually the East African. This clause is actually also in the East African Sexual and Reproduction Bill, Reproductive Health Bill, where the continued pregnancy endangers the mental and physical health of the mother. So this is, I just wanted to show you this bill. Yeah. So this is actually, now this bill is actually the basis of the East African bill in South Africa, West Africa, no, North Africa, in countries like Morocco. They have, I think, Morocco, Egypt, abortion is illegal. Doesn't matter if you're raped, if your mother is going to die, it doesn't matter. Your abortion is illegal. Basically, they can't perform abortion even if you're going to die. There are countries like that actually in Africa. I think Nigeria is leeway. I think Mozambique. I don't know. I think we'll name them, but yeah, this is just the origin of this came from, it's inspired by Roe versus Wade, because it was also sponsored by the American government. And yeah, let me see something else. The protocol is derived from the Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, this is the largest. Also, yeah, I think I've said everything to do with the laws of the abortion laws in Africa. So yeah, now you can go to that conversation about what is it? What were you guys talking about? Yeah, about Tanzania and let me block this guy.
Teenage pregnancy.
Block. Yeah, so yeah, Tanzania actually has a very interesting. People don't know this, but Tanzania actually has a lot of abortion when it comes to traditional abortion and incomplete abortion, as you talked about, Marie Antoinette. Actually, yeah, this is actually now what I wanted to ask you, Marie Antoinette, because that's what a lot of ladies in Tanzania, that's what's happening. There's a lot of incomplete abortion. In fact, but before we go there, I wanted also to define abortion. Let's just get rid of the definitions. And the first one was incomplete abortion that you put there. But let me see if I can share. Today I have a lot of stuff I just wanted to just share so that people just know. It's like a dictionary, so that guys, when we talk about incomplete abortions, stuff like that, you should know just this is what we're talking about. I think. Sure. So abortion is the termination of. I don't know, man. Do you have the definition, or let me just say this definition?
Yeah, that definition is fine. I have the file that I placed in the chat. That's also another one, but this is fine.
Let me see. Today we came to learn. Today just wanted to learn because.
Yeah, you can scroll to.
People are not aware. People are not, yeah, like, because when I actually began looking at this topic, my stance on abortion has changed like 3 to 4 times. Just like
Right.
I think it's loading.
Right. So in South Africa, it's called termination of pregnancy. Abortion can be either spontaneous or the type we're discussing today. The term abortion just refers to the ending of pregnancy, whether it occurred naturally on its own or there was some type of intervention. So a miscarriage also falls under the term abortion in medicine.
Or miscarriage.
Yeah.
And what about self-induced abortion?
All of it falls under the term abortion.
So what? Okay. So what are the what is Okay, let me try to open the file first. The file is taking time to open. That's why.
Yeah, the bots are back, and Son of Ra says someone bought this bot in the chat.
I had to spend some time blocking a lot of pornography on the
Yeah, they've been going hard at it today. You know, I hope they're using protection. Right. Yeah. Okay. So sorry.
Yeah.
You're saying
I reported them as well, but I don't know what happens after a report is made.
Okay, so
right. If you scroll to page 3, it tells you the gestation period, which is the amount of time that has passed in the pregnancy. Page 3.
Page 3. Oh, page. Oh.
Yeah. You're almost there. Maybe on yours it's saying the actual page 3 on the file is a little lower than that. Yeah. I think it's the page after this. You're almost there. Just scroll right. Page 12 on the file then.
Oh, okay.
So the second half of that page, you see there up to 12 weeks and 6 days is the first trimester. Right. That's just to get us oriented as to a normal pregnancy is between 37 and 40 weeks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the first trimester is the first 12 weeks.
Yeah, first trimester, 12 weeks and up to 6 days.
And that's when the abortion. So what type of?
Right.
So that's where what?
There's no restriction during that time. In South Africa, no reason is required. Just the request is met by the practitioner. After the 12 weeks and 6 days, which is the first trimester, the second trimester begins, and during that time, then the permission becomes more restricted.
Only that's the second trimester.
Yeah.
And a registered and a trained medical practitioner is the only person who can.
Yes.
Wait, before that, it was a midwife can perform an abortion.
At least in South Africa.
A midwife. I mean, okay. and there's something also interesting I'm seeing here. Upon the request from the woman.
Yes, in the first trimester, there's no restriction.
So in the second trimester, a registered trained medical practitioner, the continued pregnancy will pose a risk of injury to the woman's physical or mental health. There is a substantial risk that the fetus will suffer from a physical or mental abnormality. The pregnancy resulted from all these are the conditions.
Yes.
The pregnancy resulted from rape or incest. The continued pregnancy will significantly affect the social and economic interests, circumstances of the woman.
Yes.
So these are the conditions of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So and this is the third. So this is between 13 weeks to 20 weeks. Those are 7 weeks.
13 weeks, 20 weeks and 6 days. That's the second trimester. And
So
after 20 weeks and 6 days, it becomes even more restrictive.
so if there is an endanger, I think after 20 weeks there's a bump, right? When does the bump
Yes.
in your
You
when does it
can
start to show?
really from like the end of the second, the middle of the second. It varies from person to person, but around the second.
So around the second is where there is actually now externally you can see the pregnancy.
Yeah, but
So
not from the beginning of the second, like the middle. But it really varies from person to person. Yeah, it's not
but
as
oh,
one.
okay. From what I'm seeing from the first and the second trimester, the reasons are the same. There's no difference in reasons. It's just that now here, because if you can do it for economic reasons, then basically you can do it for anything.
Yeah.
So from the third one is where they are. I think it's from the third
Yeah.
one is where now you can't do it unless
Mm-hmm.
it's
Yeah, but
yeah.
in within the second trimester is when it starts showing, but not the beginning of the trimester, the middle of the second trimester.
Okay. So should we continue or so are we done? Are we
You guys can continue, but me, I'm like, it's either right or it's wrong, and it doesn't matter what time it's done. Like people say, you can't be half pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. So if you do an abortion, that's, it doesn't matter whether it's the first week or the last one. It's still the same thing to me. So to me, if it's wrong, it's wrong. It doesn't matter passing it between, at this stage it's okay, but at this stage it's not, you know. But that's how I feel. Oh God, these things are back. Yeah, okay. Oh wow, that was quick of you. Was that you, Marie Antoinette?
Yeah, that was me. That was me.
Oh,
But
they're like,
The
here
baby's
and
heartbeat.
how blocked.
You can hear the heartbeat of the fetus between the 10th and 12th week. It varies, but usually by the 10th week, some can be heard. The 10th week.
Well, for me, like the reason I say it doesn't matter is at whichever point it's that potential. It doesn't matter if that potential is still a seed or it's already, starting to germinate. It's still there. So for me, to talk about whether, it's better in the first or the second or whatever, it's just to say, it's worse in degrees. But I think that if we have agreed, which I don't know if we are, that the whole procedure is still simply, evil. Well, I don't know if to say evil, that might, make a few people uncomfortable. Let's just say it's not ideal or wrong or whatever you choose to call it. Then, I think that's what it is. I think if we say that it's something that is not good for the society, it's not something that is good for the individual, it's certainly not good for any of those parties, then obviously there are exceptions, like we said in the case of the extreme cases, rape, incest, all of that definitely. And the problem with that would not be the abortion, but what occurred before that. So the problem with that would be the rape and the incest and so on. So that's a more complicated story. But if it was just, from promiscuity, from mistakes or carelessness, which usually that's what it is, then we should really say whether, to give somebody a chance to undo their mistake or to let them, get away with it, so to speak.
so if I may ask my sister, my internet, what are the methods of safe abortion during these periods of time? Like during the first trimester, what type of abortion happens?
They tend to use, well, in more developed countries, they a vacuum method, which I have never seen because that's not something done in my country. A combination of a prostaglandin to induce contractions of the uterus is also employed. And they can be either pharmacological using the prostaglandins or purely surgical. But I doubt this is practiced very much on the continent. I think what is done more frequently is the home use of the misoprostol and then presenting to the facility for assistance with the evacuation of the products that remain.
So you talk, okay, you're talking about, I wanted to understand, you're talking about, these are pills you've talked about, right? Mary? I don't know if you
Yes.
can, maybe you can put it on the chat, the spelling, so that maybe guys can see how they look like or something like that.
Misoprostol, just a second, I'll write it here, misoprostol. Yeah. Yes, I think someone was asking about the being heard on the 6th week. If you're using a very a sophisticated Doppler machine for the heart rate, you can hear it before 10 weeks. The heart rate someone was asking in the chat.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's hearing it. But when is the heart start? When does the heart start beating?
Around the 6th week. Around the 6th.
Oh, okay.
You may not be able to hear it by the 6th week. It really depends on the level of sophistication of the machinery. It's not fully developed in most fetuses until the 10th week. You see, it's a range of a period. It's not a hard and fast rule for all babies.
Oh, okay. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So the what is common in Africa is the pills. Is that what?
Yes.
And what do the pills do?
It creates contraction of the uterus, and bleeding results. It evacuates the products, but not. It's an incomplete evacuation, really. So the patient bleeds at home, but all the contents of the uterus are not ejected until the patient seeks medical attention.
Ah, okay.
If that material remains, it can be fatal to the mother, because then it becomes septic and the mother dies, which is the most, we have some pornography in the chat again, which is the most common reason that people advocate for having abortions in medical facilities and not these clandestine facilities that become more, well, people seek their services more often when abortion is not legal. So that is the argument presented for having the legal facilities.
So if I was going to ask you, like, how safe are the pills? Do the pills have, like, are they safe, or do they have, or it depends on the dosage, or?
It depends on the dosage. It was originally a pill used for gastric complaints, but it well, in higher doses, it causes this smooth muscle contraction, which is not only found in the gastrointestinal tract, it's found in the uterus as well. And that's why it can cause contraction of that muscle in the uterus.
So okay. So if
it is somewhat painful because it's a strong contraction of the uterus, so the mother is in pain. It's not a pleasant procedure by any means.
so if a woman now, a girl in Africa, she wants to undergo a safe abortion, right? And she just maybe if she's in the first wait if she's in let's just start if she's in the first trimester and she wants to undergo a safe abortion, she goes she will go to the hospital and she'll probably be given the pills that you're talking about, right? That's usually the procedure.
Yes, or they may. The most common procedure I've seen is both intravaginally. Another type, not that same type that they use. There's another type of prostaglandin that they use intravaginally.
And
does the same job.
Intravaginally.
Yeah, so it opens up the cervix.
The procedure is called intravaginal.
Cervical preparation is what it is. If you see page 20, just a second, on the file I gave you, you'll see it if you scroll down to, let's see, page 27. No. It starts from about page 27. Yeah.
27.
Yeah. Go to 26. Yeah, 26, 27. There you see what they do exactly, which I didn't really want to highlight for the program, but
why? Is it
it is a triggering topic for most people, and people would think that we're promoting abortion here, and I don't want anyone.
We're not promoting abortion.
No, but we're already triggering some people in the chat.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes people will always be.
We're not promoting it. In fact, we are making people just be repulsed.
Aware, yeah, like I think ignorance is worse. I think not knowing just is worse. Because now
all that stuff just sounds terrible and horrific to me. It sounds like one of those horror movies with the hostel and torture and stuff. So. Yeah, don't do it, ladies. Don't do it.
It's really horrible because in the clandestine facilities they use the hook of a clothes hanger and use it as a surgical instrument. It's not pleasant.
So okay, let's just go. Don't hold back on the knowledge, Maria Antoinette. The show is long. We're going to talk about all the negative effects and all the positive effects. We want just everybody to have the information they need to have so that they can make informed decisions.
Okay. Well then, yeah, you're on the right page, 26. It starts around there. Right. So really, I wish I had but I don't have a diagram of the womb with the cervix, which is the neck of the womb. That's the opening of the womb.
I can go to a diagram. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, any diagram will do. When you open the cervix of the womb, then the pregnancy is vulnerable at this point. And that is in effect what is the woman is attempting to achieve when she takes these prostaglandin.
Is this a good one?
Yeah, that's fine. So the cervix is just the opening that's the cervix, yeah. Right, so that area is opened and the bleeding results, and that's how the termination of the interruption of the pregnancy begins.
Let me see if I can get a better one. I think I can get, because yeah, I think I can get a better, this one here. So okay, so here is the womb, right? So
yeah, so in a pregnant person, on the that wider area just above the cervix, that's the space that the pregnancy
yeah,
occupies. That space there is where the pregnancy is. It starts in the wall. It's not suspended in space. It's actually
yeah.
on the wall. No, on the wall at the side, on
Oh, it's
either
on the
side,
side.
left or the right, either side, and that's how the pregnancy starts.
My my biology teacher in high school
Yeah,
told me that
it's
it's on
okay.
top. I've always known it was on the top, so it's on the side. Okay.
Yeah, but
So yeah, yeah.
well, I mean, if I open my books from different years, I'm sure I'll see different things. That's the thing with biology. We yeah, as time goes on, you tend to they start making adjustments to the information based on the new discoveries.
So it's on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay. So what happens on the side?
Right. So it starts, cells are multiplying, and becoming, the fetus is becoming more defined, and as the weeks pass, you have more and more features. You only have, what should I say, autonomic nervous function, which is, as the name suggests, the automatic things that take place. The heartbeat, the exchange of fluids between mom and fetus. And it's not till later in the pregnancy that you can have a fetus sensing emotions of the mother, which is the reason for the argument as to when do you consider a fetus an independent life, which is not an argument I would like to have, but that's the reason for the argument, because what scientists have said is that the fetus really cannot survive without the mother before a certain number of weeks. It used to be 20 weeks, but as time passed and science became more advanced, that number became smaller and smaller. So it really depends on the facility that you're in, how sophisticated the machinery is. Like in my country, a fetus wouldn't really live at 20 weeks, but perhaps in Canada, it would survive. He or she
I have a
would.
question.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about the fetus, I know there is a zygote, there is an embryo, and there is a fetus, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
when you talk about the fetus,
Mm-hmm.
what stage of which trimester does the fetus? We had the diagram of the trimesters.
Let me
So
go
what type?
back to just a minute. Zygote, embryo, those are only in the first trimester, the first few weeks. It's like it starts off and keeps dividing and dividing. And then becomes. Let me see my diagram here. I don't. Embryo. All right, just a minute. Yeah. All right, you can use this one here. Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if is that link working? I don't know why I'm not seeing it on my end. Not seeing. All right, here.
It's not working.
It's not working. Oh dear. starts with A.
You know what I just thought, and we can get back to it later. It's just from the comment that Caesar made about that abortion debates are not fueled in America, not fueled by women's choice. Abortion was a way of encouraging Black women to abort their children, and most of the clinics are located in the Black community. This is what I don't understand. The contradiction of the paradox is that on one hand, they do encourage Black women and African women to abort the children. But
I agree.
in America, on the other hand, they do encourage women to have more children because they pay for, child welfare programs where the more children you have, the more welfare you get. So, yeah, I was just wondering about that. So, Caesar, if you have an answer to that, put it in the chat, or maybe later when you come on. So continue. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Tanzan. Right, that's why I was saying at the beginning that those statistics weren't really, what should I say? There is no incentive for people to save the lives of African American babies. That is never the intention. The powerful in the society are actually quite worried by the demographic figures. Yes, that's it. This is a good diagram here. So you see implantation here at the side and the number of weeks. Yeah.
Okay, this is just another link. I don't know if this is accurate for you, or we need.
No, that is accurate. MSD manual is a good app. Yeah.
Okay, so this is okay. Right. I've learned because I didn't know it was implanted in the site. So after implantation on the site, this is now how many weeks?
Just a sec. Ouch.
The bots are back. The bots are back.
That's what I was doing. I'm so worried for our channel. Day 2, day 3. Right, fertilization. So the blastocyst is at the first week, 6 days to 7 days. Then, but it really becomes a fetus by about 4 weeks. All of this is still in the first trimester.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is just 4 weeks.
Yeah. You go from a fertilized egg to then that's with the mother's ovum and the father's sperm, a fertilized egg. Then you have the 2-cell stage, the 4-cell stage, the 6-cell and 16-cell stage, after which it becomes a blastocyst, and then later a fetus. So it's considered a fetus at 4 weeks.
It's considered a fetus in 4 weeks.
Yeah, but there's no way it can survive outside of the mother at that stage. In the first trimester, it can't. Which is why the file that I showed you at the beginning, in which there were no restrictions for the permission to terminate during the first trimester, that's why, because it's not considered an independent entity.
But
so at this stage, what type of abortion happens here?
But before that, is it alive? Is it considered living?
Well,
depends on your perspective.
I mean, it would survive in a test tube. It is alive. It's not. I mean, there's an active process multiplying cells, which is alive.
Okay.
You see? Mm-hmm. Cells are dividing. It's a living entity. It's not. It's deriving nutrients from the lining for a process.
So basically, it's having biological processes happening. So it's
Yeah.
basically if cells are supposed to be alive, then it's alive. If you define
Yes,
life from
it is
cells.
alive. There are cells dividing using nutrients from the lining of the mother's womb.
Okay, so
Can you just
my
put
question.
to rest this nonsense comment from ProBlack? Is cancer alive, Marie Antoinette?
It's alive.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
wrong there. Okay,
I
you win that one.
need to re-emphasize that I am not promoting abortion, because I know this is triggering, and it should be, because you have the powerful in the society looking with disdain at the population figures, and being very worried by the changing demographics of the country. So it gives me no joy to discuss this, really.
I understand, but let's just let's keep the conversation going, moving, so that
No,
we
but
can
I'm
actually.
seeing I'm triggering people in the chat.
Yeah. We will cater to them because the show is long and there are a lot of things we want to cover, including the negatives of abortion. So here we're just talking about, we want to know what we're talking about. In the end of the day, let's just talk. This is what we're talking about. Then now we
Okay.
can discuss its positive and its negative and all the philosophy about it. But let's just know, what are we talking about?
Okay. So during the first trimester, if the mother has, if she goes to a facility, it would be performed with uterine evacuation with vacuum aspiration. So they use a suction instrument, and in combination with the preparation of the cervix using prostaglandins to open up the cervix. They can't do any procedure without first opening up the cervix. So that is where the prostaglandins come in. That's the role of the prostaglandins, to open up the cervix, and then the vacuum instrument is used. Now the prostaglandin that they use is misoprostol. They take at this point in the first trimester, they can simply use it orally if they wish. Some physicians may wish to take one type orally and another type through the vagina if they wish as well.
Okay. Yeah. So when you talk about, I think I have another image here, but I think you can continue, my sister. I think I've understood what you're talking about.
So of course, when you have any any part of the body that is bleeding, and there's always a risk of infection, which is why after they remove the contents, the antibiotics are started immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the risk with these clandestine non-medical facilities, because there's no such preparation or precaution taken to prevent infections. And the risk of infection is extremely high. Yeah. As now the psychological aspect is also of concern. In the USA, the thinking is that women tend to not be affected so much by themselves as by really what the people around them say to them, you know, the religious people with whom they may be in contact. I'm not sure what everyone thinks about this.
You know, yeah, you can. I think when it comes to women, the psychological aspect. Actually, I have some interesting studies here I can show you, but let's allow you to say what you learned. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's personally. I don't think it's just women reacting to society. I think women are reacting to what just happened, the abortion, the incident. I think the incident in itself is what women are reacting to, not the society telling them. Although obviously positive input from society helps, right? Because for the mental health, it will probably positive influence will help. But the reaction, I think, is more of the deed.
Okay. I think I'm having some connection trouble here.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah.
Nathaniel has asked a very interesting question. How bad are the walls of the uterus that is injured or damaged during the procedure? Is it injured or damaged during the procedure?
All right. There is. It depends on how careful the practitioner is. For instance, to clear the products of conception in the womb, one must use a curette to scrape the lining. Now, if there is overzealous curettage, overzealous scraping of this lining, it can render the mother infertile because the lining of the womb is injured permanently and can't sustain another pregnancy. It's a possibility. I've never seen it myself. I have assisted with, as an intern, this procedure. You do have very experienced people on the team to prevent overzealous curettage. But Noel is right. It is a possibility.
Okay. So that is when you're talking about you know what I can just show me I like the is it I think it's
yeah, that's the medical term for it is overzealous curettage, where you use the instruments called the curettage and you scrape.
Is it this one?
Yes, that's it. You scrape too hard or too much. Right.
It can leave you infertile because it will damage this wall. But what about these other walls?
No, you see, the thing is that's the rare case in which the instrument, the curettage, causes injury. I think that is rare. Let me check to see if I can see some statistics here, but I've never seen a single case.
So this procedure is actually relative. You can say that the way they talk about it is relatively safe.
Yes.
Tanzan, what do you think?
I mean, it's much better than going to someone's house and using the hanger, a clothing hanger.
This is what they do with the hanger. They do the same thing, but
yes.
This is the same procedure. Okay.
Yes. Which is, I'm not encouraging abortion, but if one has to choose between this facility and that type of clandestine facility, that is far more likely to leave a woman infertile than this.
Okay. At least, yeah. So, guys, now if you didn't know how people abort, this is how this is. So, this is the common one. This is the common method, the most common.
Yes. In the hospitals in which I was trained, we didn't have the vacuum facility. It was purely by curettage. We didn't have the combination of vacuum suction and curettage. It was just purely curettage.
Okay. Well, now, but the vacuum is now much more safer or something.
They use it in conjunction with the curettage in larger hospitals in more developed countries.
And okay, and how and what is the when is this method not effective? Like, when can you use it and when can you not use it?
I think after after the second trimester, as seen in the table that we looked at the beginning.
Yeah.
In the USA, I'm sure you've probably heard discussion of something called partial birth abortion, because it's so late in the pregnancy that they actually have the induced labor. That procedure I have never seen.
Oh, okay. And is there a time that is too early?
Pardon? Is it?
Is there a time when it's too early to do this?
I would say it's not necessary, really, because during the first trimester, there's no need to you're not really, it's almost the same thing. I mean, you're using the prostaglandins and inducing opening of the cervix and contraction of the smooth muscle, but it's not really called partial birth because it's still considered just a group of cells. You see, it's only called partial birth abortion when it's in the third trimester. That one is really controversial.
No, I'm talking about the curettage.
Oh, the curettage. After the, sorry, just now, 14, is it 14 weeks? I would say by the third trimester, the curettage is really for the lining of the womb. So after, in any case, if you evacuate the fetus itself, you still have to evacuate the lining that was feeding the fetus. That's what the curettage is for, just to remove that lining that gave nutrients to the fetus. So you use the curettage in any procedure, but in the first trimester, the curettage alone will suffice.
Okay, yeah. Okay, there is a. Okay, yeah. You can continue if
yeah.
So,
it's just a matter of scraping that very vascular material off the womb's wall, so that it doesn't remain and get infected. That's the whole goal of the procedure.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So any more information that any guys you have? If you have any question, this is the time. If you didn't know anything about abortion, we have somebody who has a bit of information can tell you.
Yeah.
And Mary, be mindful of our continent where simple procedures end up in disasters. In disasters, our surgeons even forget the tools in the human body and leave them alone. Some sensitive things.
You know what causes that? You know what causes this leaving of? I had a friend who when a doctor has to work all night, you know, all for 24 plus hours straight, that is when I would say even very, very dedicated doctors may, not always, may, you know, and I've seen some cases, remove everything but the gauze that they put to catch the blood. Maybe they may have forgotten to tell the patient, okay, when you're getting up to use the bathroom, let the nurse help you to remove that piece of gauze. You see what I mean? It's not deliberate, or I think in any human being, with the passage of you know, hours past bedtime, somehow they become less efficient.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, anything else you wish to share with us?
But I do take Nat Noel's concern about the procedures, you know, mishaps in procedures. Yeah, but this is still much, much safer than the room of someone's house, you know.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. In fact, there are worse things than that actually happening in the continent
Right,
than
which
just
is what would take place if we don't provide this service, at least in some cases. I don't think it is promoted as a source of birth control, but what I would say that had me very very concerned or alarmed was that some women who I met during my training were not using any type of barrier birth control because their partner didn't like it, and then ended up in this position. You see?
infertility. You know,
Well, but having to have this type of incomplete abortion at home.
So they
And
are using it as a form of birth control.
exactly, they're using it as a form of birth control because their partner doesn't want to use the condom.
Right. So they would rather go through this procedure than just use protection.
Right. Those are the things of my medical training that I never understood, like the psychology of people who end up in this type of, well, tragedy, really. For
okay,
me,
so
it's difficult in my mind to see someone having a relationship with someone who is not concerned enough about their well-being to prevent this. And that's why I tend to not participate in discussions on this matter, because I can't really deal with abortion as a complete subject without addressing how the person reached to this stage in the first place.
Yes,
yeah,
Marian, I'd
we're
say
going to we're going to yeah, we're
you
going
know
to
what,
look at that too.
Pro Black already gave you the go ahead. He said, "No, Marie, you're great. No one is triggered. Keep talking. Your wisdom is amazing." So, yeah, let's hear it.
All right. So it didn't matter which country, whether it was in my country or in the USA. When I was saying I had a friend who this is a highly educated person who I mean, we used to what can I say, research medical topics together, and I just couldn't understand how it is you could have a male partner refusing to use condoms and it is culturally acceptable. I mean, fortunately, she didn't end up in this type of position, but people tolerate this, that you have a partner with whom you're supposedly in love and doesn't agree to using barrier protection. Like the whole concept is that's why I don't feel like an expert on this topic, because there are lots of questions that I have no answers for.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But we will try our best. We will try our best here to answer. So, uh, do you can okay? I wanted us to move on now to traditional methods of abortion, because everybody talks about the modern methods, but did you know that actually Africans have traditional methods of abortion? We
Well,
had our own.
there are certain leaves of plants that could also cause smooth muscle contraction. And I suppose taken in large quantities, it would perform just like the tablet that does the same.
Yeah, actually, there is here's I don't know if you've heard of them, but the midwives of Salem, even slaves and Native American women used to who use a similar herb to abort. I think that it's called which herb is this? I've seen it here. Herbal abortion, pennyroyal. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. The herb is called pennyroyal. There is also maggot. So they are women who actually this is practiced in. This is actually an American woman. There are women in Africa also. They also practice this. They have these herbal abortions. What do you think about it? Women who take herbal teas and to abort.
I've heard. I think it probably does the job in terms of opening up the cervix and allowing the bleeding to start. My concern is what exactly is done during this natural procedure to prevent infection of the contents that remain. That is my concern.
Okay, yeah. So okay, in Tanzania now, because I just wanted just to highlight them also. In Tanzania, there are women who actually do this. Let me see if I can get. Yeah, that I think you called incomplete abortion. Among the women who admitted with incomplete were admitted with incomplete abortion,
Yes.
67% revealed having had an unsafe abortion, and 45% of these women had resorted to unskilled provider, either a traditional provider, which is the medicine man in Africa, to get their unwanted pregnancy terminated. Now, this is Tanzania. By plant species orally and intravaginally had been used to induce the abortion among 22% and 13% respectively. Another 18% of the women stated that abortion had been induced by a cassava stem, which was used mechanically to rupture the membranes. So what happens to this? The membranes of the zygote or something?
Yeah, late in the pregnancy, when you hear people speak about the water breaking, have you heard that before? Like water bag burst, that expression?
Yeah.
When people are for pregnancy that they've been anticipating a wanted pregnancy, they go to the hospital when there's a gush of fluid. That is what the membrane is. So if you're trying to induce a pregnancy that isn't, it's full term, but somehow the labor hasn't started, what they do is rupture the membranes, and that is how the contraction of the smooth muscle starts. That water, people call it the water bag. It's this membrane that they rupture, and that signals to the body that it's time to start the contractions.
So these women, this 8% of the women, I think, who have been admitted in hospitals. These are in Tanzania. They're using a cassava to rupture. That's like when there's a membrane. What trimester is that?
No, that's the third trimester. That's late.
So they are aborting in the third trimester.
Yeah, rupture of membranes is in the third, but in the what you call it, in the hospital, the instrument that would be used for rupture of membranes, not necessarily an abortion, just to start labor, is an amniotomy hook. So the cassava is doing the job of the amniotomy hook. Now the thing is, any vegetation would have fungus on the skin. So it is sort of insanitary to use a cassava in place of an amniotomy hook. You are actually increasing the risk of infection. This plant vegetation by nature has fungus particles on it. Manditesi, I think you may be muted by accident.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, I was saying that they were also drinking a herbal tea called akashagwa that use contraction. So this this is which trimester is this?
No, in any trimester, if you use enough.
Oh, trimester. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. In any trimester, if you use enough tea, you could induce contractions, you know, regardless of the trimester. It's like a pharmacologic effect of the tea on the smooth muscle. So first,
okay.
third, it's just that as the pregnancy progresses, it's more and more difficult. So you would need more and more intervention. Like you might get away with just using the herbal tea in the first trimester, but later on you may have to use the herbal tea plus the cassava to rupture the membranes. You see, it becomes more difficult.
Okay, I've understood what you're saying. So what is the alternative? Because now you see, I just wanted to give you a picture of how bad it is in Africa right now, where people are we girls are just you know, like piercing and with the leaves or plants, or desperately trying to get rid of their babies or their pregnancies. And if you look at a good example, I chose Tanzania. Tanzania is actually the one, when you go and research, Tanzania pops up a lot because of that law that you put up, Magufuli's law, where when a teenage girl is pregnant, and she's told you cannot continue, your education life is over, you know. So you're putting her between a rock and a hard place, because now she has no choice. If she wants to have any sort of good life or any sort of career or any reasonable anything, you know, she's forced to, you know, abort, right? She's forced to go look for a means to get rid of the baby. Otherwise, you know, she stops going to school. Basically, that was the point. So I just wanted to highlight that, because in Africa right now, you know, sometimes, let me just show you the statistics of Africa right now. We always act like we are family oriented in Africa, but we have, I think Samira put it there, we have one of the highest teenage pregnancy rates in the world. Like, a lot of teenagers in Africa are getting pregnant with outside marriage, unintended pregnancies. That this is just one of the highest in the world. And I just wanted to highlight, because we find ourselves in a situation where millions of girls are just motivated to have an abortion, and already millions have already had. You know, sometimes we talk about it. I know we can look at the perspective that, oh, abortion is bad, abortion is murder, and which is your valid point. But what about the girls who are actually undergoing it, and the girls who have undergone it? You know, because it's happening right now. Like I said, millions of girls are having pregnancies. Even in Kenya, we have, like in Tanzania. Let me just pull up the facts, because Where is it? Let me see if I can pull up the facts here. I think I have it already. Yeah, teenage pregnancy statistics. Like millions of girls in Africa are having an abortion. So, like, what? How do we? The question is, how do we help them? What is the solution at the moment? Yeah, I think let me share the statistics because yeah, millions of girls having. So this is Nigeria. Look, Nigeria. This is Nigeria in 2018. Wait. The prevalence rate, and this is Nigeria 2018. I think this is in the thousand. Let me see if I can interpret. Okay, the graph is wrong, but basically, if you look at this, the file is corrupted or something. But basically, we have a quarter. These are percentages here. These are percentages. This part here, these are percentages of the. So you have 19% of Nigerian teenage girls are pregnant. This is here is are pregnant. 19%. 7.2% of the Rwandan teenagers. When I say, okay, not Rwanda, are pregnant. 22.3% of Senegalese teenage girls are pregnant. 28% of Sierra Leone teenage girls. So look, these are huge numbers. You know, even South Africa has 16.9. Tanzania is leading with leading is Zambia, but Zambia, Uganda 26, 25. Tanzania a whole quarter of teenage girls in Tanzania have pregnancies, 25%. And now, if you're in Tanzania, that's 25% of your teenage population has pregnancies, and now you are and the president or the government says, hey, if you're pregnant, you're not going to school. So look, I just wanted people to see the type of situation these girls find themselves into, and just give you a bit of a bit of the mental strain, a bit of the mental, because that's where you're going to right now. This is where I've been wanting us to go anyway. The mental strain that goes into abortion right now. Does abortion take a toll on mental health of women? That's the question.
Yes, well, I think what really takes a toll, what exactly is happening to girls in the society that they can't tell these guys no? Like, I think these girls have to be more assertive, more self-assured. We live in a society that insults women for not being married, and my insults are worse than any insult that I could receive. Why do they feel the need to give in to pressure to engage in sexual activity? That is what we have to help with, and our society shouldn't be normalizing boys manipulating girls into sexual activity. That is the main cause for abortion in the first place.
So Tanzan, you've been silent. I hope you've been. Tanzan, are you around?
I'm here.
What do you think about the statistics? I know Tanzania has been actually just recently you were in rural Kenya, right? You were in rural Africa. Did you see pregnant girls, teenagers?
Well, they weren't, parading around, but I have had. The issue I had was that there is two categories. There's just boys and girls messing around and all that, but in most high schools, secondary high schools, in Kenya, they're usually segregated. So it's girls only, boys only, so on. So it's usually not, it happens, but it's usually a very rare occurrence, maybe during the holidays, for girls to get pregnant in high school. What a lot of the cases usually happen is usually older men, that they may be in contact with, whether they're teachers or, some people at home and so on. So a lot of these young girls do get taken advantage of, and they end up, and so they get placed in a very difficult situation where they cannot even call the man into accountability. So that's the tragedy right there. And so, like Marie said, that we should look at the causes. And while I'm against it on principle, I do also understand the need for it. Like, I would rather somebody, if the people, women have to do it, and if somebody has to resort to coat hangers and this very barbaric means, then it means that they are determined to do it one way or another. They will seek whatever method they need to do it. And so I don't want to place the life of both, either the child's life is already at risk, but the mother as well, at least let's save one. So I would say that there should be safe places where women can receive them. It shouldn't be promoted. It should always be a last resort. And in very extreme cases, it shouldn't just be easy and open and so on. Also, I think for me, it's always important to prevent rather than to get. To me, abortion is a last resort of either they're promiscuous, they're careless, they're timid, whatever it is. It's, unless, like we said, unless it's non-consensual, which is the R word, that's the only, time when a woman can say, well, it's my body and I do not want somebody to force me to become a mother. Well, anyway, but in the case where the act was consensual, then it becomes a little bit more complicated, because whether she was manipulated into it or not, she did make a decision, even if it's a foolish and naive one, to do that. So to me, it seems that it's a failing of society when young girls have to resort to that. But I would rather do them in a safe manner rather than risk their own lives. And with the denial of the education, I think that's very unfair for the women and the children, like I said, because even if they made a mistake, they should not be punished to such a harsh extent where they are seeking these very desperate means that, do also put their lives at risk. And so so the problem is the before, and I think for me the after. So before is, how do we prevent these teenage pregnancies, especially the predation by older men who take advantage of their position, and also what do we do once the children are here? It's not their fault. They're here, whether by accident or by, I guess, by son of Ra, by lust, or whatever it is. They're here. That is something that we cannot ignore, and we cannot punish the children for. So, maybe that's when society needs to say, well, what are we going to do about this? They say unwanted pregnancies, but, so the children are unwanted children, So, yeah, that's my take on it.
So, what do you think about the Tanzan? Just on you again, because you've been silent. By the what do you think about what do you think about the mental toll? Does abortion have a mental toll on a mother's mental health? Does it take a mental toll?
Well, the first thing that she said with the scholars in Tanzania, the first toll would be if that making a decision between your future and your child, saying, well, I do want to have a future, but I do not think that that I have to give up the child. So that first torture is also the first trauma, whether you go through it or not. Even if you do have the child, that's very traumatic. So I think that the best way to alleviate that is not to promote it, but also not to completely shun it either, especially if it's a reality in our society. We can't look away and say this thing does not exist, and we have to admit it's there and say, okay, well, this happens and so on, but what's the best thing for both the mother and the child? So in that case, I would say that they should be given a chance. They should be given a chance to finish their education, even if it's an alternative program or an accelerated program, however it is, they should still be given a chance to be a part of society, because you can't throw away somebody's life at a young age because of something that she did or what was done to her. So I think that we shouldn't be so harsh on especially the teenage girls who do get pregnant, because I'm sure they too know at their heart that it's not supposed to be that way. And so so I don't think that we give people the options for it, the safest options, but don't promote it as a viable means. Yeah.
Yeah, guys are actually agreeing. I think also, let me give you, what do you think? I think Montenegro already talked about it, but 30%. Okay, I'm talking about now. Yeah, there is that there is actually prior mental health issues, like women who before what the events that led to the abortion, right? Before the abortion, there are stressful events that led to the abortion, and then there is also the fact that the abortion in its own is also, is it mentally draining? Like, I think it does, because personally I feel like having women are suffering from I think, I don't know if you've heard of this, but post abortive syndrome. It's like it's PTSD, because abortion is really a I feel like abortion is a traumatizing event. In fact, I have some statistics. 30% of women in there's a study here, I think I'll post it here, but 30% of women in that study suffered from PTSD. And then majority of women, this is just a known fact, majority of women who have had abortion, majority are like, I think over 50% or more than 70%, I think 50 to 70, high, usually they do not want to talk about it. So yeah, this is just one of the things I wanted to talk about. So is there like, so when assuming that like, okay, I wanted you guys to just let me know, to just give, like, my internet, what do you think? Do you think that before, just assuming that now, let's talk about the event, that abortion event, without the prior stress that actually led to it, but does the event also in itself, is it a traumatizing event?
For some people, there's a sense of remorse, perhaps when they see others with a live baby enjoying a pleasant moment, playing with an infant, and they remember, well, they deprived themselves of that opportunity. Timing is everything, and having a child later in life with the emotional maturity that is necessary is very different from having a child in high school. It isn't the same for everyone. I think it is more of a phenomenon in the USA than it is in Europe, for example. It's something that is culturally determined to some extent. So
Okay.
the experience varies from person to person.
Okay, so let me see if I can. The experience varies from visitors, from different people. Obviously, there are people who might cope with the depression, but there are people who might not will compartmentalize the fact that they have undergone an abortion. But I'm just giving you like the statistics. The statistics are not even that good, because most women don't like talking about abortion, which is in itself a sign of PTSD. Like, it's usually, it's like, if you don't want to talk about that event in itself, people, that means that they usually say that you are high risk of PTSD. So another one is that, I'm just giving, it is actually been determined that there are no mental health. Okay, I think this is just obvious, but I just have to say it anyway. there are no mental health benefits to abortion. Is that true? Do you believe that abortion has mental health benefits? First of all, like, can there be? Is there a situation where abortion is good for your mental health?
I think they mean in the case of a traumatic conception, as in abortion is pregnancy resulting from incest or resulting from other types of rape, forcible conception. I think that's what that is referring to. So they see carrying that child as compounding the trauma.
Actually, now, here's, I don't know. I'll say I don't have a link. I have a PDF, but there's a PDF that says that's not true. Actually, it says, let me read it here. It says that a woman who has that type of trauma and gives birth, and a woman who undergoes abortion, they are of the same. There is no real change in mental health of the woman who carried the baby to term and the woman who just took an abortion. In fact, the woman with the abortion actually is in a high risk of depression than the woman who actually kept the baby, even if it's a rape. Like, yeah, these are just interesting facts I found, that abortion in itself, because the process of abortion, it depends on also your religious beliefs, but they are saying that abortion in itself adds to trauma. It doesn't take away the trauma, it actually adds to the trauma. That now, yes, you are raped, then then the event of abortion also, that you had to take off a life, and it depends also your beliefs, but that already increases the level of trauma you already had, than as compared to the woman who went through with it and had it. And when they look at the mental health of that woman, it drastically changes. So yeah, obviously there are other issues that come with it, but this is just like but also these studies are not comprehensive, because there are not many studies that have been done. There are very few studies actually are done when it comes to mental health and abortion.
Yeah,
but the few that have been done, usually these are the conclusions that they came to.
I have a feeling they did a simple. They may have done simply a survey, and because it is quite difficult to measure very complicated factors, the amount of family support and psychological support each person has certainly is a determining factor on whether they can manage mentally or not.
Yeah, you made a great point. And Tanzania, what do you think?
About?
Yeah, I'm talking about the studies that talk about that abortion has been, and this is agreed by this is like a general consensus, that abortion does not have a positive effect on the mental health of a woman, despite the reasons to abort.
Yeah, I don't think there can be anything good. Like I said, that is the last resort of a desperate woman, so of course it's not going to have, not just from the procedure itself, but from what led to it. And I think what led to it might be, of as much concern as the end of it. So yeah, it's not ideal. It's not something, the reason why women don't talk about it is that it's not something that anybody, any woman, it's like, no man wants to say, well, when I grow up, anyway. Yeah, it's not something that anybody chooses or wants to be in. It's a hard choice for any woman. So yeah, women don't always want to talk about those difficult choices, but I know the effects may be different for all. Some women do get affected a lot. I was reading about the story of what's her name, I think Rebecca Walker, the daughter of Alice Walker. and she talked about how she was devastated by it, how it took a great toll on her, and so on. So there are women who do get affected by it, not just physically, but also mentally. So these are some of the things that women also need to consider before they get into it. You have to weigh all your options between that immediate pleasure or that long term, whether it's the raising of a child alone, or having the dealing with that procedure. So either way, I don't think that it should be easy to get, but it should be safe once you do. So, and it should be as much prevented as we can. And with the young people, I wasn't saying that women are not responsible and so on. When I was talking about that manipulation, it's especially prevalent in the teenagers who are. There's a great amount right now of older men, talking, being with young girls, and in whatever dynamic, if the age mates, like I said, that happens, and that's just adolescent carelessness. But when an older man, a teacher, a respected person in the community, and so on, takes advantage of a young girl, that's it may be considered consensual, but it's still manipulative. So there are, it's that aspect of it, not that all, yeah. But that's it for me right now.
Yeah, as you can see here, this is the graph I'm talking about. You see, this black line here, this dark line, this is women who have aborted. Now this is a suicide line. This is a down here in the, is it x-axis? This is time. This is before and after. Then this what abortion, not suicide rates, and women who have aborted. This is now the line of women who have aborted. As you can see, suicide rates in women who have miscarried and women who have had safe delivery, their suicide rates have been going down. But women who have aborted, their suicide rates have been going are on the rise. So this is what I was saying, that does abortion have an impact on your mental health? Like this is so. That was actually the point I was trying to make. And also, how does abortion affect you guys? Do you think when you now, let's go to the spiritual aspect of abortion? How does abortion have impact on your spirituality? Does it affect your spirituality? Does it inhibit your spirituality? If you're trying to be spiritual, does abortion inhibit it? Maria Antoinette.
There is a what you call it? I'm not sure if one would consider it metaphysical, but to some extent, the person is never the same after pregnancy. So that some aspect of the fetus remains with the mother for life. And I could see trauma arising from the experience of terminating a pregnancy. No, I wouldn't doubt that it takes place.
Tanzan.
Me, I can't. Sorry?
What are the factors?
Oh, my internet, you're breaking. You're breaking. I'm not hearing you. I think my internet, you're breaking. I don't know if Tanzan, you can hear my internet.
No, it sounds like she's going in and out a bit.
Oh, okay.
My internet, if you can hear us, you're breaking off a bit.
Yeah, is it any better now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah, it's better now.
Yes.
Yeah, my internet connection is not so good today. Yes, I was saying there certainly is some trauma that takes place. I would have to speak to, experts on metaphysics, because I really am not familiar with this field of study. but they would be able to better explain that with each pregnancy there is an aspect of the fetus that remains with the mother for life. And I think it's out of this that the trauma arises.
Yeah. Not now. The abortion, the suicide statistics were taken from Denmark. They weren't done in Africa. Those were that was taken from Denmark. They were observing those. So yeah, it was a liberal state where abortion is legal and everything. So they're looking at how does it affect the mental health of women, because it's about to be, because there are people pushing for abortion in Africa to be legalized, and or proponents of abortion people, they don't like to talk about the mental health aspect of abortion. And today, I just like, what, let's go even to the spiritual aspect, because I feel like with there is an intertwining between mental health and spirituality. Like sometimes those things are intertwined. Sometimes when you have bad mental health, it's because of bad spiritual. You know, I don't know. You don't know if there's something called spiritual health, but I think there is a when I think there is a trauma when it comes to abortion, because I feel like women, as a whole, women, there is that maternal instinct, that instinct to protect your baby, right? And when
Yes.
you go against, there's no way when you go against that instinct, there has to be a price to pay, right? There has to be a psychological toll taken when you go against your basic core instinct to protect children, especially your children, right? Or what do you think?
You know what I'm still looking at right now in Florida? Apparently, there is I don't know how to explain it, but people are seeking abortion services more now, and I have to wait for the data to be actually collected to understand why this is, because that seems to be going against the instinct which we all agree exists. I think it has a lot to do with, again, not feeling supported enough to confidently take care of a child. That suggests a certain amount of trauma even before the pregnancy, I would say.
Yeah. I think, okay. But do you feel, okay, Tanzan, first of all, you haven't answered. Tanzan, do you feel like when a woman goes against the instinct of protecting your child, that is there a psychological or spiritual toll taken on you? Like, is there any toll? Like, Nikias, Tanzan,
Well,
Nikias has
very,
dropped.
yeah, Mikians, we're welcome to come back in, and anybody else. Where various viewpoints are very welcome. Um, for me, I can speak from a spiritual perspective. I'm not a very spiritual person. I am very spiritually ignorant, so I can't speak on that. All I can say is that, and even when I pray to those who knew God, not because I know God, but I know that some people knew them, and those were our ancestors. So whichever gods they pray to, those are the ones that I beseech for them to pray to me too. So when it comes to our ancestors, when it comes to the whole idea of life and death, we were a very life respecting people. We celebrated life at all its stages from the beginning to the end. We celebrated the phases of life, of growing up, initiation, marriage, old age, all that. So we were a very life giving people. But at the same time, we were also realistic about death. When death happened, we accepted it, we celebrated it, we had long festivals about it, and we had a long period of mourning. Now, when it comes to this whole abortion thing, I don't know what our views on it were. I know that in some tribes, the women had the right to in some instances, for whatever reason, sometimes they believe that a child was cast, sometimes they believe in some women, I don't know all the reasons, but I know that in some tribes, the women would once in a while, commit infanticide. So also one of those practices that is still, we shouldn't obviously take up, but there were reasons for it, same with the FGM and so on and so forth. For me, it's almost like in order to to know life, you also have to know death. Or in order to have power in life, you also have to have power over death. So it's not to say that there are reasons why people might do it, but I think our reasons for it may have been different from the reasons why people do it now. And right now, when people do it, to me, it seems just a convenience. It seems like a re-wiping of the slate and so on. So yeah, I'll let someone else have a word.
I think it causes the procedure itself causes trauma, but again, what led the woman to make that decision in the first place is a certain level of trauma before the abortion. A woman who feels supported would make different decisions from a woman who feels alone and unsupported. You see, there are lots of factors that influence one's decision making. So we aren't denying that there's trauma arising from abortion. What we are saying is that there's a certain level of trauma that leads a woman to make that decision in the first place.
Yeah, okay. You've made a very interesting point, Madam Antoinette. There are different types of women. Different types of women have different reasons for aborting, right? There are different types of mental states of a woman, obviously, and when they go to an abortion, obviously there is. But my point is, and I'm just saying, and the question that was the question is, all of them, all of them. It doesn't matter their background. It doesn't matter the decisions that led to whatever they did. It doesn't matter the diversity of the reasons they have for an abortion. That just going through that procedure, even if there was no mental, it was just because you believe in, because there are women who have abortions because they believe in pro-choice. Simple. Like, no, 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 no. It's going to affect my career and I need to. I don't. Or I don't want a child. I simply don't want a child. You know. But I think all of those women, there is a mental toll that they take. That was the question. Do you think this is true?
I think it's true, but in during my training, there were women who did this multiple times, and I'm wondering, um, well, how does one explain this? These multiple abortions that a number of women have been having.
Okay, okay. Let me give the mic to my brother Mickey. Yes, or Mickey.
How are you doing,
What
guys? Everybody.
you're doing
Hello.
okay? You're low. Your volume is low.
Welcome.
Oh, can you hear me now? Is it good?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Is it good now?
It is great now.
I think it's
Yeah,
breaking up.
yeah, Mickey. Yes.
Okay. So like, you've picked up like all the points, I believe. Like, it's a personal choice, and it could happen through different decisions, but like, it all comes down to the personal values, I believe, and those come from beliefs and through spiritual, like metaphysical, all of on abortion. So in our teaching, it's considered as sin because uh, in the Bible it also says, uh, breed, give birth, and fill the world with people. It says that. So technically, God orders for people to give birth to children and to fill up the world with kids, because we were made in the image of God, so He wants more of us to breed. So, but doing the reverse and not giving birth and killing while the child is in the womb before making his full growth, that's considered as a sin. And that, and the personal perspective of the parents, they have the responsibility too, because they play a part in bringing that God created child to the world. So they both take responsibilities in this, and that can give them, as a believers, a traumatizing situation, because, as we said, some might give abortion because of financial factors or personal factors. But uh, as a believer, I know people personally that went over those situations, because I know one person near us, she got pregnant, and her they didn't have that financial stability to raise that baby, but they still gave birth because their belief system wouldn't allow them to get abortion. So that's my knowings. I believe, and Islam is the same too, because I know other people and Muslims that do the same thing. That's my perspective.
Yeah, Mickey. Yeah, Mickey. You've given us a very interesting perspective. Let me give space to my brother Nat Nile. I know you have a lot to say.
Good evening, guys. It's nice to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear you.
I can hear you.
Good. Now I have a lot of things going on in my head, and I don't know where to start. But in bits and pieces, I will try to bring it out. The first is just my personal observation on how this dialogue is treated. I think, guys, given what has brought us together, Swahili Nation, and to push the African cause and people of African descent and of goodwill for Africa, we need to bring out really the African perspective of this issue. Why am I saying this? Because we are not doing justice to the topic. Especially, for example, the last question: is there a metaphysical toll on abortion? First, we need to discuss, when we talk about metaphysical morality, is one of it. What is good and what is bad, and for the most part, the nature of some things that are introduced to us in the name of choice, personal rights, what implications do they have on us? First and foremost, we are in a world where sex is commercialized. We can see it even in our chat room, how they are trying to disturb us with all this bombardment of announcements. Sex is a lucrative business. So anything that would push or that would curve this business is not welcome. So anything that would allow laxity when it comes to sexuality is granted in a form of rights. We need to understand this. Why am I saying this? Giving a teenager a choice to abort would automatically say that, well, you are free to do whatever you want, in as long as you can deal with the consequences this way. So here it is, one of the many options. So let's not be cheated. Let's see it from an African perspective. For example, in African traditional way of looking at it, a child is a gift. Where I have come from, in my mother tongue, we say "Lichsutotano." A child is a gift from God. In the Swahili one, the famous one, at least they said, Mungu akileta mtoto analeta what? Sahani yake, au sio? Am I right?
Yeah.
So
But
the African perspective is that when even a child comes to this world, he comes with his own plate. And I don't think a population or overpopulation is a case as to why we are discussing abortion. Not at all, because even the AU, I will give you a document, some 8-9 years ago in 2013-14, the AU actually adopted an agenda called 2063. I think it's 2063. That actually said that, yes, we are highly populated, but it is not negative. It is a human capital. And they said that we need to work with this. It's a capital, human capital, and being 60% and above a youth and underage, it is a capital, and it is accepted as a human capital. It was not discussed as a negative. What was discussed was that how do we curve the socio-economic platforms for people to be empowered and take Africa to the next level. But now, be careful when we are talking about abortion being a choice. It's running away from responsibility, one. Two, it is introducing laxity. Sexual morality is compromised highly. The sacredness of sexuality is compromised. Why am I saying this? Another example I want to give. In the US and Canada, I've watched some documents, and I've pushed these documents on this platform to people who are interested, that many African Americans and of other descents, Spanish and all that, were against their will. How do you call it?
Sterilized.
Yes, exactly. That's the right word. Sterilized. And they later found out that it was against them, and they were not rendered the right explanation as to why the hospital took the liberty to do that. So when we talk about the US is encouraging people to populate, it is not right. It's actually a white privilege. They are pushing for the rich, the high class to multiply, not the African Americans or people of a different ethnicity or nationality, because they felt threatened that they are swarmed with people from other African countries, Mexico, and the rest of the world. So they are pushing for their own cause. It's not aimed at African Americans to multiply and they get all the supports they need. No. It's the same in Canada, the same with the Native Americans that are targeted. So let's not praise it without looking at the backstory. So abortion somehow is pushed as a human right and a pro-choice, and they know how to quote these words nicely, but they are introducing laxity. Who commits abortion if they are economically empowered, they have all the means to raise that child? No one. Even in the case of rape and other things, as Africans, we need to work on policies that would protect child protection and the vulnerable instead of just introducing and adopting abortion. The third point that was discussed was schools not accepting in Tanzania that pregnant children are not accepted in schools. And Mary Antoinette picked that and the experience of Tanzania. I am in Uganda, and the Uganda adopted student mothers to get back to school simply because they were backed by UNICEF and the United Nations. They were released, they were given some funds to do that, and they adopted it, but they didn't do it out of the goodwill. But the dilemma of not accepting children, pregnant students in the school is this, the dilemma. I'm not deciding on one side. How many of our schools, Mwendatezi, Tanzan, we are all here Africans in our own context, how many of our schools can provide a diet for pregnant students? How many of our schools are friendly to pregnant students? They eat beans and portion. They don't have proper diet that pregnant teen mothers need. How friendly are the school setups? Some of them are climbing stairs. Some of them, even the dormitories that they are sleeping don't have windows. And they are highly vulnerable to have a teen pregnant child in a school. How many of our schools have infirmary where they can get first aid, where they can check their blood pressure and some of the vitals that they need as pregnant mothers? So our situation is what is forcing the government to make this bold, yes, wrong step, because we don't have the means. So abortion is somehow given as a pro-choice and a freedom to the poor, so that giving them the right, they will make themselves extinct. That's where it is going. We are just given the freedom to destroy our own future. So I think the energy should be really channeled into how to protect students. How do we protect the vulnerable? How are our policies? For example, some people rape a child of 8, 10 years old, and they go for 6 months, 1 year, and they are out. Predators. How is the law dealing with them? That's when we need to work. And we need to really safeguard our moral outlook towards sexuality and the consequences such as abortion, rape, and all that come with it as Africans. Let's not just call it a pro-choice, human right, and all that. We need to sift information as Africans. Otherwise, we are being given a knife to open our own veins. But the other part is, as a man, I cannot understand what a woman is going through. The women, they can tell us much more. But the woman can never be the same after this experience, because a human person is a body, mind, and spirit. Don't expect them to be the same. If men are not responsible to do the least, the 1% protection, most of the procedure is done on women. What does it say about us? How many men are going to have their tubes blocked or whatever? I am not a medical person. If I don't articulate it, I'm sorry. It is the women. So we need to be cautious. Let me stop here, and I will come in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've spoken some strong stuff actually. Let me before we are allowed my brother Carrasco to say. I think also my brother Nathaniel, I think there is a toll, and I think I don't know. I'd like to know this. The spiritual. I'm just listing some here, and I wonder if these are actually spiritual consequences or psychological consequences. But guilt, shame, and anxiety. That okay, these are things that these are feelings or emotions that have been experienced by women after an abortion. Majority of women actually. I think I think none of more than 50%. All of these statistics say more than 50% of the women interviewed experienced guilt, shame, and anxiety at some point. So I was wondering, are these the consequences of abortion? Are these the spiritual consequences that are just manifesting themselves in terms of emotions, or are they just psychological consequences that they have just like let me. But before I continue, let me allow my brother Carrasco to continue to give his point.
Habari ya everybody.
Mzuri sana.
And yeah, hearing you guys, speak Swahili and then type Swahili in the chat box. I think I've relapsed on my Swahili learning. I'm going to kind of this year ramp it up or so that I get better. So maybe one day I can come and just speak it without no English. Uh, I I I really appreciate what you guys are doing, and I'm kind of bipolar. In the chat, I'm a little bit, I'm like 5% troll, but here, in the presence of when that Daisy the Great, Maria Antoinette, and our sister Tanzan, I have to be humble. Okay, let me quickly start from what I feel metaphysically about this whole thing, and uh you can take it with a pinch of salt because the metaphysics is not something that we can measure yet. So, but just take a look at it as somebody's opinion, somebody telling you a story. Okay, so what happens when there's a when a seed meets an egg, right? There's a spark. There's a spark of life. Now, from what I understand, is that life? Is it complete at that point? No, it develops. It develops physically, and also um, spiritually. There's the soul already, but the soul is not connected. It's not incorporated with that life yet. Until I think the end, we can't put it at the end of the first trimester, then the soul starts to incorporate with the body, and even after birth, there's something called the hovering. The hovering, that the soul of the child is hovering over the physical body, and even after birth, sometimes the soul of some children leave the body and hover a lot. Just hover about because they are not fully incorporated with the body. So for me personally, I believe there is a space where there is no individualization. Now that blastocyst hasn't become a an entity yet. It's just a bunch of energy spiritually and a bunch of cells physically. Now, what happens is if you if you now have an abortion, by the time the soul is incorporated, the soul might be hovering over the mother. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So the soul will be hovering over the mother, and then the mother might start having dreams, visions of a child around her. And I've heard many women say this, that they are seeing a baby and this and that. And that is the reason, and that might lead to some depression because they start feeling like, oh, I didn't know there was a soul involved in this, and now I see a soul following me. I'm dreaming about it. I must have killed a child. But I also feel that some of the stressors comes from culture. You know, an American in an American Western culture where it's okay, illegal to get an abortion. This culture, societal pressure is not on that lady, and so if she does it, it's done and over with. But if you come from an African society where you should preserve, the ideal is to preserve the child. The ideal is to preserve the child all over, but in Africa, we have a whole lot of things attached to it. And so some of that shame you start to feel is because you feel you have gone off the standards of your community. And so on the metaphysical level, even I feel that there is a time when it's not acceptable to take a soul, because what are we here to? We're here to evolve, and then we do not want to create what is called karma, unnecessary karma. So if you start taking a soul every now and then, out of you have a pregnancy, you cut off the life, you extinguish the life, you create karma for yourself. Some kind of, something you must pay back, so you want to do less and less of that. So therefore it's not advisable to have a an an abortion and take a soul out of its body, because really it's not yours. You are just helping it create that body so that it can further its life. And let me just drop it here for now and let somebody else go.
Yeah, you've spoken some truth. Actually, you've even gone there when you talked about mothers dreaming of what their babies could be. This actually happens in. It actually happens a lot. It's not. It's not a small fee. It's not just a minority. The majority of mothers who have undergone abortion at any stage, they do start thinking about their babies. They start remembering anniversaries or potential birthday parties. This is something that happens. That is quite common, but it's not really. That's why I said that because of the political nature of maybe abortion, they don't want to do. A lot of studies are not done, or a lot of they are largely ignored. And in fact, the aspect of anxiety also in the I'm not also I'm not proficient in metaphysical. I don't know. I'm also like Tanzan. We are. I'm not, but I am still learning. But I don't know much about metaphysical. But I do know that when you have anxiety, which is a common feature amongst women who abort, when you have anxiety, there is this is just the baby. Okay, this is what I've read, but I also think maybe it's true that that is just you are refusing to acknowledge that you have aborted a baby, you know. And so you have anxiety, and it will still haunt you in your heart until you accept and that, yeah, that this is who somebody you loved, or you could have potentially loved. You had to, cut off that life force or something like that. But that is just another thing. Although now, because my brother Nathaniel talked about actually something about influences, about Western influences and Western society. But that's actually a good segue to what I wanted us to talk about, and that is the social media effect. Yeah.
Mwenda Tezi, can I say something if you don't mind?
Yeah.
And actually, but I get very interesting observation just before we take it even further. We're talking about the metaphysical toll. And look, I just want to, Caesar here, for example, with all due respect, commented here, overpopulation is not real. Keep preaching. Preach, brother. This is what happens. Basically, when you uphold a moral stand nowadays, or when you go back to your roots and try to dig out what upholds us as an African or a moral stand, it becomes a preaching, or it is taken as a sermon, and this is where the world is going. I mean, I can talk about natural selection of Darwinian theory, where survival of the fittest is more appealing and it's more scientific and fancy and factual or something like that. We're not denying that. But metaphysical conversation is going beyond the physical world. What upholds a human person morally? What is really good? What is really bad? Are we really physical? Survival of the fittest is, for example, if I break down Darwinian theory, a dog gives birth to 5 puppies, and not all puppies are strong enough. The strong ones will fight for and suckle and live stronger, and they are always the weak ones. If they don't suckle well and all that, die out. But we're talking about a human person. We're one step ahead from an instinctual survivor like other animals. We uphold a moral stand that will push for a human person as a person. That's why I usually say, let's go back. Umuntu, the Umuntu philosophy, a human person at the center of the universe. So overpopulation is a case, yes, but who gave the right to extinct the poor and the disadvantaged and dictate more rights for those who are rich and thriving? That's where my question is. So it will come out as a preaching, and this is what is being worked on us. When we uphold the moral stand, it becomes a preaching. And this is where the new world order is going, that we cannot uphold a moral stand and discuss and hold our values. It will simply be backward, preaching, and the spiritual aspect is dying. The churches are dying simply because they are upholding something metaphysical. Even the idea of God is metaphysical. That's theology. So we need to be really very careful as Africans. It is your choice to uphold scientific facts and think of a Big Bang theory, but remember, you have not given life to yourself, or no one else still have made a finding that we are going to start producing men in the lab. The human value is degrading in the name of freedom and human rights. But what about the soul of the child? Is that baby consulted to come to this world and we just decide to take his life? The woman that goes through that trauma of losing a baby, and every time she sees a mother breastfeeding a child, how is she feeling? Leave alone that people who lose children go through a lot of traumas as a couple, leave alone as a mother alone. So I am suggesting let's watch this documentary called The Silent Scream. I watched it years back, and it will show you how these procedures are done, and you decide for yourself. It's called The Silent Scream.
I think that reproductive health is important for women. That should be an option. That's fine. What I don't like is the West promoting abortion and too much like contraceptive. Like it doesn't come from a meaning of well-being for the population or women. It's just being pushed on Africa because they fear African population, Africans taking over the world. That's the only reason why they are pushing it heavily on these countries. And I've seen it happen in Ethiopia, where they would push like birth control heavily, and that's not right. It's too much. You can tell that they're being given money to slow the population of Africa, and I think that's wrong. It's racist, actually. I think it's racist, and I say that as a woman. You can tell that the agenda of this so-called family planning or Planned Parenthood, I don't like it one bit. I think they have no business on African women's wombs, and they should just mind their business.
This is an agenda, like as Mondatesi said, when we look at it from a metaphysical perspective, even it has its own details to it. Like that, as we said, it's an abortion, right? It's a soul part. So as we see that soul, there's two sides of it. The soul is going to be taken by the good or the bad. And if we say that it's on the choices of the political basis or this and that, we're going to make our own decisions. But on the metaphysical state, if that abortion happens, that soul is going to be taken by the dark side. We have proofs here written, and because of there's a lot of there's dark angels and stuff like that. I don't want to go into detail. I just want to give you the heads. So that has its own meaning, and that feeds the dark energy. So we shouldn't be surprised on the dark things that are happening on our world right now, because this has a part to play on that too. Like all this blood shredding through wars and stuff like that. That's a chain. and we need to know about metaphysics first to understand this. So
Well, yeah, I think
I believe,
Africans are very well versed in metaphysics. I mean, you know, they're very much spiritual people. Their society is metaphysics, and you know, we can overcome darkness. We are meant to thrive on this planet, and every one person has a power because God put us on this earth, you know, to be fruitful and populate the earth. You know, He brought life on this earth. Who are these people to tell us, you know, who should be born and who shouldn't? But obviously, you know, reproductive health is it's good. Every nation should have it. Women should be able to decide how many they should have. That's fine. But what they do is they overstep their boundaries. Theirs is more about control, controlling the future for their own selfish needs. And, you know, it becomes too pushy and racist, in my opinion. So that's what I think.
yeah, I
And I
believe
think,
that's because, yeah, that's because they first bounded us to be in a box without education. We're in a cage, especially places where education is not available. We're in cages. Luckily, some lucky people like us over here, I believe so, we have the access to different types of educations, and we can discuss on it. We can progress on the personal basis. We can uh, correct our own mistakes. But there are people that don't even know they're doing mistakes, especially on the metaphysical, because on the metaphysics, there's just good and bad. There's no alternative good and bad, like comparative good and bad. We can put that in some states of our social life or political life, but on the metaphysics life, there's just one good and there's one bad. So I believe that's bounded by those people because they just want to put it on, like you stated, on the selfish basis. So they just bounded us for not knowing those states. So while we're doing what they're providing us, we're technically feeding for their sources because if you don't know about metaphysics and to love one another and stuff like that, then you're gonna be fighting over tribes and this and that, and like silly things, and then you're gonna give blood to those bloodthirsty people that feed off the blood of innocent lives, and that's how they lengthen their life span on this earth for power, money, and all the things we're seeing right now.
Okay, let me quickly touch on a little bit on metaphysics, then come to morality, and then I take it further down. Now, metaphysics doesn't care about morality. It doesn't care about right or wrong. It's about cultivating, harvesting, cause, effect. Therefore, if once you bring it down to lower levels, then we start having a good cause bringing a good effect, and so on and so forth. However, we should also look at nature. Does nature, when we talk about abortion, let's put this in context. Does nature do that? Yes, nature does that. You have a woman who is pregnant, she's malnourished, she doesn't have, the right nutrients and vitamins in her body. The body, rejects the pregnancy. That's what you call a spontaneous abortion. So abortion does exist in nature. I say this so that we do not, you know, paint women that have abortions, as evil and all this. No, because it does occur in nature. So what I'm saying here is that yes, I agree that we should look at healthcare for women, and because of that, we should look at healthcare for women and how we can help them um, not do abortions if we can. However, we also see that there are situations or conditions where there needs to be an abortion. Having said
yeah,
that, yeah, having said that, now that we're not judgmental about our women, then we should look at the next level, which is why, and as you have said, I don't know who came in, like the lady who just spoke, that
hello.
that yeah, the agenda part, yes, that is true. Everything the West pushes towards, we have to look at it under a microscope and see, why are you pushing this thing to me right now? I don't think for abortion is not a real big issue if we really look at it and do the right things. But then it becomes an issue when it's the West saying do this or don't do that. Yeah, that's it.
Um, uh, I just want to give one example, and I'm really glad that Marie Antoinette is here because she is the expert on health-related issues. One of the biggest challenge that we're having right now, side by side to abortion, is the what they call the P2, the post pill. Marie Antoinette can give an explanation, but this is just a pill that the young people are taking after having or before having sex, and that pill would somehow help them not to get pregnant. And the consumption is scarily big, and young people are just buying it like they are buying a lollipop or a candy. And it is alarming. And many people say, but they are taking caution, but they don't understand that they are preferring unprotected sex at the same time. How about HIV? Because the post pill does not curb the problem of infections and STDs. It just deals with, I suppose, the pregnancy from taking place. So there are a lot of things that we are dropping in trying to address it, but we don't look at it that people who are pushing this idea are looking at business opportunities and lucrative businesses. Tomorrow you allow abortion and you will find, instead of having, for example, a heart
Internet.
Yes, the morning after pill is what you're referring to. Yeah, it's called levonorgestrel. It is used to prevent implantation in the lining, which is the lining that gives nutrients to the fertilized egg. I would say I acknowledge that there is an agenda by the West, but I am more concerned with the ways we shoot ourselves in the foot, even in the absence of Western influences. For example, for some reason, anyone who chooses to not consume alcohol, not attend nightclubs, not attend partying where one knows that there will be people trying to manipulate you into sexual activity. Anyone who chooses to live that type of life is considered by her peers to be weird. And this is what has led to the difficulty that we are now facing in our society. We have normalized shooting ourselves in the foot. This is the root of the problem. We are talking about abortion and it's a bad choice to be made. What is the bad choice that we have made is normalizing, pressuring women into having boyfriends. Anyone who doesn't want to engage in that type of activity is labeled. That is the root of the problem. Normalizing boys in high school manipulating girls into sexual activity. That is very much a part of the culture. That is part of the problem, a huge part of the problem. So we are talking about the fact that the horses have left the stable. Let's talk about the stable, the horses, the whole framework that has gone rogue. It's not just a matter of keeping rules that one may have learned in any particular religion. It's a matter of common sense. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to consume alcohol. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to attend parties. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to attend nightclubs. You are not a weirdo by being wise, by making
I think those young
wise
people not
choices.
going are smart. I think those young people who don't want to are very smart. But there are a lot of young people who do want to go to nightclubs. I mean, young people want to socialize. I think it's a good thing. I had that opportunity when I was younger. I find I had a better social life as a young person than the young people now who have to work from home and live very, very sad lives. Their depression is a big problem in the West, those that are working from home during lockdown. You know, now they don't even know how to socialize with the opposite sex. That's why they have to go around and rape women, because they haven't trained how to talk to women in a nice way. Let's just be honest, you know, men and women, you know, this is how we're designed to live. You know, men likes girls, they go through an age, they chat them up, courting. That's totally normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But what is not good is, you know, when societies stop them from doing what they're supposed to do at that certain age, they'll get to a point when they become frustrated and turn into rapists. And we don't want that. We don't want that to happen. You know, we want them to, you know, use their charm and let men and women be what they're supposed to be, and, you know, not be like Japan, like these nations where they're so cooped up in their houses and they're feeling very suicidal. We don't want that. We just have to accept that this is how human beings are. We're no different than animals. Animals, they get to a certain age and they need to have a partner. So we can't stop that. That's part of human nature. What we want to do is make it easier. We don't want to, you know, ruin women's life by, you know, having children when they don't want to have a child, when they're not ready, we don't want to bring children in this world where they can't afford to look after them. Why should these children be raised by grandparents and stuff, you know? So we want to provide good reproductive health, but, you know, there's nothing wrong with women and men socializing in nightclubs. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I believe that. So I believe that all African societies, especially in West Africa, there's a good understanding between men and women. A time for men to be on their own, women to be on their own. But there was a whole lot of socializing as well. You know, um, um, innocent socializing, and which is very good for the health. When you socialize with women from a young age, you get to like them, to understand them, maybe to respect them even. But
I mean, I
it's
was I was at a party yesterday. There's all these good-looking young couples. They don't even know how to talk to each other. They've lost the art of like flirting. Flirting is not a big deal. It really isn't. But this younger generation, because of this whole social media and you know, lockdown and working from home, they've lost the ability to interact with one another, and that's a shame. And I think it's generally society around the world. You know, there's nothing wrong with interacting with the opposite sex. The problem is when they don't have that interaction, we see these problems, these attacks. So you know, we don't want to ruin our society, I think.
Yeah, bear in mind that we're also social creatures. I feel that the
Mhm.
socialization goes a long way, and it's what we are contending with is a global system of where our entertainment, the internet, like let me quickly give you an example. When I was growing up, right, before you saw an adult, when I was a teenager in the 90s, before you saw an adult like movie, that cassette, that because it was a video cassette, that video cassette might be somewhere very far away. You had to go rent it, or you had to go look for someone who said it was with someone who, you know. And so before you lose interest at the end of the day, and they were not so explicit. But nowadays, just at the, finger touch away from, and kids are always on their smartphones. Now add that with no socialization. So your idea of how to get a girl or get with the opposite sex is totally warped. I think those are the bigger issues when it comes not really socialization, because Africans were very social people and we need to keep that at the core of who we are.
It's true, and that's why you see so many unmarried people, young people, because they lack that social skills, interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, you guys have brought a very interesting point about. Okay, you guys have brought a very interesting point about social media. So actually, that's where I wanted us to go. That social media have an effect of the desensitizing. So desensitizing abortion. Just check out these videos. And let me see, and you can listen to yourself. See, because I feel like a lot of one of the symptoms of having dealing with PS post-abortion syndrome is that people in the social media, they go to social media and they start looking for acceptance. So you start promoting these habits. Even you talked about with people having unprotected sex or people having sex, but you know how right now when you're being a virgin is an insult, right? In social media, that's because of social media. Being a virgin is an insult. People having unprotected sex, there are all these trends, so just look at this video about abortion and see how we, I don't know if you've been in social media, you just see how abortion is being promoted in social media. So this is a woman is talking about abortion. Another one is here. That was a Kenyan woman. This is a South African woman. Then this is the final one. Is the best one.
This is me reiterating what I said about abortion. Ladies, do not keep a pregnancy for a man you know is irresponsible. Do not keep a pregnancy if you do not feel like you want to be a mother. If it happens, there are ways, healthy, safe ways to get rid of it. Come between.
So, what do you guys think about the videos? Can repeat the last one.
Oh my god. Yo,
and these videos had
personally,
hundreds of thousands of views. By the way, these are the very popular videos. They had hundreds of thousands of views with thousands of women agreeing in the comment section. It were very popular videos.
oh, now I'm
Especially the last one.
now I'm missing Donald Trump because I think he banned TikTok, right? uh, but to be honest, it's too deep to explain this. I personally think I understand what they're going through. Like, I try to feel them because I have an information about, like, there's this thing called, I probably know it, brainwashing, and then beyond that it is controlled by brain controlling. It starts with brainwashing, then it goes on to brain controlling, and then you promote this kind of stuff because brainwash, as we said, starts by the thing that you hear everywhere. Like, the brainwashing is washing out your brain and cleansing out your moral values and stuff like that, because these people, like you said, they're Africans. And after that, there's brain control. That comes in, if they're in America, they have to go through the legal policies of that nation. They have to go through the media, and the media is based on you. Like, TikTok knows you more than your mom knows you at this time of age. And have you fully read the agreements of every social media platforms? Like, we all take that agreement, right? When we open, let's say, TikTok, we take the agreement document. Nobody reads it, to be honest. I personally, I didn't do it either. Like, but we gave the license to for the companies to manipulate our data, our personal status. They know everything about us, so they know how to control us. And it's a sad part, but uh, so I'm not surprised. That's why I say I understand these people, but it's not right. I think you got my point right. If you don't, I'll try to explain more details.
Yeah, I've gotten your point. I'm curious for the ladies because those were ladies over there who are and they had a lot of support from ladies. So maybe they were making points that as men we don't see. So my sister Tanzania has been silent, and maybe she's really contemplating on the topic. So we give her a chance to push her views.
No. I've been listening. I learned more today than I have ever learned, and I had a good education today. So thank you, Marie Antoinette, Mikias, Nathaniel, Koruska. Yeah, it's been very informative. I came in with just one point of view, but it has really expanded from this discussion. When you talk about the sexualization, the easy sexualization of society, and I posted 2 links in the chat. One, it's from this show. When you're talking about Africans promoting abortion, what's sad about us is this, and that's why we have to look to our traditions sometimes, is that we tend to copy things and we don't even know where they came from and why they're there and what somebody wants from it, from us. So
Exactly.
yeah, so
Exactly. Thank you. That's a very, very valid question. Is what we call assimilation. We assimilate. We want to be. And this is, I think, the video that you have shown us is an exact answer to the previous question, the metaphysical toll. Who cares about metaphysics? It's about, the social media is about you looking glamorous. It's about what others see. It's not the internal, the psychological, the spiritual crisis. They don't care. This lady is simply, I mean, look at a beautiful woman, just focusing on the physical, just get rid of it. I would have asked her one question. I said, if you find out that this guy is not going to be the father of a child, why would you want to get laid in the first place? Do you start all the brainstorming after getting laid? You see how reasoning is really misplaced properly. Do you get that aha moment after you have become pregnant? That's the first question. The second one is, yes, you can. There is a safer way. If you want safer wrong things, there are so many safe but wrong things. But the psychological and the spiritual aspect is completely overlooked. And this scares me, assimilation.
Let me add something, Nathaniel. Sorry, by saying sorry first. I just wanted to add, Marie Antoinette was saying earlier, I think it was Marie Antoinette, about the clubbing, about the socializing, and about that partying mode and the music. It's a chain because as we saw that those ladies earlier, they probably had the sexual intercourse to create that baby caused by this kind of situations. Just seeing, trying to understand their outlooks, as you said, it's all about showing. And when you go to clubs, it's all about showcasing. I personally have experienced that, and it's all about showcasing and who's looking good and who can go and approach who, and it's all about looks, the beauty of the outside, the physical form, and that's caused by the drinking. It stimulates our lust, the physical form. Second is the music that that are in the clubs. It's not anything that's gonna give you motivation to fix your life. Like not all music are bad, but most music these days are based on that. And you're not gonna find those music in clubs and bars at this time of age. So eventually, once your physical form is stimulated through different drugs and alcohols, and your mind is psychologically you're listening to those lust creating music, then your spiritual form is going to be so thin that you can't even control the other. So it's gonna cut it off, and then you're gonna be led to some situations. Probably they got pregnant through this kind of forms, I believe, just judging from the outlooks. Not Nail. I just wanted to add that. Sorry.
That's a very good observation. Thank you. And it's a world of men, and again, we men also have a big part to play because, as I've said earlier, all the procedures, especially, is done on women, and sometimes we have 1,000 excuses even to use the minimum protections on our side, and this also creates a big chunk of the problem, and we need to be really cautious about it. And let's go back to our roots. We have a lot to learn. Yes, it can be more of a preaching, not appealing, but even science cannot give us the ultimate answer. Uh, be it in a big bang theory, or the study of the universe has gone somewhere and stops at the black hole. So this void, I read on the comment that our religion is introduced to fill the void. Even science has a lot of voids that it can not answer for itself. So we need to be balanced, and let's not assimilate what we are told. Sifting information helps us. And last time we have talked about with Tanzan's great show that women, we need to step up. Let's not rip our manhood where we have not sown it. So women, respect for women, first of all, respect for a life. That child has no word to speak. That's why that silent scream came out as a movie. And that's why I asked when Marie Antoinette was presenting, I said, can you tell us at what period the heart is beating? And she said, in 6 weeks. In most cases, most girls usually are not even aware that they are 6 months pregnant, because the first month the period is not there, and they say, oh, maybe there is a disorder, maybe I have done this and that, that's why. By the time they found out, they are already 2.5, 3 months pregnant. So already life is formed. And have we really reflected what if this child could speak, what would he have said? That's where I want us to reflect. Thank you.
For me, as much as I abhor abortion, never had anybody do any, and will never will. I would say this, that I don't feel that life, because the Catholic, despite all the crazy stuff they have done themselves, they tell us that life begins at conception. For me, with the little I know about metaphysics, and I've listened to other metaphysicists talk. One person I listen to regularly is Sadhguru from India. I don't think life in the sense of individualization and that person being one whole being starts at conception. Yes, the cell has life; they're doing something, but most of those things are being done under a pre-programming, which has been there for millennia. It's in our DNA. It's encoded. Life enters at a much later stage. So I don't abhor. I don't abhor. I mean, I don't condone abortion, but the idea that life starts. Okay, then if we go backwards, then there's life in the. Of course, the egg is the ovum is alive. The spermatozoa is alive itself. So we have to look at it in incremental coming to awareness. So for me, if someone is going to have an abortion, we should provide all the health care and all the education that they need. And if in the rare case that for some reason, in case of incest, rape, and other problems, that somebody needs to get an abortion, they need to get it as early as possible before life forms, from what I understand. I drop the mic for now.
Yeah, I would say, at the end of the day, if well, I mean, I was talking to this woman, African American woman, and she was telling me that because of this overturn of Roe v. Wade, something happening in America. Essentially, you can now have abortions in America. I mean, you can't have abortions in some states in America. And she's saying, look, the death rate of black women is going to increase from this. And there are so many reasons why a person would get an abortion. And some of them is that, let's say you're fooling around with somebody else's husband, what happens now that you're carrying this somebody else's husband's child, the man's reaction is going to demand that you get an abortion. And if you can't get an abortion, he's not going to want some child to come in and, have claims over him or devastate his family. Now, anybody can honestly say, well, why does he have this child? And I think like the reality of our condition as human beings is that sex is enjoyable. We like sex, we like having sex, and we don't really. I mean, a child may be the end result of sex occasionally, but if there are measures, but the reality is that people are going to have abortions, and we talk about what Africans, what we think about in Africa, because like we recognize that as we pointed out, that traditionally you had abortions and abortive methods already available to people in Africa. So it's not to say that we were always against, children not becoming term. The reality is that some people are going to have sex, and some people are going to have sex, and bringing a child to term can become a violent situation for them. And to avoid that violent situation, or to avoid that reaction, to avoid being abandoned with the kid, or to avoid having to abandon a child, that abortion, if it's not available to them, they will still have these abortions, but they will do it inside of such ways that their lives are at risk. And that in and of itself is something that we should try to avoid.
Yeah, I agree with that point strongly. Yeah.
Guys, I have another question. Is because from the video, from the video I played about the lady, the last one, and we have seen this in many countries actually, even in Africa, in South Africa. No, I think South Africa. I think Marie Antoinette actually just showed it here that is economics a very good is it economics a legitimate reason to abort a child, like to abort, just to have an abortion, that you can't afford the baby? Is it a legitimate reason? I was just curious because that seems to be like a consensus even in Africa, where somebody says, if you can't afford to take care of the child, it's it is noble or to abort. So I'm curious to you guys' perspective. Maybe Marie Antoinette, you can start, since you're the. I hope more ladies join the stream so that Marie Antoinette cannot be the only one talking up for women.
Okay, Mondatesi, I'm about to go. It's a little bit late. I have to go somewhere tomorrow. I respect all of you. I just want to say goodbye.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you so much. Good night, Mickey.
Appreciate it. And by the way, I think Nathaniel will share the Ethiopian perspective, so I think my point is covered. It's going to be covered. I just wanted to shout out to Nathaniel. All right. Good night,
take care.
guys.
Yeah, take care.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Take care, my brother. Marie Antoinette, are you there?
Yes, Yes, I'm here. There's a lot of noise here, though. I'm. It's not something that I would say, considered before. I still think usually when a woman decides to have an abortion, there are more considerations than simply economics that she's considering. It's usually a result of not feeling supported emotionally as well as perhaps economically. I think there are several levels of trauma that lead to that decision. I don't think it's ever purely economic. Maybe there are cases of those, but I'm not familiar with those cases.
Okay. Let's make it. Okay, let's go to the next question then.
No, I wonder. I want to also answer.
Oh, you want to answer? Okay.
I was just trying to be a gentleman. And anyway, I feel I don't know about the percentage, but I feel that it's very important, especially in West Africa, in Nigeria, where I come from. I think economics is very, very important. For instance, there is no welfare. Healthcare is expensive. And so, if you have a young woman who has to face the prospect of what will the child eat, how will she raise the child? Of course, then economics comes into play. And I think this point you just raised points at the hypocrisy of African systems, and maybe we African men generally, because we on one side of our throat we say don't abort, we scream at women, don't abort, don't abort, don't abort. On the other hand, we are not creating facilities, systems to support women when they do get pregnant. And this is not just talking about girls or women who are single, even support systems for married women and people in the rural area, they barely exist. So yeah, economics does play a great part in why many women generally will try to secure an abortion.
So you agree with this reason? Do you feel it is a legitimate reason?
Yeah, for coming from our part of the world, yeah, it is very. You could see it everywhere because I grew up where you could see the whole city, and you could just see people's lives. Some people came from the village; they're just in the city to quickly make a buck, and the city is so crazy that some of them will get pregnant whether they want to. And this is some of the things are economic. Okay, now a young lady wants to sell stuff somewhere, and she has to just do something with somebody before she can get a place. I'm not saying is the ideal, but sometimes they've come from a very low distance, a very far place. They just think, okay, if I do this, at least I'll get this place. I'll start sending money to my aged mother and father. And then it turns out to be a pregnancy, and then they have no money. So yeah, it is.
Okay. And Nathaniel, I know you have. Do you have a perspective on this? The legitimate reasons to have abort?
Well, there is that. I wouldn't say legitimate, but you talked of economic. I agree with both the speakers, Maria Antoinette and my brother Carrasco. Um, uh, the usually in relationships, when a girl decides to get involved with a man, they are more psychologically invested than the man who would just consider sex as something, as an activity. So in some cases, if the girl that is involved with a man gets the emotional support and the man is there in her life, she wouldn't opt to go uh, to this option of abortion. And that's where really women are deep and very profound compared to us men. On the other hand, as my brother Carrasco has said, in many cases, the Ethiopian experience and some other countries that have been, even if they love one another and they are emotionally involved, the fact that having a child scares people, upbringing, and the very first thing that comes to mind is that how are we going to raise this child? That means more expenditure is on the shoulder of these two parents, and that sometimes also forces, especially young people, to abort because they feel that they are not economically ready to welcome another soul and start a family. But let's not downplay the fact that it is on a different level, spiritual, cultural, psychological influences. Culturally, if a girl before wedding is pregnant, she's considered as a loose woman or someone who has brought shame to the family. We know this as Africans. I am sure whether West Africa or East Africa or South Africa, this mentality is there. Please disagree if I'm making a grave mistake. Psychologically, most girls here in Africa feel that their life has ended when they are pregnant, and it is really, pregnancy is feared among many girls. And I blame the education system, especially when we teach our children reproductive sciences, what it really entails. Seeing pregnancy in and of itself, despite the various things that makes it much more bigger. Culturally, we expect our women to get married and do the right things. Otherwise, there is what we call lobola, bride price, and all that. These are cultures to tie the two together, and having a pregnancy, unwanted pregnancy, sometimes brings a kind of shame. So these are the different levels, and we need to step up and really accompany our children on the education level, culturally, psychologically, and spiritually also. Our spiritual leaders need to step up and teach in the different churches about reproductive health. I think this is what I would say.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Oni, what's your perspective on legitimate reasons?
Oh, but legitimately, well, I mean, that's the thing. The issue I see is that, you know, like women, if you give them the choice to abort, then if they want it, then like who are you to stop them? As long as it's not when the child can more or less feel it, kind of, or like like the day before, if you give birth, you just whatever. But like, yeah, if a person wants to, that's all you can. Like, you can't really, like, that's what they want to do. And the thing is that it's kind of like that's what they're going to do. I saw this image of this kid. I don't know what country he was from, but he was emaciated. Like, he was maybe like, I don't know how old he could have been, but he was tiny and emaciated and naked. And it seems like he was abandoned to walk the earth for like 3 days and just die naked somewhere. And then some lady just kind of walked by him and fed the kid. And some white lady, I guess, but some lady walked by and fed the kid. And now he's like a wholesome living existence. But the reality is that a lot of kids aren't safe. And because there's not like a strong foster care system elsewhere in a lot of places, and because there's not a lot of strong family support and all that kind of stuff, a lot is like we can't necessarily just say, like, we have to, like, somebody else explained it earlier, we have to provide for kids, or we have to provide for mothers. And if we're not providing for kids and we're not providing for mothers, then one of the choices they have to take, or they would take, is, well, I'm not going to bother myself with having a kid. We've already spoken about how you can lose your career, you could lose your schooling, educational facilities, and it might be that hey, you slept with the wrong person, or you slept with the guy. Because the thing I want to really emphasize and really stress, something that we're not really keeping in mind, really, is that men impregnate women. I mean, obviously, women choose who they're going to lay with, but a man, a man has to ejaculate in a woman once. He has to introduce semen to her egg. Obviously, you don't have to ejaculate yourself, so be from free come, what have you. But somebody else has to impregnate that egg. Otherwise, the woman is already going to get rid of the egg. And if that man then does impregnate her for whatever reason, um, you know, and to say that, oh well, now you're locked and you have to give birth and you have to take this child and you have to take care of the child for 20 years. All of that is just kind of like it's just a little bit extreme, for something that realistically only the man can decide. Obviously, if you know how to not impregnate women, then you have an advantage. But most guys kind of don't have that kind of sexual education in order to not impregnate women, and so it only really comes to, well, if the woman does not want the child and it's early enough in the in the fetal life, then yeah, I mean, should you lose your career? Should you lose your job? Should you lose your education? Should you lose your scholarship? Should you get off the basketball team? Should you lose the volleyball? Should you lose everything just because you enjoy sex like every other person on the planet? No, you know. Yeah, no. And that's just the reality as far as I'm concerned.
Well, thank you, brother. Whoever, I think, yeah, I think okay. Let's continue now with the conversation. You've spoken some truth there, and let's go to what now Marie Antoinette was really emphasizing, and that was that the mental health of the woman before the abortion. So this brings to light that if there was counseling, pre-abortion counseling, if there was like guys who are getting ladies or women were getting counseled before the abortion, maybe there was a therapist there before, will that prevent a lot of abortions, or will it? What do you think about it? That does pre-abortion counseling, or does it even exist at the first place, and will it prevent way more abortions than we have currently?
Pre-abortion counseling really would be simply a matter of informing patients about the possible adverse effects that one could experience afterwards, and making a decision as to whether one could really face those consequences. I can't say that pre-abortion counseling is adequate if we have already established that there are metaphysical effects that counseling really cannot prevent. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, there are metaphysical effects, but considering should a woman's like decision, like when you go, maybe before you get the abortion, they start asking you, they start querying that why are you getting abortion, this what are the decisions and that led to this abortion, and should there be like what is it risk analysis, or then risk analysis of people, of women who get the abortion, who should not get abortion? Like, should the counselor then determine that okay, this lady is not or is making a decision on very shaky mental grounds? I know, or should it just? All I'm just saying, should candidates to abortion be eliminated based on mental assessments?
I haven't actually seen that being practiced.
Yeah, but should it be practiced?
It should be, but that is left really to the personal circle of influence of the person the patient. It's not something that the state provides.
Okay. But I don't know. Okay. I've not seen some states. So let me open up the question to other people. Should the mental health of women who who want to go and get an abortion, should their mental health be like maybe disqualify them from getting the abortion? Or should it be a qualification like, oh, you have terrible mental health, so clearly you won't take care of your child. So what way does it flow?
I think for Roe and Wade, that is a perfect example to get an abortion, because you are looking at health issues concerning either the mother on one hand or the child, and so um, I think, yeah, in some, I'm not advocating for this, but I'm saying yes, it does happen that some people are going to look at a lady in a vegetative state, or a woman with some serious mental problem who is can cause harm to herself and her baby. And I don't know if it's the right thing to do to take the baby away, but I think that it has been done before and it's still practiced in some places. But don't how they say, don't I don't know how to say that, but I'm not really sure, but I feel, yeah, according to Roe and Wade, yeah, don't quote me on that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Oh, okay. That's a very interesting opinion. Oni, my brother, what do you think? Should the mental should the mental state of women be a reason to disqualify them to getting, or to qualify them to get about an abortion?
I mean, mental health. I mean, again, like it's abortion is just a service. It's just a service at this point. It's like getting a ham sandwich. Obviously, we attribute it to have a deeper meaning, but people are going to. It's like if coulda. It's like the whole firearm discussion. Should mental health stop you from getting a firearm? Sure, it should, but it doesn't matter if you have mental health problems or not. You can just go on the black market, and get that firearm. Just like anything, mental health stop you from like not when you put prohibitions on goods and services, it just draws up the price. It just draws up the price. Um, and but I did want you to put back up that diagram where you said that suicide increases for people after abortion as opposed to before, because it almost looked like those women were already suicidal to begin with. You know, like I think it was like they went from 5% to 8%, but I don't know if that was necessarily higher or lower or what have you. But yeah, I think that yeah, obviously, I think women should uh, women should. Again, it's just a service. Like if you really want to have an abortion, you're going to get it, or you're going to have the baby and probably leave it in a garbage can. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to just say, "Hey, I want to have an abortion," and then just raise a kid for 20 years. And if you do raise that kid for 20 years, you're probably like chances are you're going to be pretty cruel to that kid. You know. So it's just there's a lot going for it, but realistically, like people do this all the time. They leave kids in dumpsters. They let kids walk the streets abandoned. Don't feed them. They kind of let kids naturally die. It's 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 like it's kind of a little bit more humane to just terminate an unwanted pregnancy from like early, you know. And the thing is that a lot of people are going to like if you're sleeping, unfortunately, there's so much sexual abuse going on around the world, particularly in Africa, particularly in things like I have this friend in Ghana who's like, I think she said that her last sexual interaction was with her professor. Well, not her last, one of her sexual interactions with her professor, who was just like, hey, if you want to pass my class, this is what you got to do. Um, and Grenada, there's this Pan Africanist named Maurice Bishop, who was the president at the time, and he was writing into law. He said, look, you can't have women, if you can't force women to have sex in order to get a job, to get employment, you know. But the reality is that all over the world, you know, women are being forced to have sex in order to have employment. And the reality is that if you're a guy who's having sex with your secretary for whatever reason, or you're having sex at the HR office, you know, and you get a woman pregnant, you're going to want her to terminate that pregnancy. And if she doesn't, you might start threatening her life, you know. And so she's going to want to get that pregnancy. So it's there's like so much in it that, you know, like focusing on the mental health thing is just, you know, it is something, but, you know, at the end of the day, if somebody wants to get it for good reason or for bad reason, they're going to get it. You know, just like what happened when I think prohibition happened with regards to, like in America, they had prohibition in regards to, they said, okay, we're not going to sell alcohol anymore, and then the Americans just started making alcohol in their bathtubs. You know what I mean? And started like selling alcohol and shooting each other in order to get drunk. And then, of course, you know, I think during COVID, they had that in South Africa where they were like, okay, no more parties, no more alcohol, and there were still parties and alcohol going on. So it's just realistically, you can't make these prohibitions on humans, and it might be, it sounds good on paper, but like in practice, it's not going to work, because even if it's two young people, 12, you know, a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old, they're active. They don't want their parents to find out, or they'll get killed or kicked out of their homes. Or that you might have somebody who's 31 and 32. You know, they already have 4 kids and they have another kid by mistake. They don't want another kid. They're just going to, like, you can't stop them. You know what I mean? Like you just can't.
Yeah, strong. You made strong points, my brother. So let me move to Nat Nile. Mental state of the mind.
I mean, the mental state of the mother has nothing to do with the nurturing aspect of a mother, a child nurture. Mental health problems have facilities where mentally mentally unstable people can be treated, or psychologically disturbed, or what traumatized. There is a mental institution that will accompany that, but it will not by any means determine the nurturing of a mother, be it with or without a mental problem. So we need to differentiate this. I'm a pro-life, and I don't agree with the very fact that if she's this, for the most part, let's differentiate. A problem cannot be an answer to another problem. Even, for example, when someone is raped, a woman is going through this trauma of being raped, and abortion is given as a justification because she is raped, and you are creating another trauma on this woman to correct or curve the problem. So we need to differentiate this. There is a really a big difference between the two. So whether someone was suggesting if a person is schizophrenic or whatnot, there are mental institutions where people are assisted to the point that even when they are dangerous, there are safe rooms where patients are kept from hurting themselves and all that. So I think let's not try to justify using a 2% probability and normalize things for the rest of the 98. For the most part, most of the teen pregnancies, unwanted pregnancies, are caused majorly. I'm not denying the fact that there are incidents from unprotected sex or irresponsibility. I would go for the very natural aspect of being a human, fully human person. Before you take your pants down as a man, step up and say, am I going to live with this person if 1, 2, 3 happens? As a woman, let's not think about what is he going to take care of it. Let's really critically look at the issue at hand. What abortion, these preventive measures are making us is rather lax people who do not have any morality in us. It is killing our being as human beings. What differentiates us from other animals is because we are weighing what is good and what is right. We are able to foresee. Otherwise, we are same with the rest of the animals who would feed their sexual desire anywhere they feel like it. And this is what the New World Order is making us, that anything works. And we'll even invent protective measures and whatnots to encourage more laxity. No. Let's be cultured in a way that let's take the road less traveled. That's what I want to say. Let's take the road less traveled. There is no easy way out with life when it comes to serious issues that involves life and the life of another person, be it a woman or a child. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Actually, there is you've spoken a very interesting point, and there's also I have a small confession from my mother. I think it's a book. It's a book that I've forgotten. I think I'll post the name. Something about it's about healing of abortion. Women who are healing from post-abortion stress, something PTSD from abortion. Let me see if I can share it. But she says that actually she talks about the same way you've talked about it, that abortion did not really help her, and but at some point she had to confront that everything that happened, her path to abortion wasn't didn't start. It started when she was a child. Let me read it for you guys. What had I not realized before, that my father's abandonment was the first leg on my journey that led to abortion. I was always searching for his love and attention, which, with that realization, God told me that there was more work to be done in my heart. Within a few months, I traveled back to that small town to visually relive those memories, asking God to help me address the anger and contempt that still resided in my heart. He was faithful, and at the end of that journey, I released this long root of anger and felt his peace, allowing me to love my birth father again, despite the fact that he may never openly acknowledge his part in my destructive decision. So yeah, this is one of the. We'll talk deeply about this in later, but I just wanted to show that there are women who tend to. This is a woman who regrets her abortion, by the way. She has been really struggling with it, and she even wrote a book about how her journey has been since abortion, and she speaks for a lot of women who have also undergone an abortion, and they don't know what to do. That's basically what I was trying to say. So yeah, and the way Marie Antoinette has been also emphasizing that the journey to abortion does not start during the abortion. There are many factors that lead to that point of abortion. That's why I was asking. Maybe if we have maybe a counselor or who before you get an abortion is able to detect this and probably give you the counseling you need, so that because if she she says if she had received counseling before abortion, if she had somebody just told her, hey, it's okay, you know about your father, about that mental assessment, mental counseling just before abortion, she guarantees that she may not have had an abortion, because now she didn't know, so yeah, that's actually another powerful point. My brother Nathaniel have also spoken that yeah, their mental health should. Abortion already is a traumatizing event on its own. So a mother who is already traumatized in another issue, adding another problem, yeah, it can also be very chaotic. So I think everybody has answered on this question. Does anybody has anything to add on that question? Because I wanted to go to something interesting, and that is that the situation of pro-life versus pro-choice. So there's this situation here that since we are talking about scenarios, and I wanted us to explore some scenarios of women who actually go to abortion. There are two scenarios of types of women. One is not the pro-life, the pro-choice, and the pro-life. So let me see if I can get the where is it? Let me see if I can get. Oh yeah, here it is. First of all, let me talk about African cultures that. Let me go. Let me just look at this one once. First of all. Yeah. In African traditional societies, many ethnic communities allowed abortion, which goes to show that it is not just some foreign idea foisted upon Western agencies, such as Planned Parenthood. In his book, A Study of Abortion and Primitive Societies, George Devereux, a Hungarian, okay, this is a guy, described how 400 pre-industrial societies sometimes encouraged and even commanded abortion. One of those societies is the Maasai. The Maasai women had to abort children of sick and old fathers. The Ashanti women of Ghana were expected to abort if they had been involved in premarital and adulterous affairs. The Baganda princes were not expected to marry, as this would cause tension between patrilineal and matrilineal succession. Oh, yeah, this was a kingdom, so yeah, successional lines, leading to widespread abortion in Baganda Kingdom, which is in Uganda. The Chaga of Tanzania women were not expected to give birth after their daughters were married, so they will therefore abort. So these were just African cultures. These were just African cultures that promoted abortion. Another one was here's this question. Are therapists biased? That's the question I wanted to ask Maria Antoinette. When you look at the current therapists, the current counselors, they are no. You don't see, especially in the story of counseling that we're talking about right now, you don't see a lot of counselors from stopping abortion. In fact, counselors right now are promoting abortion. Like if you are like the video of the lady I showed you right now, the last one, she's actually a mental health expert, by the way. She's not just some random, she's actually a very famous mental health expert. And she said, what her views are very popular amongst the whole modern, okay, maybe the whole leftist world, the modern world, where abortion is just, promoted as a way of like safe abortion. The way when you put words like safe abortion, but as a way of just dealing with a lot of economic problems, economic issues. But now counselors who are supposed to understand the psychological effect, the psychological toll it takes on women, are they biased that because of their own part? Because when you've advised women to go to have an abortion, and when you've advised, and you yourself maybe you have a personal view of abortion, or you've done abortion, does that give you a bias that maybe if abortion is wrong, and I've advised plenty of women to go to abortion, then you become defensive? So that level of questioning that the psychological, maybe this is not good for your brain, this is not good for because it's not questioned. everywhere you go, when people talk about abortion, that psychological perspective is rarely, I've never even heard it until researching for this stream. That is when I started to realize, oh, there is actually a psychological effect. And this psychological effect is actually not only on women, even men, fathers. Fathers actually got potential fathers. If your wife aborts or if your girlfriend aborts, there is a psychological toll on you too. So I was going to ask my sister Marie Antoinette, do you see this bias in the counseling industry or in the medical industry or in the psychiatry in basically when people who just counselors and psychiatrists and psychologists?
I think they are inept to deal with a decision as complicated as abortion. The people who really provide a profound perspective on abortion are women who have experienced it themselves. The counselor who has written a thesis on mental health is woefully inept to counsel anyone on whether to have an abortion or not. Those are the people the state employs. But they are not the ones who can actually perform the service with the sincerity that it deserves.
So who is qualified?
The people like the author of the book you stated, you showed before. There's a sincerity there that is necessary.
Thank you. My brother Carrasco, tell me, is there a bias when it comes to the medical community and abortion?
A bias. I haven't been listening. Could you please? I haven't been listening for like a minute or so. So could you please rephrase the question, sir?
I was asking, is there a bias? Is there a bias like when you go to the doctors and they recommend abortion, right? Doctors perform abortion, right? Even though even though it has been proven that abortion does not, especially look at doctors in countries where abortion is a woman's, just on the woman's whim, she can get an abortion, no questions asked, no other qualification is needed, and is that like, you can't go to a doctor and say, hey, give me this surgery, because abortion is a surgery, right? You can't go to a doctor and they'll have to ask you, are you qualified? Even when you just go and get medicine, there are some medicines you can't get without prescription, right? Without you actually being sick or something. But abortion seems to not follow this trend. Abortion seems to be an exception when it comes to the medical, like when you look at maybe the risk benefit analysis. People, when nobody tells you that when you have an abortion, including the doctor, they don't look at the psychological impact of the abortion. They don't look at like all these other things. They just, like the fact that an economic reason, you can go to a doctor and say, I want an abortion for an economic reason. That is not that a procedure that has its own risks, as we've just seen with Marie Antoinette, with her illustrations here, that it can have its own risks. But you're taking, but a doctor, a medical professional, is giving you that with economic, just because of a purely economic reason. That you cannot do that with any other procedure. Even in the list in Corona, look, only when you look at Corona, 10%, not even 10%, probably is it 1% or something, of people who are dying for Corona, 99% were leaving. But that was enough for doctors to like, no, wear your mask, we need vaccines, close this town. But here we have an issue, another medical issue actually, where the percentage of people, of women coming out and saying, hey, this is not good, has really affected my mental health. This procedure is really, how do I say it? It's like there are effects to this, there are psychological scars to this procedure, but because of its political nature, is it biased? Because nobody's questioning these things, right? People are talking about like it's a right. So I was asking you, Do you feel like there is a bias, or do you feel like it's just me rambling?
No, no, I get you because you, I get you perfectly because after the last time we spoke about this stuff, I felt, as a matter of fact, on Tuesday I was just don't touch the fetus, leave the baby. But when I dug deep, I found out this stuff is one of the most complex stuff. We have doctors who know that this is a touchy, it's a touchy issue, yet they have patients before them who want this stuff, and this can be a defining factor for them. I think it's something you don't want to talk about it, you just want to do it well and let it go at the same time. It's weird. Yeah, so there's a bias because it's like, I don't know how to, it's like doing something that I don't know. There's a bias because if it's just like maybe taking my tooth out, or taking my appendix out, there needs to be no much reasoning about it. But there are so much social issues, cultural issues, moral issues connected to this. So anybody that accept that person is a cold-hearted surgeon that just does it without thinking. I feel anybody that is aware, any doctor that is aware of certain of the political and social and all other spheres, would react in a certain way, would try to not let the lady feel bad. I just try to be discreet and all that stuff, and not to ask too many questions. And so if you start asking too many questions and you start talking about health and psychology, things start getting deep. I don't. It's crazy. It's deep waters for me. I can't give you the full, but yeah, I definitely feel there's a bias compared to like getting something removed like your teeth, or an appendix. Yeah. So that's me too rambling, sir.
Nah. Actually, now I'm sharing the study of what I was talking about. I just needed some time. Just needed some time to show the study. It's like, yeah, it is. This is a study of a person who was actually talking about that bias. The bias is called a defense. He calls it a defense mechanism.
I believe it is. But I believe it is a defense mechanism for the surgeon, and weirdly he's also trying to protect his patient. It's crazy.
Yeah, here there may be cases where the denial of a link between abortion and abortion-specific symptoms is evidence of both their avoidant behavior and elevated risk of mental illness. It seems likely that defense mechanisms may contribute to a significant underreporting of the negative reactions, especially in surveys. This is actually talking about the women. Statistical impact of defense mechanisms is also double-edged. First, self-censure, dropouts, and concealment of past abortions are likely to suppress measurements. Or they are just basically saying that women don't talk about abortions, and because of that, it is very difficult to find out the level of mental illness that is spreading out to women who have abortion, who have done abortion. It's very difficult. They don't talk about it at all. But now, like, in fact, they say there's a time it was in America, one in 3 women or something. It was a crazy statistic at that time.
I think even men do not want to talk about abortion except in very simplistic terms. But once you start going into it, you have less and less. You become.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's in the twilight.
Yeah. I've understood what you're talking about, but here's what I was talking about here. It is worth. Let me see if I can zoom it. It is worth noting that the defense mechanisms may also impede the ability of women to receive good follow-up care. In a survey of women reporting that they sought post-abortion counseling from a psychologist, psychiatrist, and a social worker, or other professional counselor. 58% reported counseling was not helpful. Many reported that their therapist simply refused to seriously consider that abortions was significant. You see, this is what I was talking about. 58% of these women reported that the therapist refused to acknowledge that it is because of abortion that she has mental illness. That's what I was talking about. Is there a bias? This phenomenon may be at least partially due to defense mechanisms employed by healthcare professionals and themselves. Many therapists may have unresolved issues with their own history with abortions. Others may loathe to reconsider the wisdom of their advice to previous patients, reassuring them that abortion was good. Still, others may have an ideological commitment to abortion rights, which conflict with their ability to trust their patients' self-assessments, and some may simply have uncritical confidence in widely spread but exaggerated claim that there is no evidence that abortion has any mental health risks. This is yet another reason why better research and training regarding how abortion may contribute to the problems for at least some women is important to prepare healthcare workers to be more sensitive and open to providing informed care.
Can I say something on this?
Yeah.
I think one of the issues, like I think you pointed out earlier, that um, you can't just walk into a doctor's office and say, "Give me this surgery," like cut off my arm, amputate my arm or amputate my leg, because they're probably telling you no. But the reality is this: that if people are amputating their legs, right, or they need to, they are absolutely going to, then you can bet that doctors will start amputating legs for them, because the issue is that you have to you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, in the sense that these women are going to terminate their pregnancies, or if you're talking about the example of people amputating their arms or whatever, they're going to amputate their arms. It's kind of like, apparently, like early in this pandemic, there was this trend, I think it was in America, I don't know if it was anywhere else, where people were walking up on crates, and falling and busting their asses, right? But like they just everywhere around America, possibly around the world, I don't know, but everywhere they were just walking up on crates and falling over. And then the city, the state reacted and was like, "Here's a safe way to do that, don't you?" You know what I mean? And so I think that people like when it comes to, well, what are the negative repercussions of abortion, what is and so forth. The reality is that these people are going to do these abortions regardless, and because they're going to do these abortions regardless, you either have to say to yourself, "Can I provide for them safely, or should I just ignore it?" It's kind of like nowadays you go to college campus and they give you free condoms. Why do they give you free condoms? Because they know you're going to have sex. You could be like, "Hey, it's better to not have sex. It's better to blah, blah, blah. If you have sex, you might lose your educational career. You might do this, you might do that, so on and so forth." Instead of just, blanketly saying, "Well, what are the problems, blah, blah," you just recognize that because they're going to have sex, you give them condoms. It's the same way, because they are going to abort children, you give them safe procedures to abort children. And because they're going to walk on milk crates, you give them, landing pads so that they can land on the milk crates. It's unfortunate, but the reality is, or the reality was, particularly when we talk about why Roe v. Wade was installed in America or whatever, the reality was that people were aborting their children regardless, and it was so dangerous for women to, like some people were jumping off of flights of stairs in order to terminate their child. Some people were like using the clothes hangers in order to terminate the child, because there are so many. I shouldn't say child, or fetus, whatever. But because there were so many ways, so many dangerous ways to terminate the child or terminate the fetus, you either say, okay, either you ignore that and you let little girls die, 16-year-olds die, 19-year-olds die, so on and so forth, or you just provide for them and say, okay, here's a safe way to do what you're trying to do. Here's a safe way to get it through. You're probably not really encouraging it. You probably don't really want it to happen. But if you don't provide a safe way, then there's going to be nothing for you.
Okay, thank you, my brother. You've spoken some truth that sometimes you can, like you've just emphasized what I was saying, that you can go to a doctor, you can't go to a doctor and ask for a doctor to take off your arm. He'll recommend you for counseling. You know, like why is it that it should be the same with anything else? Like you can't go to a doctor and say, hey, I want to take off this. He should recommend you for counseling. Then after that, the procedure continues from there. We have a guest here, Sister Amma Bachman. Sorry
Bookman,
if I
thank you.
butchered. Oh, sorry if I butchered your name, but
Oh, no worries. You're fine. So I would like to address your last point. So the difference between your arm and a child is that your arm is naturally always part of your body and is necessary for the normal functioning of your body. Whereas a pregnancy is a temporary condition which may have arisen under circumstances that you do not want. So to compare it to wanting to remove your arm is not, to me, exactly accurate, because why would you not want to have your arm? Like, you were born with an arm. You're not born with a baby inside of you. And therefore, you may not be in a life situation in which having a baby is ideal for you. Whereas I can't think of a life situation in which not having an arm is ideal for you.
all right, you've spoken some truth. You've spoken some interesting perspective. Let me give space to my brother Nat now. Nat now. Okay. Maria Antoinette. Wait, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Yeah.
One thing I don't do in medicine, I don't impose my personal views on my patient. So even if I will not perform an abortion, if they want one, I will refer them to another practitioner who is willing to do it. So the fact that someone sees that in her particular case, this is the right choice for her, I will never condemn someone for having made that conclusion.
Okay, okay, that's an interesting point. My brother Carrasco, what do you feel what's being said?
Yeah, well, just to add to what I said the other time, I think there needs to be more work done, just like you get counseling for other things. Like, I think it boils down to what kind of healthcare are we trying to offer women in Africa? Are we ready to really go out and say, okay, this is an issue that we have? A lot of women are, having abortions in the backyards, in the back lanes. Do we want to tackle this problem? And through various avenues, by educating them, by providing health service for those that we can provide for, and also providing mental health service and counseling, psychological assessment, and all these things, so that we tackle this problem from different sides, and then maybe we can start to reduce the occurrence of even people wanting to have an abortion. Are we willing to do that? And I think that's what this thing points to. Because if we keep acting as if, okay, it's this thing that I have a feeling about. Like, you go to one doctor, the doctor is Christian and he doesn't do that, but you go to another, and so it makes you feel somehow, and you go to another doctor and he and this time the lady feels somehow and doesn't want to give this new doctor all the details and all this shadiness. Um, I think Africa should provide healthcare. For one reason, abortion is not something that started with the Europeans, as you have pointed out. If you go to ancient Egypt, there are papyrus that talk about abortion. The Greeks, they also talk about abortion, very crude ways like jumping up, riding a horse, and things like that of getting rid of. Aristotle, Plato, all these guys, Soranus or whoever, like Hippocrates rather, they all mention this. So it's something that we cannot just take lightly. So we have, I think, African nations, we have to look at it holistically and try to provide the best healthcare, even as we try to prevent the occurrences of abortions.
I would like to read some data I just pulled, and I can share it in the chat regarding abortion statistics. This is by the Guttmacher Institute, I believe. So unsafe abortion. In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 3/4, 77% of abortion are estimated to be unsafe. That is, they are done by an untrained person, done using non-recommended method or both. As of 2019, some 6.2 million unsafe abortion occurred in the region. Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest rate of abortion-related deaths in the world at 185 maternal deaths per 100,000 abortions. Nonetheless, this represents 2/5 decline since 2000, which occurred in part because of improvements in abortion safety and post-abortion care. So 6.2 million abortions per year is pretty high a number. I believe that the number of abortions in the United States is about 1 million or so. I can Google that. Last time I remember looking at it, it was about 1 million. So even if you're accounting for the larger population side, this is a lot of abortions actually happening. And because of the illegality, a lot of it is happening unsafely.
Yeah. We agree. Actually, we talked about that. I think 1 hour ago, 2 hours ago, I think we talked about how African abortions were on a high. Well, actually, we have 25%. We have millions of teenage pregnancies occurring in Africa at the moment, and we were talking about how these young ladies have faced with this terrible decisions, are stuck within the rock and the hard place, where they have to choose, especially in a country. I think the laws have been overturned, but there was a time in Tanzania for like a good last 5 years, a girl who was a schoolgirl who gets pregnant was denied access to education. So yeah, we talked about that in depth. So yeah, I understand your the point you've made, my sister Emma Brockman. In fact, I'd like to ask you another question. What is your perspective on an unwanted pregnancy?
I think that abortion should be legal within a certain period. I think societies should probably decide some reasonable cutoff point, as even in extremely quote-unquote liberal societies like France, they cut off abortion after 14 weeks. So one of the issues that I've noticed in America is this tendency towards extremes. So it's either we cut it all off or you're allowed to have an abortion up to 9 months. And I think most of us would be uncomfortable with an abortion of an 8-month-old pregnancy if it did not involve the life of the mother. But somewhere between the 12th week, so the first trimester, to there are certain physical functions that happen, I believe, by the 20th week, which one can relate to certain abilities to feel pain and to have some sort of like human sensibilities, that 20-week would be a good cutoff. I don't have a strong opinion on when that cutoff would be between the 12 and the 20-week, but I do feel like the abortion should be legal with a window between 12 and 20 weeks.
12 and 20 weeks.
So between the 12th week of pregnancy and the 20th week of pregnancy, and I think, that's something that a community should come together and discuss and find a timeline. But I think anything before that, is pushing it. A woman may not be aware that she's pregnant before the 8th week. And I think anything beyond that, is probably pushing it as well. And that, you do start to get the development of nerves and other things, which would indicate that you have a developing human that, has there might be some interest in not ending the life of that developing human. So between that range.
Okay, that's interesting. That's like the first trimester.
So the first trimester is 12 weeks. And that's 3 months. Pregnancy is 9 months. So I definitely feel like anything within that first 12 weeks should not be, a woman should not have to have a reason that society approves of. The reason can simply be that I do not want to have a child right now. Somebody had brought up a few minutes ago about counseling. Some states, at least in the United States, already require counseling. And I know that some organizations that perform it will have you sit down with a medical practitioner there to kind of assess your state of mind and talk to you before the procedure. So it's actually already common, whether it is mandated or just a practice of the organization. People do want to make sure that, you are making a sound decision. And like when I went to college, for example, there was a women's health center, and if they didn't do the abortions there, they would recommend it. The college would pay for it. But one of the things that health center practiced was you had a meeting with one of the counselors, they talked to the woman, and then once, that conversation's happened, then they would issue the check for you to go get the services. But it did require that, the student go through some level of counseling first. And that wasn't because of the law, that was just because they thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, but okay, just a few minutes ago, but you can really recap. Do you think the counselors and the psychiatrists are biased when it comes to the issue of abortion?
Do I think they're what?
They're biased.
They're biased. I think anybody who works in that setting, depends what you mean by bias. So people who work in abortion services are not going to be anti-abortion in general, right? So they're already coming to the table with the possibility that the woman has a right to have an abortion. I think the goal, from what I have seen, at least, and I only have this one experience, which was this college health center, where they, that was the practice. It was really to assess the very thing you guys expressed concern about, which is regret. Like, are you sure about this decision? And are you in a healthy emotional and psychological state of mind to make this decision? And so if, the student was confidently saying yes to these questions, then they would keep it moving. Now, what they wouldn't do, and I was familiar with organizations that were doing the opposite because they were anti-abortion, is try to talk you out of it or try to guilt you into not having an abortion. But they were trying to assess that you were of sound mind and that you were making a decision that wasn't under duress, that, there was not a parent or a man pressuring you to do this, and that, this was a freely arrived decision that you made, and you were psychologically healthy enough to make that decision.
Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, you made your point. Now let's move towards unwanted pregnancy. So let me give you a scenario. Do you think pregnancies can be what is the definition of an unwanted pregnancy?
Anytime you did not want to be pregnant at this time.
Okay. Let me give space to my brother Oni. Maybe you have something to say about. what we're talking about today?
Oh, unwanted pregnancy. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'd agree with that one, in the sense that, uh, like I said, like it's realistically you got to look at it from like a service perspective. You know, you're talking about 6 million people on the continent of Africa seeking abortions, and they're doing it by any means. And you know, we're talking about we come from cultures that allow this kind of abortion from a long time ago. That you know that recognized abortions and allowed abortions. Um, you know, if you if and the trouble is, it's not even so much as unwanted pregnancy as much as wanted abortion. You know, if you want an abortion, chances are you're gonna go and find it. You're gonna find a way to get it. You know, it's like for instance, if I want a PS5, if I want a PS5, then either I'm gonna get it. You know, I'm gonna wait in line to get buy it. I'm going to what was it? Pay more to get it. I'm going to order. I'm going to try to request of you know Sony to send me one, or I might just steal one. You know what I mean? And the question just becomes, or you know, or of course I'll just wait for it, obviously. But the question becomes, to what degree do I want it? Do I want it to the point where I will harm myself or that I will harm other people? And you know what we see with regards to abortion is that when a woman wants an abortion, she's willing to harm herself in order to get that abortion. Then you just gotta get out of her way, or you just gotta provide her with the ability to have that abortion. Because if she's willing to harm herself, the issue is that I think, as Amma was pointing out, a lot of women are dying this way. And I mean, is it worth it to say, hey, look, I would rather not have a pregnancy? You know, I would rather you put your pregnancy to term. And is it worth dying? Is it worth the woman dying, you know, to protect this quote unquote fetus? Is it worth the woman dying? Is it worth the woman jumping off of a flight of staircase, jumping down a flight of staircase? Is it worth her falling off of a horse? Is it worth her putting a hanger into um, uh, her vagina and piercing this thing's skull, or this thing's soft skull, I guess, and then killing it and making it bleed out? Is it worth it? You know, and so you know again, like if they're willing to harm themselves, if they're really serious about, hey, I want to have this pregnancy, then is it worth it for us to sit back and tell them, well, no, you can't have it? Because you tell people no, you can't have it when they really want something, and chances are it's going to backfire. So occasionally you're going to have somebody who comes full term, has their child, and you know says, oh, it's a good thing I didn't abort this kid, right? But then sometimes you're going to run into a case where the person says, you know, the person just killed himself, you know, commit suicide. That's it.
Yeah. You brought a point. Like we talked about wanted abortions. Actually, that's actually a very different. That's actually a very interesting point, because that's actually what I was trying to say is that when you have when you, like my sister here came in and said that sometimes, like when you, maybe a lady is pregnant, right? She's pregnant, she just find out she's pregnant. Now she thinks, oh, I like this baby. She starts to see the baby, how the baby potential will be or something like that. Then she realizes that she can't afford the baby. You know, she can't afford, maybe the economics don't play, the economics don't work, as my brother Carrasco said, the economics just don't work. So you find that this lady, and this is actually a huge portion, is this lady, because she wants the baby, she wants, emotionally she wants that baby, she has already been attached as a mother, the motherly instinct has been triggered or something. But logically, the economics and the logic, it doesn't work. So now, now she's in a state that I want the baby, but I can't have the baby. So what, I was just curious, like what type of mental state is that? Like that was what I wanted us to explore, because this is what is the perspective of the unwanted baby or the unintended baby, where it's not that it's not really fully unwanted, it's just that maybe the logic don't work, but
I I am very sorry. I mean, sorry for coming in just like that. Earlier, I was speaking with my speaker muted, and you gave the chance to Maria Antoinette. I realized that
Oh,
I had muted. I'm very sorry. It's just a quick observation because I'm somehow torn apart. My sister spoke from the progressive aspect of it, with all due respect to her views. Something that kept running throughout my mind was two things. The first thing is when, as I was listening to her, the idea of people having a close relationship with their pets came to my mind. And I really love animals and pets. And I usually see some documentaries how people, human beings, develop a certain relationship with their pets. And you'll find a lot of emotions involved, and to the point that this is my boy, this is my girl. Animals are considered as child and brothers and sisters to children. And it just disturbs me to kind of hear saying, no, there should be a cutoff from this week to this week. In a world where we are valuing even pets as human companions, to talk about a human life from a cutoff point of view disturbs me. It's very disturbing. One thing we need to know about is that we are talking about a human person. We need to know that there is a risk involved when one person decides to have a sexual relationship with the other. There are things involved, and we human beings seem to be a bit deviated or not accepting the fact that we want to have a risk-free. No, there is no risk-free. There is no tax-free life. So why don't we realistically approach the issue? Before you start thinking of unwanted sex, but unwanted pregnancy, have you thought of wanting sex without a child? I mean, holistically, if we have to think, let's be holistic, but let's not just have consequence-free life. That's the first one. The second one, I hear a lot of feminism as a woman empowerment to decide not to have a baby. And this is a misconstrued understanding of feminism. That's why earlier on I talked about abortion as a systematic way of giving African Americans and Africans and the poor communities to mutilate their own selves to extinction. Because I can ask my sister here who spoke earlier on that I'm sure in the US it is amongst the African Americans and Hispanic community that abortion has a higher rate than the white privileged. And I've talked about this earlier on. So let's not mix it up. When we talk about a human person, let's think about it holistically. You've talked about the African, and the writer said it's among the primitive Africans. Now that we are going to school, why don't we study the fact that, yes, let's wait. If a child is going to be aborted in a primitive society in Africa, if it happens before marriage, why not getting married? You know, let's take the road less traveled. That's why I'm appealing to that. Let's not just throw away all our morality and our humanness for something that is less important. That is, just have the sex, enjoy life, and the child part, it's my choice. Thank you.
So I want to respond to that. When you said at the end, the road less traveled, I think that there's an accurate depiction of reality. The reality is that abortion is heavily restricted already. And the attitude that you should, because of Abrahamic religions, whether they be Christianity or Islam, restrict your sexual activities in the context in which you want a child is already quite prevalent. And that reality, the reality that you are proposing, exists now. It is the status quo. That is, you, with your position, are the dominant view, and not only the dominant view, but the legal and codified view on the continent is because of these perceptions about abortion, we should restrict it. And what are the actual consequences of that, which I have posted in the chat? 6.2 million abortion and the highest number of female deaths as a result of those abortions. And so I did the math while you were talking. At the rate of 185 maternal deaths per 100,000 abortions, we're looking at 32,000 women every year who die as a result of seeking abortions that are illegal and therefore unsafe, when that is absolutely unnecessary. So you are not proposing that we try anything, because we are already trying the very thing that you are proposing. It is simply as a result of lots of unsafe abortion and 32,000 dead women.
The road less traveled that I'm appealing to is that if you have to have sex, mind that there is a possibility of having a child.
You have already,
we are advocating laxity of sexual morality.
Laxity. I am advocating a reflection, an observation
Laxity.
of reality. Nope. I am accepting.
I can get married and have sex.
But you've already preached it, right? So on the pulpits in the mosques across the continent, I wasn't. You interrupted me. In the Christian pulpits and on the mosques across the continent, and right here in the United States, this message of of quote unquote sexual morality is already preached. That is, we are already living in a society. And in fact, here's some data from the United States. In the United States, we have conservative states and we have liberal states. We have conservative states where they do not preach safe sexual practices. That is, they don't teach young people, whether young men or young women, how to use a condom and how to protect themselves. And then we have states where they do those things. And those states where they follow your model, in which they say we're going to preach morality and waiting for sex until marriage, which tends to be our southern states, STD rates are higher and abortion rates are higher. So if we want to decrease abortion, we should go with the lax model that accepts reality, that some people are going to have sex when they don't want pregnancy, and we should empower them with all the information they need to use contraception. That, when we have comparative data, is how it works in reality, not in what we want it to work, but in reality, that is what happens, is you preach abstinence and everybody ends up having sex and then getting pregnant unprepared. And we can literally, in America, compare it state by state. So in Mississippi, where they tell you don't have sex till you're married, you know what people do? They have sex and then they have more abortion than in Massachusetts, when people say, I realize you're going to have sex, here's a condom. Then we have fewer abortions.
It's unfortunate that you came in late, but earlier on, I just addressed the same attitude that you've shown me in terms of my idea being more of a preaching than a reality that we need to discuss about, and I have addressed that. And this is where our big differences is. And basically, this is I have addressed it. And Mwendatezi, I think you can explain it much better, because many people, when they don't want to accept the fact that we need to be humane to curb our sexual appetite and to be in control. And when we say that let's control our sexual urge, let's not behave as if we are just free, and freedom is understood as doing whatever you want, at the expense of morality that would differentiate us from animals, it becomes a preaching. And that's where The problem is, why would you see my input as a preaching and yours as a reality? What is the reality? And this is where I'm advocating that when I say that we need to take the road less traveled is, let us work on our sexual urges. If at all it is, let us be responsible that this is a possibility that we may have a child. And this is what we don't want. We create a world so free that we ourselves correct mistake by mistake, because you have not talked about the trauma and the post-trauma that a lady goes through after having an abortion. You've not talked about the laxity of men who have nothing to do with the woman that is going through this. And you make it sound like it's safe, it is good, it is fine, and it's a woman stepping up, making a decision for her own self. I would say, if you are a human person and if you want to make a decision for yourself, decide not to have sex if you don't want what is to come with it. And that's, I think, our differences. And at this point, I think I would be recycling what I have discussed an hour and a half before. So thank you so much.
Well, I apologize. I just jumped in late, but I would like to answer both of your questions, which is one, why am I saying that this is a reality as opposed to a preaching? And secondly, what about regret? So on the question of what is reality as opposed to preaching, I am simply going by data. So there is a view of the world, not only in Africa, but very vocal view in the world in the United States. By the way, in a previous existence of mine, about a decade ago, I was very much involved in that view of the world. So I am speaking from experience of what you are saying. That is, you are not saying something that no one has heard or has not attempted, right? So we have actual experiments of states. We have 50 states in America, and some of them are conservative and some of them are liberal. And in those conservative states, they control schools because the states control the schools. And the states have policies about abortion based largely on whether the state is more or less religious, right? So if you have a state like Mississippi, where people believe that we should live morally, and therefore we should teach our children to wait till their marriage, people go into the schools and they preach that exact thing. And then we have results of that experiment. And then we have other states like Massachusetts, where people said, that doesn't sound like a rule to me. I actually also want to decrease abortion because, it's a very tough decision and it could be very physically taxing on the woman. And we'd rather them not and have to get to that. So let us teach young women to engage in safe sexual practices, right? So 2 experiments being run in the same country of people speaking the same languages, of people having relatively the same mix of racial background, right? They're mostly Christians. They're mostly majority white with a minority Black population. We can compare apples to apples. And what we find is in those places where they say this is not a realistic goal, people are less likely to get pregnant, have unwanted pregnancy, less likely to catch STDs, and less likely to have an abortion. So the best way to achieve your stated goal, which is to decrease abortion, is to empower people with the knowledge that they need to make safe sexual decisions. As for regret, I don't have any data on regret on the continent, but 95% of American women who've had abortion, even those who, for whom it was a difficult decision, do not regret it and think it was the right choice. I've shared that article twice now, so I just shared it recently on the chat for anybody who wants to see it. So most women do not regret their decision. Now, should we restrict the ability to act for 95% of women, because 5% of women are going to regret that? It doesn't seem fair to the 95 to me.
I don't think that works the way you think it works in medicine. Although I do have statistics here of women who do regret. I think it's not 95% of women that don't regret. It's actually been done by, let me see if I can share it. But your own point, just put on your own point. But I'd like to thank you guys for giving me a chance to go drink some water. Thank you, Nat Nile and Ama. So these other guys are just about to watch me speak for 6 hours. No drinking water, no nothing. So thank you guys. I'm feeling more fresh now. So here's it. This is a study actually. One measure of openness of having this is actually where we are right now. We're talking about the problem, my sister, is that you found us in mid journey. You found us in mid journey, but since what you're talking about is actually part of where we are right now. One measure of openness of to having a child is that is seldomly addressed by the studies is the desire for children at a later stage in life. So a high level of desire for future children suggests that an aborted pregnancy was most likely problematic due to the specific circumstances or lack of sufficient social support. Something that Maria Antoinette actually said, that a lot of women abort because they don't have the financial and social support. That if they had that, and they say that if they had that, they would probably have kept the baby to term. So that's where we are now. So what we're exploring is that what is the mental toll that this thing has taken on the women, because they wanted the baby, but it was the emotional versus the logic.
I'm sorry,
So
can you specifically give me the number of would have kept the baby under the specific circumstances, but also the circumstances
64%.
may not. Okay, so forced by outside circumstances. And the outside circumstances may be that I am not ready, or I don't have the money right now, or I don't have the right partner right now, or I don't have a supportive partner right now. So all of those things, maybe in light of that situation, I am making the best decision under those circumstances, right? So like if I am 16, I may want children later in life. And in fact, some percentage, I was reading an article about this because it's been on obviously in the news a lot in America. And it was more than I was expecting. Some great percentage of, and I don't remember the number, so I have to look, of women who've had abortion have children already. So it's not like they don't want any children. Like I don't know why the fact that a woman may want children later in life is even relevant. Like the reason a woman would seek an abortion is because they don't want this particular pregnancy at this time under these circumstances. I think it's always the case that given different set of circumstances, I would make a different decision. It could be given a different partner, given a different stage in my financial life, so on and so forth. But what are you going to do to change the circumstances, right? So what if she's not with a supportive partner, or she's not with a partner that she wants to have children with, or she's in the middle of her schooling and does not want to take the time to slow down her schooling. Like all of those are real circumstances that you cannot change.
Yeah, you made a very interesting point. I think we'll address that point in a few minutes. But let me give space to my brother Carrasco. You've been silent, so let the other people have a chance to give their own perspectives.
Yes. What question do you want me to answer, my brother?
We're talking about women who let me refer to it specifically.
No, I think I haven't answered unwanted pregnancy. I think other people.
Yeah, that's where we are. We are still there. We're talking about women who wanted their pregnancies, but because of forced circumstances, they could not take their pregnancy to term, right? They underwent an abortion. Now we're talking about the mental health of such women, and what's your perspective?
Yeah, I feel of course women, and I do not really want to speak for women, but I think everybody, if you own something and you lose it, especially when you wanted to keep it, you're going to feel, you're going to feel sad. You're going to feel like if things were different. So I'm very sure ladies who wanted to keep a baby and because of one reason or the other had to, abort the baby, which we fail to address. This thing is facts. Like, this is what is really going on the continent. Like, there are many abortions going on. So yeah, there are many women who would like to have babies, but because of one reason or other, they do. Of course, they will feel bad afterwards, and so I think that can take a mental, that can create some stress, some depression, anxiety, and all that kind of stuff. I think that does exist. But I also want, I want to put, I don't want to take a patriarchal approach. And I think, and I reiterate myself here when I say men, we like to talk about abortion, even though I don't support it, but we like to talk about it in simplistic terms. Are we also thinking about the lives of women, the welfare and the well-being of women, as, or are we just saying, or every child should be born at the expense of a woman? I'm very sure many men who love their wives will say, if this child is going to kill my wife, take off the child, we would have another and just preserve my wife's life because I love her and I married her. So I think emphasis should be placed on, always on, the systems we are creating. If you do not want unwanted pregnancies, you have to ask yourself certain questions at first. Where are these on, what demographics are they coming from? Is it the younger ladies, the teens? And then you deal with you deal with the unwanted pregnancies by saying, okay, if you have if you are pregnant and you can have access to somebody adopting your child, will you be able to carry the would you like to carry the baby full time? I'm sure a lot of women will say, or young girls say yes, because the real fear was that they couldn't take care of the child. Now they have somewhere for the child to go, they would agree. And so I think the burden, apart, I know I've talked about the mental health of the women, but I think the burden should always be on the systems and what they can do systematically and holistically, spreading their hands in different ways to try to curb these things, as opposed to just saying women should not have abortions. No, it's not. Women having abortions is a social problem. It's a problem of the country. What is causing it, and that's what nations should always try to get to. Not women don't have abortion because this is it. That's just ridiculous, if you ask me.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, for giving that's very strong comment. In fact, now that's actually a good segue to what I wanted us to talk about next. Are men do men have trauma? Do men suffer trauma? We're talking about men because now you said you don't like talking about men shouldn't talk too much about women. Let's talk about men. Do men suffer trauma from abortion?
Yes, I feel so. I feel some men do. It depends on the circumstances again. If uh if I want to have a child and my wife has to abort because of her health, of course it's a loss for me. It's a loss of my physical and my night my night duty is a loss there, but it's also a loss for her as well. And so I think it might be a dampener on our relationship, and we just have to walk through that. So therefore, especially in very structured, serious, loving relationships, the men carry some of the problems too on their head, to say it in a Nigerian way. Yeah.
Omanda,
Yeah.
I just want to make the last observation that I want to. I would like to say that for me, abortion is not even a solution to anything. Why do I say this? We human beings have a certain way of making ourselves feel better that we have done something about some problems by addressing just the tip of the iceberg, and yet we don't address the real issue at hand. And that's why I keep saying the road less traveled. For example, the reality on the ground are people are enjoying sex and they are not protecting themselves and this and that. Therefore, it should be as a man. How many of us need to work on the grassroots level that men need to step up and take responsibility? It's this moral, the morality has rotten to the ground that men are literally becoming animal. That's why you see men are having body counts. They don't care whether the person that they are engaged with is a human person anymore. Men are not responsible. They are fathering children everywhere. Women also go from one person to the other depending on his pocket, his economic status, or his achievement, and this and that. And we don't want to address that. Our education system has rotten to the limit that we don't teach a human person is sacred. Now, my sister have downwashed that Abrahamic religions are one of the reasons why they are imposing certain moralities and all that. As an African, the African tradition or the so-called primitive, I love being primitive sometimes because it brings me down to earth. The African primitive societies, deep in the forest, consider a human person as sacred. It has nothing to do with God or Krishna or Vishnu. It's the sacredness of a human person and life as a valuable as a valuable thing to safeguard. But in the so-called the first world country, a human person is a slave to another human person. That's why I talked, look at the bigger picture. Sex is a lucrative business. The world is selling us all those things, and now they are selling the fact that just have sex in as much as you can. And here we are going to create for you clinics and hospitals for you to openly abort. It's a business. People don't see it. The reason why Africans are not respected by whites, African Americans are less respected by their own fellow Americans who are white, who consider themselves privileged, is because they cannot put a curve to their appetite. They feel either a black man is a thief or an offender or not responsible, a father of 8 and 10 children. That's how they view us. So how do we change the narrative? Going for a pro-life and abortion and make ourselves extinct? Because we are the ones, after all, these things are for us. They will give us as a human right, and we take it and we make ourselves extinct. Or we teach ourselves what it means to be human. Being a human is just to decide whoever I want to sleep with.
Bro, you're speaking very ideal.
So that's the road less traveled. It's not an ideal. It is something that we are not taught and we consider it as ideal. It was not ideal in most traditional societies. I mean, where I've come from, still in the countryside, a girl will be returned to her family if she's not found a virgin. There are some cultures still within Africa. Why is it not? Why is it ideal? Why is it not ideal for them? It's just that we buy a narrative that it is no longer working.
See, bro, you are talking about an ideal which I agree with, because even in my own life, I'm following this ideal. But I grew up in a city where you could see the whole city and you could see your own ideal. You feel, because sometimes you live a little bit comfortably, your life is a little bit organized and structured, but just go out and see people's lives. It's torn apart. So this is torn apart. So the thing is, at this point in time now, what do we do? Because if you say, okay, let's start dealing with our morals. Of course, some men are already moral, but that means we have to overhaul the whole system. We have to try to overtake the global system and instill our own. This is going to take some time. In the meantime, there are women in the back street bleeding to death, or women who are being raped, or different kind of things. What do we do for the life of an African woman in the meantime? And then I think this is where we would not agree, because you believe life starts with conception. Me, I've looked at it and I feel life does not start at conception. But this morality idea you are talking about is a high ground. And even if we are going to get there eventually, which I doubt, we're not going to get there today. Because even if you go back into history, there are people who were just as bad at, even if you have one society, African society, these ones are very cultured, and you see marauders, pillagers, killers. For some different reasons, they will come run over one, peaceful place. So whether in the past or now, it's still the ideal. But for the situations we have, where we have, like for my country now, Nigeria, we have about 200 and something thousand, 250,000 abortions, and half of those or so are done illegally. What do we do to those now without thinking of the long intervention of morality? Just what can be done, and that's what I want to say. And that's where healthcare comes in.
I'd like to chime in as well. So you said something about how whites do not respect us as Black people, how they do not respect the Black Americans. So I would like to point out that their lack of respect occurred well before we allegedly had these loose sexual morals. That if you go back to the 16th century and you look at what they wrote and how they wrote, and you look at the decisions they made about how enslaved Africans should be treated, it's very obvious that from the day they landed, they had a lack of respect, and it had nothing to do with anything we had done. It certainly had nothing to do with our sexual behavior. And maybe because some of us, in certain parts of Africa, did not wear what they considered enough clothing. So I think, there's writing where they kind of talk about that in a disrespectful manner, but that is because, weather patterns are different and different clothing styles develop, and I don't think that's a poor reflection on us. So I think it would be healthier for all of us to put aside what people are thinking about or not thinking about. As for the question of how should we live, and you're calling us to a higher ideal, I think in societies there should be space for whatever social or cultural mores we want to have in discourse. And what are we willing to use the force of the law, which is essentially the violence of the law, to enforce, right? So you can talk as much as you want. You can write, you can have a YouTube channel, you can put on Twitter every day until your last breath about the ideals that you think we should live under. And that is perfectly fine. The question is when someone, for whatever reason, because they did not want to, or they could not, but whatever the reason is, fail to live up to your ideal, should they now be under the duress of the law to have an abortion or not? That is, should this woman be arrested? Should her doctor be arrested? That is ultimately the question. Every other conversation is interesting and fine, and we can talk about that. I think what we're trying, to me at least, the important thing to ascertain, and where I would draw the line, is when we don't just say this is an idea and let us lift it up, but we say, if you don't live up to my ideals, then I'm going to use the force of the law against you. Then I think we're talking about a very different problem.
Yeah, I would rather, I see it the other way around. Actually, they will be very happy to allow you do abortion, and they will give it to you as a human right, which for me is not ideal. Is like giving you the knife to open your vein. That's how I see it. I mean, leave my ideal alone, but I see this actually argument being approved and working against my ideal, which I don't have a problem with if the society decides, but they are simply systematically giving you back the oppression in a form of a human right. That's how I see it. So that's where our differences come from. That's where I say we need to see what we call our rights. Sometimes they are just being given to us to destroy us than to enhance the problem on the ground. That's where the difference is. That's what made me sound ideal. But I have explained it earlier on that whenever you are given an idea, by the way, I'm a feminist, and I've argued for feminine right, but I don't take it as being patriarchal and dictating it. But the ideal sometimes comes in a form of a human right, where it is leading a certain race to extinction. And this is what is happening. That's why I mentioned some of the statistics among the African American and the Native Americans, both in the USA and in Canada, where women are going for birth and all that, and they were sterilized against their will without rendered the right explanation. I've talked about it. So let's look at it holistically and see what really builds us as Africans, African Americans, and Black people, and people of goodwill. That's where I am. So let's hold it as ideal, but I have my own restrictions and reservations on what we push as a human right. It is set on purpose for us to champion it and to champion ourselves to extinction. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with you that the West, of course, the West have their hands all over this. But this is the thing. I just found out that Mary Stopes is in my country, Nigeria, and so this, when you look at Mary Stopes, when you Google her, you find out she too was a eugenicist or whatever they call that BS stuff. However, I also know that growing up in that country, for even when I was young, I did know about abortions. And some of these abortions did not follow even modern medical procedures. These were done by local people. They administer some herbs and all this stuff. And people aborted like that. Even if I didn't see it, I heard it from, older women and all that when words went around. So which means that such and such did exist in the past, one. And also these were connected to European standards. So, and then to bring it back to nowadays, even if we take all this Western stuff away from us, there will still be somebody that needs an intervention for their life. There will still be somebody who will go and do a individual or DIY abortion because she got raped. There will still be there will still be instances of people, because it has always existed. And to reiterate myself, I said some minutes back, Egyptians wrote about abortion. Plato wrote about it. Aristotle, Hippocrates, they cited drugs like plants like something like cyprium, breathworth, different kind of plants they use back then, and different kind of crude techniques like jumping and using your heels to touch your. Aristotle actually said you should jump. A woman should keep jumping and use her heels to touch her buttocks. So these things already exist, which means even without the West, we're going to have to deal with these things. And the statistics shows that there are many women getting abortion. Let's take these white people away, or Europeans. How can we deal with issues? And my answer to that is that we can look at whole healthcare for women holistically and bring in psychologists and educate them more. And then if we feel that the reason, we take data from different demographics and we see what's influencing these people to want to have abortions, then we can go and tackle that problem. But at the meantime, women need healthcare because they are doing abortions, and then we need to take care of that one in the present. That's just what I'm saying. Because if it's morality, morality differs from place to place, and ideals are ideals, and reality is reality. Yes, reality should follow ideals, but that's just not how the world works. Whether we have Europeans at backing these things or not, there's still issues about African lives, African women, and African children's life, which it's not easy task, but still, this is the way I see it.
Yeah, I want to add to that. So I think what we have to, like, what we're not coming to terms with is that realistically, like particularly if we're talking about America, which we're not really, but America recently had this overturning of Roe v. Wade, of an abortion, like something that allowed women to have abortions. They overturned it. And what happened immediately after was states had laws on the books such that they would kill abortion doctors. Like doctors who perform abortions will get the death penalty, right? So it's realistically, I think our woman was pointing out, um, you know, are you going to use the state to enforce your beliefs? Are you going to use the state to enforce your ideals? And what does that look like? And so I would actually ask um, other people, are you an advocate of this idea that if a doctor, a medical doctor, performs something that would be a safe abortion for a mother to be, if you will, but a woman who does not want a pregnancy to come to full term, if he allows her a safe alternative to that, should he then be given the death penalty?
Thank you guys, thank you, my brother Oni. So I hope you guys you've, uh, you've been satisfied. Let's talk about, should a father's consent be mandatory for abortion? Since we are now focusing on the men's side of the abortion debate, I understand, some of us are pro-choice, some of us are pro-life, but let's since we've already talked a lot of the points you guys are talking about, we were kind of talked about it, or we're probably going to talk about it. So let's just go point to point, and let's understand what abortion is. Let's so that people can make informed decisions. That's just the aim of everything here. Just people should be able to make informed decisions.
Right, so
So
I'm
should
sorry.
have yeah.
I would appreciate, no matter how brief, 30 seconds, if somebody could answer Oni's question before we move on. What should the penalty for the doctor be? And then, I'm happy to talk about fathers, but I think that's the important question: is what is the penalty when somebody does not live up to your ideal?
Okay, you mean like a doctor does a procedure and it's
Yes.
against the law. Okay, this is it. And this is why for me, I don't know for you guys in the US, but for me as an African, it's just the hypocrisy for me. So because we like punitive laws in Africa when we don't do anything on the reverse side. So now if a doc if a surgeon does a procedure on a woman and then the law finds out, then they give him a death penalty. The irony of this is that how many women are dying from not getting that procedure? Then that is where the irony is. I can't speak for the law, because if the law is what the law is, if it catches you on the other side of the law, the law will take its course. But then, what is the hypocrisy behind all of that? So personally, I feel there's a whole problem with all of that in the first place. So that's just how I'll answer it.
So my brother, answer this other question: should a father's consent be mandatory for abortion?
Oh, does someone want to answer that?
Yeah.
Does someone want to answer that?
Now, what is your perspective?
Consent, of course. If you are married, you should. Then yeah.
And if you're not married, and somebody,
When that, you want me to talk realistically?
yeah, I want your perspective. I just want your opinion.
Yeah, what usually happens when a girl gets pregnant? She goes to if she has a male partner, if she can ascertain the father, she usually goes to the person, the male, and say, "Okay, I'm pregnant. What should we do?" This is classic. Women always go to the man and say, "What do we do?" Then when the man, becomes something else or is unresponsive, then they are left with trying to figure out what to do. So therefore, it shows you that even naturally, the woman is expecting the man to know what to do. Therefore, yeah, then when we come to a couple, married people, now of course she should seek the consent of the husband, and they should talk about it and know what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah, you made a very interesting point. That's a classic, but that's classic. Is that classic in Africa or classic all over the world?
It's classic
Mm.
all over the world for the girl to go ask the guy and tell the guy I'm pregnant. What do we do about it? Even from Nollywood movie to real life to anywhere, that's what happens.
I don't know. Let me ask my brother Oni. Oni, is this the norm? Is this what happens when a woman gets pregnant? Is this does she go and ask for consent for an abortion?
Well, I don't think she asked for consent. I don't think she should ask for consent. I don't think it should be mandatory. But um, as far as do women communicate to you that they are pregnant, I haven't actually accidentally impregnated a woman yet. But as far as I would understand, it's probably pretty likely that a woman would tell you that she's pregnant, mostly because you can't continue to have sex in the same way. You know what I mean? If you were, jumping off of roofs and stuff. But anyway, so yeah, usually a woman will tell you she's pregnant, or or she would tell you she's planning on having an abortion. But I mean, as to whether you could tell a woman no, you can't have an abortion unless I approve. Like that's obviously not something most women are going to go for, because at the end of the day, it's like the man does impregnate the woman, but to force the woman to come to terms with their pregnancy is just not something that most women will go along with, and it kind of goes antithetical to pro-choice. The idea is that a woman can choose whether or not to have an abortion, and that's really, like, realistically speaking, I would just leave it at that. Instead of making it so that the man can choose whether or not the woman can have an abortion. That's just like, it's just a little bit too, like, if women are talking about patriarchy, that's like a little bit too on the nose. It's like that's just a damn patriarchal thing. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's mandatory. It's a nice thing. It's something you'd expect women to do. Even women would usually do that. They usually communicate to the father to be that they're pregnant, or they might usually communicate to the father to be that they intend to terminate the child. But like, realistically, you have no, like, unfortunately, men do not have a say in that sort of thing, and that's the issue that can also lead to violence between men and women. But as well, it's like, realistically, yeah, I would just leave it to the woman. Just leave it at that. I wouldn't say that men should then have a say as to whether or not that comes to the time.
So I want to
Oh, okay,
piggyback on that.
Yeah.
So for me, there is a say and then there's a say. So I think most women communicate with their partner about being pregnant and want their opinion on it. I also think that the man's opinion on it is going to sway her one way or the other. I think a big factor for a woman is often, although not always, is, are you going to be around and supportive and all of that? And so in those instances, his say is going to matter a great deal, because it might influence her decision. Having said that, I don't think we should act like a woman is just, a weak flower running to the man to see what, he wants to do. I think many women already know, coming into that situation, what they want to do, and their conversation with that man is informative. But I think out of respect for the person, and the person you are asking, would you be interested in raising another human being with me for the next 2 decades? I personally think it would be wrong for you to just make this decision and not even talk to it. Well, there's this popular TV show, God, I can't remember his name, but it's one of those Shonda Rhimes show where, like, they make this woman have an abortion and she doesn't even tell him, and he doesn't even find out till afterwards. And it's like, it's just, I mean, even, you can tell, like, I'm very much, for women's independence, and it was too much for me. Like, I think that you should have enough respect for the person you're sleeping with to communicate with them. Having said that, so now there's a second kind of say, which is the question I keep coming back to, is what are we willing to use the force of the law to do? And the question is like when she goes to that doctor, does she need her boyfriend or her husband to sign a legal document saying that he consents to her having this procedure? And my answer to that is absolutely not. And so on their private affairs, I would certainly hope she would, listen to him and respect him. But from a legal perspective, it is her decision.
Okay.
Oh. That's that. See, my brothers, you were over here being politically correct, and
Yeah, this is very American. It's not. When that tells you, let me just go off on a tangent, please. For our Christian brothers, I found this verse from the Bible, Numbers 5:11-31. Would you allow me to read this out?
yeah.
It says, if a man is suspicious of his wife's fidelity, he will take her to the high priest. The priest would make a substance for the woman to drink, made from water and dust from the tabernacle floor. If she had been unfaithful, her abdomen will swell and her womb will miscarry, and she will become a curse. If she was innocent, the drink had no effect. So is the high priest here? Is the high priest not performing abortion here? Huh?
Yeah. Okay. So what? So my brother, now that you've heard, okay, now that you've seen, wait, let me give space to Marie Antoinette. She's been silent for a while. I don't know if she's still around or she. Marie Antoinette.
What? Yeah. You would like my opinion on what exactly?
The question is yeah, should the father's consent be mandatory?
For an adult or a teenager, I mean, for anyone, the father of the child, I don't think in some cases. Let's take the South African situation. When, in many cases, the gentleman actually disappears. I mean, he would not be there to give consent.
Oh, no, actually.
There's a
okay,
lot
that's really interesting.
Evasion of responsibility is one of the reasons for the abortion in the first place. Back to my original point of the woman not feeling supported as one of the reasons for her decision to have the abortion.
Maria, let me quickly ask you a question. Since you worked in the medical field, or you still do, I'm not sure. Forgive me for assuming, but how does it look if a man and a woman come to the hospital or come to the clinic and say they want something, whether it's an abortion or something, just the fact that a woman and her partner are there together, does it not give the idea or the feeling that at least there is some kind of structure? These people are together and they are making these decisions together and from a place where they have discussed it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just what I wanted to say. As opposed to having, a woman or a lady just come in by herself. It does seem somehow, or I don't know.
I have never actually asked the patients the question, but the majority of them come alone.
But if they did come with a spouse or a partner,
no.
Yeah.
Okay, now what if there is disagreement, guys? What if there is a disagreement? The father wants the child, right? But the mother does not want the child.
You are going into deep waters now. I'll let you swim.
No. This is actually a reality. This is a reality to many places. In fact, I have the statistics here. Actually, it's actually a huge problem, especially in the West.
Yeah.
And my sister Emma has said that once it doesn't, most of the time a woman has already decided, even before you guys, maybe even before you guys have already even slept, she knows that there is no baby here, you know. And you are here.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say most of the time. I said we shouldn't assume that the woman is coming. She may come into the situation with her mind made up. She may come in wanting his opinion. I think out of respect for their relationship, she should talk to him. Question is again, I always divide this thing between what should we do in our personal, what would be good in your personal life, and what is the law going to enforce. So as your personal life, you slept with this man, it's his baby, you should talk to him. But if you choose not to talk to him or choose not to get his agreement, should the law require his agreement is to me a different question.
Yeah, there's the aspect of the law, but now that the scenario where the man, because we're also looking at the man's mental health also when it comes to abortion. Like the man wants the baby, the woman doesn't want the baby. So what happens?
I don't feel that that there should be a law saying that a man should come with a woman to no. I feel that two doctors or doctors who are certified should take a look at the woman and then say, okay, this is what needs to be done, and say, okay, this you should go through with an abortion, or say, why don't you keep this? Like, because I feel doctors are in the best place to know what is best, for uh, when we talk about the health and the well-being in certain aspects. And so the lady might just be expressing a desire to get rid of the baby, but the doctor might know more. And I think their input should be more, should weigh more than saying a man that they just had a fling with, or whatever.
So the doctor decides.
That, like, the doctor should play a big part, and I think it can act as a way of check and balancing. And then let's say we have all the doctors around having databases, and then they have a very rigorous process of going through this stuff. Then they can weed out, weed out the bad eggs, like women who just want to use. Let me give you an example. In some West African country, there are women who do abortion for aesthetics. So when you get pregnant, at some point, women, they grow bigger breasts, and they look, the estrogen and the other progesterone goes into action, and then they look chubby and kind of fresh and stuff. So they use abortion to attain that aesthetics. So if we have more checks and balances through the doctors and the whole medical processes, those bad eggs can be weeded out. Because all through I've been trying to talk in favor of the women and their rights, but we should also look at the other side, where some of them just use this as a way out. Some start using abortion as contraceptive when it shouldn't be, the way.
Yeah, that's actually, that's a good question. Abortion as a contraceptive, Also, also there is because it's never talked about actually, but there is a trauma from a man who has been denied fatherhood. A man who was denied that he gets a trauma. That's the fact. That I know, because maybe because it's men or something. There's that perspective of chin up. But that happens. And it happens a lot, and a lot of men, one day, even my brothers here, you might find yourself in that situation where a woman is going to abort your baby, and you are like, okay, this is the most helpless situation, a powerless situation you can ever be, because you want your baby, but no, somebody is like, nah, you can't have your baby.
I think okay.
Well, what should the law do about the fact that this woman does not want your baby and you do? You can talk to her, you can try to persuade her, but what if she will not listen? What should the law do about this? Should we tie her up in her bed, make sure that she can't leave, make sure she delivers? Like, what should we do legally to stop her from doing this?
I think first of all we should check check her head. We
Yeah.
should take her mental assessment first. You know.
Okay, I don't know. The fact that honestly we would suggest that we should check her mental assessment makes me uncomfortable because it may be that you're presuming that she is not well. Otherwise, she would want to have this child, right? And so, are you inclined to? Are you gonna do a mental health test and then institutionalize her in a mental institution so that you can watch her to make sure she can have this baby?
See, while I do, after going through this whole reading and doing a little bit of research, I came to realize that abortions, whether we like it or not, need to be had in certain cases. So some people will be more liberal with it, some people will not be more. But for my own country, because of where I come from as an African man, I agree. Yeah, abortion will happen and needs to be taken care of. Like there needs to be a lot of systems around it. But for checks and balances, we have to put doctors in a more powerful position to be able to say, okay, this you're trying to do is not right. So yes, if it means that we have to put somebody who is crazy, who just wants to go on having abortions, if we need to put her in a straight jacket, yes, we should for the sake of the baby, please. If that is what it comes down to, because I try to have a balance, take a balanced position here.
How would we determine if she's crazy?
Because she will have gone through the assessment and will have said maybe she's just this one, she's just crazy because she just wants to keep having abortions. Then that's one we should protect the children from her. Because these rights are, because I'm coming from a balanced perspective. Like rights should be awarded to the child, rights should be awarded to the woman, and then we should balance both and see where we can make a compromise. Who should need, as in women, yes, your body, but you're also bringing a life, so you should be able to compromise in certain, in certain circumstances, certain conditions. It should not be the kind of freedom we want for women to have abortions in Africa is not the one they just go ahead and just start having abortion. No, no, that's not African. And so, if this is the idea of abortions you want to bring to Africa, like, then we don't want that. We weigh a lot of things, and it makes me joyful because I've listened to a lot of Nigerians, even those on both sides. They seem to have this fundamental understanding that we're trying to save two lives here, and if we can, and we're trying to just do the best that we can. It's not just a one-way street that this just has the right or this doesn't have the right. That's it for me.
Yeah, actually, you brought a very interesting perspective, my brother, because a lot of African laws, even the one that we talked about in the beginning of the stream, the East African Productive Health Bill, they always stop short they stop short at women, as long as you are both for women's health. If the health of the mother is at risk, that is where you abort. But beyond that, a woman cannot go and just ask for an abortion.
Indiscriminately, yeah, right.
Yeah. If the baby does not does not really negatively affect her health, then the law says no. So what do you think about that, Emma? Is that a bad law? That's existing law in most African countries.
Yes, that is a bad law. Because the primary reason women choose not to have abortion is not because of their health, but because their personal life circumstances are negatively impacted by having a child right now. Like I had some data that I pulled on the average age. Well, this was the average marriage age, but I happen to know like the average age of a human in Africa is 18. That is the median age. Some countries are a little bit higher, like Botswana's 25, and some countries are a little bit lower, like Central African Republic is 16. It's actually not a good place for society to be. Like childhood needs to be delayed so that people can get their life off the ground financially, get an education, build a house, like be ready to have a child. And it is actually harming the economic condition. And I'll speak to my own country. I'm from Haiti. Look, it is harming our economic situation to have people who are having children at such a young age. It needs to be delayed further. Let us compare that to the United States. So this is something that people don't talk about, like they think it's everything else. The median age in the United States is 37, compared to the median age on the continent, which is 18. And so the primary reason is not health. Most of the people who are having abortions are in their 20s. They're perfectly healthy young people. They simply are not in a condition, like they're not mature enough. They're not financially or emotionally prepared to have a child. And those are good reasons to not have a child.
That's a good reason you've asked. If they're not mature enough or financially, if they're not mature enough to have the decision to raise a baby, doesn't having an abortion also require a certain level of maturity?
I don't think it's the same level of
that's
maturity.
a life-changing decision too. That's a life-change abortion. I would really.
I disagree. So I think there are different, like I think the maturity and the financial toll that it requires to raise another human being is much more serious than it takes to have an abortion. Like 18 years of at least. I mean, I was well into my 20s. Even now, like I was sick like 2 weeks ago, and my mom was sick. Like, and she's sicker than me as far as I could tell, but she brought me like food because she was like, I'm sick. Like, it's a lifetime commitment that you may not be ready for. It is not at all the same. As somebody who like used to counsel people and was involved in this, no, the gravity of the decision. And I remember when, so I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I was a Christian back in the day, and I used to counsel women to not get an abortion, and the anger they would experience when they realized that I had lured them into this trap and tricked them into listening to me, trying to tell them not to have an abortion. One woman got so mad, there was a glass door, and she slammed it so hard that it broke. It had nothing to do with their health. I never saw, like the whole time I was doing that volunteer position, not a single person had a health issue. They simply weren't in a life position to have a baby. Like they didn't have the money. They were in school. They weren't married. They just couldn't do it. And it's not good for them to make them do it. It's not good for the baby actually to make them do it.
So what you are putting to us now is that the total right of a woman over abortion, because it's her body, right? Is this what you are?
So I think there are 3 reasons to allow women to have abortion. First and foremost, yes, that is the primary burden is on this person who has to carry this child, should get to decide, do I want my body to be used in this way for 9 months? And am I ready to take the primary responsibility? Women breastfeed and women do the primary home labor. Like they do the baby cleaning, cooking, and mothering. Like I have 2 great parents. But at no point in all of my, years of existence has my father ever lifted as much of it has done as much work as my mother. It's never happened. Now, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions. There are fathers who are much more involved than women, but they're the exception and not the rule, right? So this is not just her body. It is the next several decades of her life. So yes, she gets to have be the primary reasons why this decision made. Secondly, children who are unwanted know it. And children who are unwanted have a negative consequence on society. So there were tons of after this abortion ruling came out, people talking about, I knew I was unwanted. I was given up for adoption and it wasn't the same. Like there is this sense of being unwanted that has a damaging effect on a child. So we keep talking about damage. We don't talk about the damage of people who are unwanted. Third, people who aren't in a good life position to have children and who don't want them end up doing a bad job raising their children. And that bad job has a negative effect on society. So there's a book called Freakonomics, take it or leave it, but I'm just going to recommend it, which talks about how you can see a decline in the crime rate around the time you would expect to have crime. So this is their thesis. The book is Freakonomics. You can check it out because people who would have had children didn't have those children. And those children did not commit crime. Like people who are unwanted, people who are raised without their fathers, by the way, are much more likely to fall into bad habits than people who are. And chances are, if you are in a position where you're going to have an abortion you are unmarried, you are young, the father is probably not going to stay. And this is a risk factor, not just for the child, but for society. This is documented. Being raised without your father makes you much more likely to do poorly in school, to do poorly in life, and in worst case scenario, to end up in a life of crime. So no one is benefiting from this. Not the woman, not the child who is unwanted, and not society who is having to have a citizen who is not raised in a
Okay,
supportive,
I
loving environment.
I agree with that. It doesn't benefit the woman, doesn't benefit the society. But are you in the US, ma'am?
I am in the US.
Are you in the US? And you are familiar with Roe and Wade, right? V. Wade, right?
Yes, of course.
And know that in the second and third trimester, the government does have a say in considering health and life of the child as well as the woman. They can interfere in the second trimester, and the third, right?
I am aware that, and I don't know if you caught me saying that I support it. So I posted something about this on my Twitter page a while ago. 90+% of abortion occur within the first trimester. And so most people are not dilly-dallying. They're not taking this seriously. If they are in a position, and also speaking of them taking this seriously, the instance of women taking abortion and using it as a contraceptive is very rare. And we tend to use these rare edge cases to talk about abortion. That is, most people discover they're pregnant and then want to take care of it as soon as possible. I am for regulation around the second semester. I think you've been given an opportunity to take care of it. It should be legal. It should be available. But I would say, by the 4th month, if you have not made a decision, your window of opportunity closes, right? That gives you enough time, but also gives, the rest of us who doesn't want to see, a fully born body dismembered. And a child who's maybe kicking in your stomach. Like, I think most of us are uncomfortable with that. Here's this kicking child and now you're going to dismember it. And it's a completely different procedure, by the way, right? So there's a vacuum procedure that happens early on. And then there's actual dismemberment of an older fetus that I think, people are quite queasy with, but they're also rare. And I think in those laws, I support. So second semester is fine.
Okay, I'm glad that you accept some regulation, and so one thing with regulation, it does differ from place to place, from culture to culture, and we in Africa were a little bit more conservative, and I can assure you, everyone or the majority of people who are speaking for the abortion rights of women in Nigeria or in Africa are trying to meet them somewhere in the middle, while saying we can't give you total, absolute control of your body because there's a child there that belongs to the society as well. See, what happens in Africa is this: once there's something like this happen, an unwanted pregnancy, the family absorbs that child. We take the child. It's not like Western societies where, young people are usually on their own. If the family is fair enough, they are not the strict and dogmatic type, they'll take that child. Okay, don't do it again, but this child will raise the child. So the child has some similitude of a father, a mother in the extended family. So therefore, in this scenario, we're not pushing for women being able to take the total, complete power to take the child at, even in the first semester, only for certain things. And so that's why I'm calling for, more regulation through doctors and other health workers, whether that's psychologists or not. So we can determine, yes, even if you have the right, we should access that right. We should look at your state of well-being as well. That's my point. So it might be a little bit different for you, but
So you
that's
talked
it.
about like society taking the children, and you said you're from Nigeria, right?
Yes, I am.
So I just Googled it, and you can tell me if you think this is an accurate number, as I'm not familiar, but I thought they were, the number was quite high. According to this website called Global Living, there are 1.5 million homeless children in Nigeria. That's a lot of children, I would say. And that's a lot of children who haven't been taken in, who can't be taken in because of whatever the circumstances are.
Yes, and I'll tell you that number, they are probably in northern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria, where I come from, is a little bit different, but really, true, that's not an excuse. But I'm saying we have a system where family takes care of excesses. You have one child, as long as you're not, you're not having multiple men. You just have, you are part of our family. You have one child. We'll take that child. It's happened in my own family. It's happened in several families that I know. So this is the norm. So northern Nigeria is a different ball game, and we even have two different laws. They have the penal code there. We have a criminal code on the south. So it's kind of different from what I know. But the truth is this: whether north or south, we're not going to give so much power. As a matter of fact, a woman called Saibil Nwezi recently has been pushing for to add more rights to women's rights in this area, and what she's pushing for is for us to take away for abortion to be um, available for people who for incest and for rape. So it's not going to be an overhaul, and then we're not going to lose all our values because we want to. So for us, we're also always coming from a cultural point of view. And I don't feel that the American system is the system to be looking up for our cultural point of view. So we understand, yes, we need to better women's health, but we do it from our cultural standpoint. That's it for me.
Sure. And I think, far be it from anybody from the West to tell anybody what to do. I think that um, all these things that we do in the West happen internally in the West. People had a dialogue with themselves, really, as a society. We have internal debates, and then people decide what is best for their society. And that, I would certainly be opposed to, anybody, NGOs, multilateral institution coming to try to impose any view. It, of course, has to be an internal decision. The only thing I would stress, so there are two things. So you talked about, the South. The number for Lagos street children is 100,000, which I also think is fairly high. And I don't know if you caught the part earlier where I talked about 6.9 million unsafe abortion on the continent. So one of the conversations I think people had in the West, which was, yes, we had this same ideal, really, and often from the same reason, because you have, Christian nation predominantly here in America, and, about a half of the 45% last time I read on people on the continent are Christian. Against abortion. But the thing that we discussed was, well, we have these ideas, but the reality is, we have unsafe abortion and women are dying. I'm going to say that 6.9 million and 185 per 100,000 women dying are good reasons to have an internal conversation about whether the cultural standards are causing women harm. And that's not a uniquely African phenomena. That's a conversation people of, Asian backgrounds have had to have with themselves. Abortions are fairly legal in China or, in the West. And it's for the same reason. There's a human consistency here, which is pregnancy happens and what is the best way to deal with it. That seems to be consistent around different cultures, not any particular ones.
And this is a great point. Since you pointed out the amount of women that you go the back way or have plus have illegal abortions, and then maybe some even lose their lives. But this is the problem I have with the West and Western kind of thinking. Sometimes there's so much hubris involved in it, and you feel that we do not think ourselves. Because on this statement you have made, on the other side, how many children, how many would have been born babies that were viable, that had reached the viable stage, have also lost their life? Is that not also a loss to the population? So going forward, what we want to do is to find some happy medium. I don't think that really exists, but some that can guarantee us the safety, maximum safety of our women, and to protect viable, fetus, babies that can live outside the body already. So because if we give a total, pass for abortion, then most of these viable babies too will go down the drain. And we don't want that. Those that are viable, we need our population wet, because we understand it's a numbers game. If it wasn't a numbers game, people like Maria's whatever Maria Spokes or whatever, she won't be back here, and they won't be pushing this on us. So we also need our population. Yeah, we do have problems, and to point that out, you have to also know that Lagos is a city.
I
And
do.
what,
I know.
yeah, what that means is that when you go to the rural areas, you will not find people, children outside of family structures. But Lagos is overpopulated in the first place, and that is even it's a small number if you look at a city that has a state that has 20 million people. 20 million people. That's more than the people, the population in Namibia. That's more than the population in that's maybe two-thirds of the population in Ghana in that small land space. So there's a different dynamics there. Most of those children are on the streets. Some have homes, but just they are wandering, and that's not an excuse. Something should be done. Children should be taken off the streets. But even when, and Lagos has more adoption homes or those kind of foster homes, but then they are also overwhelmed. So there's a problem there. That much I agree with.
So you brought up something about viable fetus, and by viable, I assume you mean able to live outside of the womb. If that is the case, if that is what you mean, I think there is widespread agreement in the West about this. So places like Germany, France, England all have restrictions for late-term abortions and viable fetuses. So I don't think that there is disagreement about I mean, yeah, there are abortion extremists, and maybe you think I'm one of them, but I'm not the one of the ones who think you should be able to abort a viable fetus. So that really isn't a point of disagreement. I think the main point of disagreement, the reason 6.9 million people are having abortion is not because of viable fetuses, but because at no point during their pregnancy, even very early on, could they find a safe legal abortion. And so, at 5 weeks, they had to do a back channel.
Okay. So point taken, and this is the point I was trying to get at, that we need better healthcare and all that. But as an African man, as a Nigerian, as much as I advocate for better health and for the right for women to be able to have abortions, I also feel that that right should be vetted, to be so that we find out if the woman is making the best decision. If it's a flimsy, she just wants to keep doing it continuously, no, we can't accept that, because that sends a wrong signal in our society. That's it. I think we both understand each other here.
Yeah. Actually, I'm a big fan of the current laws, or the laws that put limit on health, or probably I think they go further. I think they go further about rape and incest. I think that's where the limit should be. I think if you're going to limit, if you're going to wait until you get pregnant, then you go for an abortion. I think that is an escape of responsibility. I think, in the end of the day, I think what should be promoted in Africa is contraceptives, like prevent the pregnancies. Because if you look at all these countries that don't have the population problem, it's the contraceptives that they have low abortion rates, but but a lot of contraceptives. So in the end of the day, what needs to be promoted is not the abortion of children. I think what needs to be promoted is the use of contraceptives and the education of sex education too. I think that's very important, because I feel like abortion, and we have seen the statistics. We have shown here the statistics here in this stream right now, that abortion takes a huge mental toll. Even let me just share one of the, yeah, is it this one? Yep, this one. Let me show you. Abortion takes a huge mental toll on our society, for both the men and the women, and you cannot deny this. Even I just saw one statistics here. When I was looking for abortion in men, that see if I can zoom it. 61%. This is it's a small study shown that regardless of age, family size, race, marital status, or number of abortion, 61% experienced flashbacks, 54% have anniversary reaction, 33% feel suicidal, 78% have feelings of diminished control of their lives, 52% experience difficulty developing and maintaining relationships, 49% begin or increase drug use. Ironically, though women seek out abortion as a solution to stressful circumstances, abortion itself can be a contributor to long-lasting stress of a different kind. This is what I was going to say. Yeah, you can look at the statistics of the unborn child, right? And it's like, oh, they'll end up as bums. They'll end up as, poor people, not a good life. But you don't look at the statistics of the woman who was aborted, that she's going to, like, most likely end up having mental health issues. That nobody looks at that.
I'm sorry. I how do I politely say that? So I was involved in trying to push the statistics in a prior life, and those statistics are very flawed. What is the specific source of that? I don't have time to look at it, but there is a whole industry, one that I was involved in, which basically is committed to making women feel bad, because that's what we used to do, is we make women feel bad, so that we can say women are feeling bad, and then we gather all information. So, like, for example, let's say a woman thinks, oh yeah, if I were in a different circumstances, would I have had the child? Then you record that as she regrets the abortion, right? But please, do share me the link so that I can look at it, because I would like to review it in case this conversation comes up. These are not, I don't know, globally accurate reflections of regrets in the United States. Women, so poll after poll shows the majority of us in America, like overwhelming majority of us, think this should be legal. And even those who've had it especially think it should be legal across race and across gender.
No. You see, now this is the funny thing. Now, this is the funny thing. Those who had it don't think it should be. Those who had it.
Not true. No.
Let me say, those who had it are on both sides of the divide.
Oh, not in America.
That's the truth. Both pro-choice and pro-life is full of women who have aborted. That's just a fact. Like, that's just some women that they're just dealing with their trauma in just different ways. But both sides have women who have aborted. Both sides.
I'm not saying you don't find any woman who's had an abortion who is now pro-life and regret it, but that this is prevalent in America? No, that is not true.
Then what? Okay, the book. Let me show you. It's a.
And again, what is the source? Can you please share the link in the chat for me? Because when we look at research centers,
the
like
Elliott Institute.
Okay, I've never heard of them. The Elliott Institute.
Yeah, David Reardon. I don't know the. I'll give you the name on the chat.
Okay, so a site called The Unchoice. When I go to the Elliott Institute, it is called The Unchoice.
What's The Unchoice?
That is literally the name of their organization, The Unchoice. 25 years of pro-woman, pro-life leadership, right? So now, if we look at like the research done by unbiased sources, not pro-abortion, not Planned Parenthood.
There is no. We talked about this just a few hours ago. There is no unbiased. There is either pro-life statistics or pro-choice statistics.
There are organizations like Pew Research Center that have no skin in the game, and all they do is research everything. If you want, or Statista, like if you want to find stuff about housing, race, education, they're just a research center. They just do research.
And they've done research on women, because
they have done research on abortion. Yes, absolutely. You can find Pew Research Center data on abortion.
I'm good. You see, I've given this. That's because okay, we
Yeah,
just you can't
I'm
argue
telling you,
because
I was
your
a
facts are versus
volunteer.
my facts. We can't argue
I was
just
a
facts with facts.
volunteer in this industry, and I will tell you that I lied to women. I'm confessing to lying to women because I think it's important to talk about what this industry is. So, what it was an organization where we would pretend to be an abortion clinic. We would attract women. It was called the Women's Center. And what we would do is women would call. You know what my job was? It was to pick up the phone and to pretend that I was going to give a woman an abortion. And I was trained on how to never lie because I didn't want to go to jail, but also on how to get the woman in there so that we can guilt her into not having an abortion. So here's what I would do. The woman would call and she would say, how much is an abortion? And I would give her a vague answer like an abortion can range. This was all part of the Christian Catholic anti-abortion world that I participated in, and I would give like these vague
Wait.
answers.
Okay, let me get this right. What did you tell them to give them?
So, for example, they would call and they would say, the first question they often ask, because we had a whole training manual, is how much is an abortion? And I would say an abortion, can range from $300 to $1,000, but no procedure is done on the first visit. And this way, I never answered the question. I didn't lie because that was the price of the abortion in the area that I was in. And I told them that no procedure would be done, but I never said, we don't do abortions here. Let me tell you how good we were at this dishonesty. We pretended to be a fake abortion clinic for so long that there were some women that we convinced to have children. And when we convinced them to have the child, because we would send them, we would show them all kinds of guilt-tripping videos and counsel them, we would put them to this process where when they had the baby, they would have the baby come to us, get like diapers and all kinds of assistance because we have people who donate stuff, and they never realized, because we never wanted to ruin our reputation, that we would never do an abortion. The same woman that we had lied to would come back with her friend like years later and say, oh, these people are really helpful if you want an abortion. They would bring the friend not to help to keep the baby, but to have an abortion because they always believed that we would do an abortion if they chose. Like, we made them think that we would give them a choice, but all we did was lie. So like, let's say after the first counseling session, we didn't guilt them enough, we would delay them. So we would make them come back and do an ultrasound. That wasted time so that they could have this baby, because the later it was, the harder it was, and the more expensive it was, and ultimately illegal. But also it was another opportunity to guilt them. Like one woman, I talked about this being angry. One woman was so angry because she kept calling. She's like, yeah, I've heard you, you've tried, you've told me, but I still want the abortion. She got really confused. And at one point she was like talking to one of the Black women there. She was like, how could you do this to me? Like, you're a Black woman, I'm a Black woman. So having participated in the American pro-life industry, it is a very dishonest industry that I am ashamed to admit that I volunteered for and participated in, because we thought it was okay to lie to get women to do what we wanted to do. And I did that. And I can tell you firsthand, the organization that I worked for was called Women's Center. It was in the south side of Chicago. I moved to Canada, and I also volunteered for another one while I was in Toronto, Canada. So I am very familiar with our dishonest tactics.
Okay, I've understood what you're saying, but I'm also saying that there is no, from pro-life to pro-choice, there's all this honesty and disinformation is everywhere. There's no saying that these guys are honest and these guys are not honest. All of them are pushing their agenda. So I know that you're in that side. Maybe you are pushing the pro-life agenda, but there's also somebody in the pro-choice doing some shady things to push the pro-choice agenda. So this is just something that happens all over the place. But the book that I've put here, let me put it again. This is a lady who actually had an abortion, and I'm not saying that all women experience this, but we're talking about the women that do, the women that experience it, and they're not a small minority. They might be the minority, or they may appear to be the minority, because there are no good statistics. That one has been determined. There are no good statistics because women don't talk about abortion. That's the only statistic that is true. Majority of women who have undergone abortions don't talk about it. That is the only statistic that is true. From that, you're just dealing with the minority of women who actually talked about it. So that and so when I put the link, I think, well, let me just give you the name. Her name is Sidna Masay. She had an abortion. She wrote a book about it, and she says that she has met women, plenty of women just like her, who have had abortions, and they regret it, and or it came to haunt them. There are psychiatrists who have said that. In fact, I wish you were here a few hours ago. We were talking about this. Psychiatrists have said that this thing will hit you. There are women who had abortions in their 20s, and it hit them in their 50s, because your perspective of life changes, your perspective, your spirituality changes. You don't stay the same. So something that may look like a good decision in your 20s, 20 years later, you look back and you will regret it. Like, oh my God, what was I doing? Did I actually do that? And these are psychiatrists talking about, these are psychologists talking about this, and this is accepted across the board from pro-choice to pro-life. This is just accepted that, yeah, there are those who come, and it's a small minority. They say a small minority because most women do not talk about abortion, which is also in itself a huge red flag. That why don't most women talk about it? Even when they interviewed, they hide it. Why do most women hide that they fact, whether they are pro-choice? They still a lot of women, most women hide the fact that they had an abortion.
I think it's because
So
they don't know the audience and whether they're going to be judged or not. So, and also it might be a private thing, right? So most women, don't talk about whether they got breast implants, but it doesn't mean we should not let women get breast implants. They may not want to admit a private thing to you.
No, this is not like some sort of news channel shoving a mic in front of them and saying, "Hey, did you get an abortion?" These are just people who are looking for surveys. These are people who want to talk about. In fact, these are some of them. They stay.
The University of California, San Francisco did a survey and found that 95% of women in the study said that they do not regret their decision. That's the University of Southern California. That is a respected institution of research and higher learning.
Okay, my Asian sister, do you think that the culture in the US too also affects how these women will feel? Because I recently saw a video about a Kenyan woman who had an abortion. Now, she had every right to have this abortion because she had been gang raped. But still, months after the abortion, she was having feeling depressed. Now,
I mean, of course, like I think if your society tells you that you did something bad and shameful, you are going to feel like you did something bad and shameful. If your society says you did not do something bad and shameful, then you are more likely going to feel that you didn't do something bad and shameful. So feelings of guilt may be very much
Okay. But then you're going back to what you are saying, that if the society in America or in the Western society which is liberal, right, which they have no issue with abortion, says that it's not a big deal, then why are women in those societies not coming out and saying it? And then we showed the statistics of Denmark. This was taken in Denmark. I just let me. I don't know how. I have the PDF. I don't know how to send. Maybe you can send in. Maybe you can
are
send me
women
an
not
email.
coming out and say? I mean, I also think it's a private matter. So
No.
I
Okay,
may not talk about. So, for example, here I'll give this as another example, right? I am very private in terms of if you ask me what sort of sexual personal behavior you engage in, I'm not going to give you any details. Like, I'm a very private person. I'm not going to share with you what I have done. It doesn't mean I'm ashamed of it. It doesn't mean I regret doing it. It just means that certain things are private and I may not want to discuss my private business. And while the majority of us are pro-choice, we have a very loud religious minority. They make up about a third of the country. They're very judgmental. And you may be in a room and you don't know which of those people you're in. And so in this mixed company, you may not want to admit your private business. It doesn't mean you regret it. It just means you don't want to talk to these specific people about it.
Okay, here this is a peer-reviewed paper from the abortion of mental health controversy, and I know universities in the United States are always left-leaning. That's just something that I don't understand why you're pushing that like as if sort of known fact that most universities are left-leaning, are already biased just by that. So
Because there are
yeah,
scientific
this is
methods
a
in
peer-reviewed paper. This is not a university paper. This is a peer by Sage Open Medicine. I don't know. You can research it,
Okay.
but they are talking about all those stuff. So I think you should just go and research it. The abortion and the mental health
Mental
controversy.
effects of abortion. Okay, let me just Google it so that I have it.
Just go check it out. It's a huge paper. It's 38 pages, but they go deep into them, and they
And
talk about the mental
which is
health.
the journal?
Yeah, it's a journal. It's a
Journal.
paper written in a.
One second. I need to see the journal. I won't be able to. Okay, David C. Reardon. I'll just do that. Okay, I have found it. So I'm about to jump off soon, but I do want to say the last thing, which is I do other things in life that I regret, right? I have made the things that I regret most have nothing to do with health or sexuality. They have to do with like career decision or religious decision, like the thing I was telling you about earlier. I regret having done those things, right? The question is are we authorized to tell people to use the law? Not to tell them, right? You can advise people however you want, right? But are you allowed to use the law? Or should you use the law to compel people to make decisions on the ground that they may regret that decision? Humans make all kinds of decisions. So let's say we could establish that a good percentage of women regret their decision. What percentage of women regret a lot of things? I regret like not going to law school. I really, really regret doing that. Like,
No, no. You see, we've established a huge percentage of women
but
enter into
people make
mental
decisions that
illness
we
and regret
regret,
is two
right?
different things. Mental
No,
illness and
it's
regret.
not. Only because you think it is more important. My deepest regret right now is the career decisions that I made. I should have gone to law school. That causes me more pain than all other decisions. Like literally all other decisions, I regret not going to law school. So, question is, we
But you
allow
can go to
people
law
to make
school now.
choices. Probably not. Like I'm 42, gonna be 43. It's not a good idea. Like I have a mortgage and other things to worry about. It just doesn't make sense. I should have done it in my 20s, right? The point I'm trying to make, generically speaking, is whether or not we think adults are going to make the decisions that they regret, is should we use the law to compel them to make decisions on the ground that we think they're going to regret them? People are going to make tons of decisions. And even the reason I kept bringing up the 6 million number is in situations where you already have laws to try to keep people to make decisions the way you wish. It's not working out very well, right? 6 million people making the decision contrary to the law is, to me, a legal failure. That is, the law is not doing what it's intended to do. And it's doing the opposite because women are dying. People are getting injured. You're much more likely to not be able to have another child, right? So one of the regrets might be, I want to have another child. But if you had an unsafe abortion, you're more likely to experience an injury that keeps you from having another child. And so if we want those women to be able to make decisions that help them to have future children, not one that they're going to have when they're 19, and it's probably not a good idea to have a child, we want to make it so that they can make future better decisions, right? So you can say, I can always go to law school. I can have a child right now. I can have a child as much as I can go to law school.
No, that's different. That's different. You can't compare. Okay, but I know, but you can't compare those two different because you can't have that child. That child died. That child it doesn't exist
Wait a
anymore.
minute. I don't
You
know
can't take
that
it back.
child. The woman does not know that child. You were saying I can't have that child as if this is a person with a name and a personality that I know and miss. No one knows this person. No one knows whether they would like this person. It
But-
is no less of a loss than the 20-year career I could have had that I haven't had. I will never have those 20 years of my life back.
They do, no, but okay. I think you just understand. Let me show even more statistics, because they do remember that person. The mother who lost the child, they do remember that person.
They remember the 12-week-old fetus that they didn't have.
They remember the anniversary. They remember how the child could have been. Every time they see a child during that age who is in the age that, in the same age bracket, they remember. It's not something that goes away. That's just what something that has just been determined both sides. That it's not even an argument about this. Is not a scientific argument. It's been purely it's determined.
Just because it's getting late, I will check out your article, but I do not think this is happening on a wide scale, and not enough to justify. There are right now in America, and I will speak back to America since I assume this is partly what inspired this. 2 out of 3 Americans do not think that the minority of the people who want to control the decisions that adult women make should be able to control the decisions that women make, because they think at some point in the future, a lot of the people who are opposing this, the 2 out of 3, have had abortions and are saying you do not get to control the decisions that we make because you think at some point in the future we're going to regret it. And I think the 2 out of 3 in America, at least, should absolutely have a say, since apparently this is supposed to be a democracy, right? The majority should get to decide what the laws ought to be. Now, obviously, we were talking about in an African context, if the majority feel differently, that it has to be had internally. The numbers are that there is lots of silent disagreement because people vote by their actions, not necessarily what they say, right? So if they're doing back alley abortions, they're already telling you what they think the law ought to be every year, every time they do it.
Yeah. Well, I think you've already had this discussion with my brother here, Carrasco. So I don't. Let's not repeat the same argument about the laws. But in the end of the day, just go check out this. It shows you the reality of the statistics and the reality of the mental health of women who undergo these things. There are those who compartmentalize, and there are those who will be okay. That's a fact. But that doesn't mean that even if they're the minority, that doesn't mean that they should be ignored or their pain is like irrelevant, right? And you never know. And in medicine, you never ignore the minority, even in medicine. Like, oh, there is a chance.
The question is just, should their pain dictate what other women can do?
That yes, in medicine, when a procedure in medicine, I think there's Marie Antoinette here can just tell us the truth. When a procedure in medicine has Marie Antoinette, are you still around? I think
I'm here, but I'm like a wilting flower, I would say.
We're about to close off anyway.
I mean, unfortunately, abortion, debates tend to go in circles, and they are never ending. As we saw here, we thought we had settled law, and apparently we don't. So I don't know that there can be much more to say about it, at least on my end. I definitely have said everything I could say.
Yeah, but also, my internet, what do you think? I don't know, maybe she's actually medical practitioner, so she can tell us in medicine, like this law, when a procedure like has a percentage of like this level of trauma, maybe even if it's a minority, do they reconsider the procedure, or is it just allowed to continue?
No, they do research and find ways to make it less traumatic as much as possible.
Yeah.
A lot of it depends on whether the person should be awake or completely anesthetized. Various methods of performing the procedure.
In the end of the day, we can all agree, I think, although this is not if you read here in this, I think I don't know if you continue to read this journal here, they say there's actually something pro-choice and pro-life people. They none of them want research because they're afraid of what might come out, what the data might say. So a lot of these researchers they are rarely funded because just simply because of the fear of what it might say. Both pro-life and pro-choice. That's just something that they don't agree. That's why there's a little research on on the mental health of abortion and abortion. Also, there's the fact that I've said it again, and I keep saying, most women don't talk about it, so it's very hard also to get the information as it is. So a lot of this is just ideological info debate, but it's also good to know the risks that are put out there, the risks that are available or something like that. Are potential risks. And I think we close early today because although I didn't want us to close at this point, but it's going to 7 hours now. So yeah, I think I close. I think we'll go part two to next week and we talk about the healing part now. How if you have now abortion trauma, if you have trauma from abortion, or whether you're a man or a woman, I think next week we'll talk about how to go about it. You know. But yeah, today at least we've learned a lot, my internet. Emma, if you had come earlier, you will have learned that you will have mistaken us for pro-choicers because when in the beginning we actually talked about the importance of abortion, not importance, but how important how to abort, how to safe abortion, and all those procedures and why people do it. So it's been a very long and informative stream. I think
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
yeah. I think my brother Carrasco, do you have any final words before we close the stream?
Okay, yeah. Uh, I'd like to say, as for me, it's the life. I know it's the life of the woman, the African woman, and the life of the African child. Now, this is a um, very, it's very tricky to get the right balance if we're talking about abortion. But one thing I want to make clear of that is that we should not make it a political issue like it is in some certain countries that you and I know. You know, we should make it strictly about the health of the woman and the child and the balance we're trying to strike. And we should not let it polarize us. And then finally, I think I would say that we should be guided by our own culture all through. And we should look at our own morals. We should look at our own ways of doing things and try to imbibe that into the culture and try to be progressive as well. Because we are Africans doesn't mean that we should do things the way we did it 10 centuries ago. We should be progressive, but that progression must always come from the African mind because I think that we are fundamentally different from the West, and the West they always have a runaway system. Uh, and finally, okay, let me just say that. And again, I think one of the reasons why there's the problem in America with Roe and Wade and is that it was a Supreme Court judgment. uh, if you juxtapose the UK system with that, you see that they had a long process of people sitting down and talking about abortion before they came to the agreement. And so it's not a ruckus there when it comes to abortion issues like it is in the US. And I think that is fundamentally Africans, that's what we should be doing. We are basically people that like to think about things long and hard, even if we don't plan for the future in terms of hundreds and thousands of years, but things that we deal with, we think about it long and hard, and we try to compromise here and there. And I think that is what we should do, even as we have what do you guys, Mary Snoops or whatever you guys call this woman at our, behind us. We should give women rights, give the unborn and child some rights as well. But we should do it our own way, and that's it. And good night and thank you, everyone. I'm out.
Yeah, no, my brother. Wait, don't leave, my brother. I hope you guys are not. Guys, we have a tradition for those guys who've never seen it. But I think Carrasco, you've been around. You know that we have to finish with a word of prayer. Yeah? I hope Aima also sticks around for word of prayer. But as you say, your final thoughts.
I have no final thoughts, but I will stick around while you finish.
Yeah, you don't have any final. Okay. Maria Antoinette, do you have any final thoughts?
No. I just would like to emphasize empathy as always. I think everyone knows that's my favorite concept, and it's because sometimes when we are very passionate about an issue, we forget that there are many levels to a decision, and some decisions are born out of trauma which one has experienced, and this we must always be mindful of this.
Thank you. So, okay, guys, let me pray and can call it a night in East Africa. My brother in Nigeria. What time is it over there?
No, you mean me?
Yeah, my brother Carrasco.
No, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria, but I'm in the US, and I'm trying to burn it down.
Oh, but the way you talk like you're in Nigeria, my brother.
Yes, I am. I am a real Nigerian.
No, you talk like you're in Nigeria. I know you're a Nigerian, but the way you talk, it's like you're in Nigeria.
This is how I talk everywhere. I don't care if they give me the side eye or anything. I talk.
Yeah, Tanzania decided to join us. She was in the background just listening.
Yeah.
Tanzania, what are your final thoughts?
Not much, because I came in at the end. I just wanted to come in and say I didn't completely abandon the stream. Things took longer
No,
than.
Tanzania, are you talking?
Yeah. What, you can't hear me?
We hear you well.
Oh, okay. No, I just said I just came in to the end. I'm surprised you guys were still on, but I guess that's how SN do it. So I just came to join in the final goodbye. It's been a great conversation. I was listening in and out in the background. So awesome show, everybody. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Tanzan. So thank you for joining us. Let me, before I finish with the prayer, let me show you guys this fun. Oh, it's happening, is it? Oh, yeah, there. So yeah, guys, we're trying to get an office. So always contribute. Don't forget to contribute to Swahili One Nation, so that the work continues. The great work of Africa, uniting Africa, making it one Africa, as you can say, united. Also uniting people from the diaspora, as you can see, coming from the platform and talking about all these interesting topics that we have here. So yeah, guys, it's important also for the studio equipment and all that. If you have $5, the aim is just $5 for 5,000 people.
€5.
€5. Yeah, €5 for 5,000 people. So yeah, just if you are that's pocket change in the West, right? Isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So yeah. So if you.
I have a question. What are you raising the money for?
Offices and equipment for a studio.
Okay. Is it for the channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You should visit the site and see if you got $5. Anybody else in the comment section be inspired and join the movement.
Swahili Nation, we were here with you. We are not going anywhere. Even tomorrow morning, next week, we are here with you. We day here. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, so let me let me pray, and so that you guys can also have a good night or do a good day wherever you are in the world. Spiritual Father, thank you for this stream. Thank you for this glorious week. Thank you for this beautiful Sunday. Thank you for this glorious panel we had here, and thank you for the people who have made in the comment section. Thank you for everybody who has contributed to this topic and who has engaged us and who has actually watched you and the people who are watching. May we have may you bless us with good health and good living. In your holy name we pray, believe in, amen. Yeah. So yeah, thank you guys, man. It's been a tough conversation, 7 hours, and you know, guys, we haven't even finished. Yeah, there was still like 5 more talking points. Like I saw, like, man.
Well, thank you guys for having. It was nice chatting with you, and have a good night or good morning, I think, for some of you.
Yeah, it's morning here. So yeah, thank you. I hope you come back next week on Sunday, but also tomorrow we have Nika talking with the man from Good Hope. He's from Nigeria. They're having a very interesting show. And on Tuesday we have Tanzania herself. I don't know if she's still around. Let me see. I think she's. Oh, yeah, Tanzania is still here.
I'm here.
Yeah. What are you talking about Tanzania on Tuesday? Or you haven't yet? It's still on the works.
This one was from Marie Antoinette's comments on the last one when she was talking about the children, whether what kind of discipline, what kind of how do we raise the children. So I'm going to make the thumbnail, but it's probably going to be something like, you know, spoil the rod or spoil the child. How do we raise and discipline our children in the modern world, and what can we learn from our traditions? So yeah.
That would be awesome. I'll probably be tuned in. On Wednesday we talk about education and the philosophy of education by Professor Ezra himself. And Thursday we have Dr. Ebenezer talking about the potential in Africa. Friday we have the weekly recap by the Pastor Ezra. Everybody's got a title. Pastor Ezra on the weekly recap. Then Big E himself talking about the diaspora, the African diaspora. So a lot of you guys should join in. He talks about a lot about the issues dealing with the diaspora and what the diaspora can do to unite and join and make a difference in Africa and in the global, just the whole globe. And yet Sunday we have the hidden hand, and we'll be talking about a lot of social political issues. So today we talked about abortion. I think next week we'll finish this topic, the 5 topic. Will probably be a short stream because today guys have really hung in their troopers, as Tanzan likes to say. 7 hours, guys. Even me, it's not easy talking for 7 hours. For a while there, I think, in fact, thank you, Emma, for coming, because these guys were just watching me, my throat dry. Watch me just get my throat dry. Everybody just letting me talk. Nobody giving me a break from talking. Like.
Sure, anytime. Glad I could help. It was nice meeting
you. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, anybody has anything to say, anything of inspiration, anything you want to bless people with? Now is the opportunity.
No, not right now. You guys have a good night, and I'll check you out another time.
Thank you, Emma. So yeah, it's a wrap.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
We'll talk again.